1. Pia was blackmailed into committing a crime more suicidal than she could possibly have imagined, and she had no one to blame but herself. Knowing that didn't make it easier. She couldn't believe she had been so lacking in good judgment, taste, or sensibility. Honestly, what had she done? She had taken one look at a pretty face and forgotten everything her mom had taught her about survival. It sucked so bad she might as well put a gun to her head and pull the trigger. Except she didn't own a gun because she didn't like them. Besides, pulling the trigger on a gun was pretty final. She had issues with commitment, and she was so freaking dead anyway, so why bother? A taxi horn blared. In New York, the sound was so common everyone ignored it, but this time it made her jump. She threw a glance over one hunched shoulder. Her life was in ruins. She would be on the run for the rest of her life, all 15 minutes or so of it, thanks to her own foolish behavior and her shithead ex, who had screwed her, then screwed her over so royally she couldn't get over the knife-like sensation in the pit of her stomach. She stumbled into a narrow, trash-strewn street by a Korean restaurant. She uncapped a liter-sized water bottle and chugged half of it down, one hand splayed on the cement wall while she watched the sidewalk traffic. Steam from the restaurant kitchen enveloped her in the rich red pepper and soy scents of gochujang and ganjang sauces, overlaying the garbage rot of a nearby dumpster and the acrid exhaust from the traffic. The people in the street looked much as they always did, driven by internal forces as they charged along the sidewalk and shouted on cell phones. A few mumbled to themselves as they dug through trash cans and looked at the world with lost, wary eyes. Everything looked normal. So far, so good. After a long, nightmarish week, she had just committed the crime. She had stolen from one of the most dangerous creatures on Earth, a creature so frightening that just imagining him was more scariness than she ever wanted to meet in real life. Now she was almost done. A couple more stops to make, one more meeting with the shithead, and then she could scream for, say a couple of days or so while she figured out where she would run to hide. Holding on to that thought, she strode down the street until she came to the Magic District. Located east of the Garment District and north of Koreatown, the New York Magic District was sometimes called the Cauldron. It comprised several city blocks that seethed with light and dark energies. The Cauldron flaunted caveat emptor like a prize-fighter's satin cloak. The area was stacked several stories high with kiosks and shops offering tarot readings, psychic consultations, fetishes and spells, retail and wholesale sellers, imports, those who dealt with fake merchandise, and those who sold magic items that were deadly real. Even from the distance of a city block, the area assaulted her senses. She came to a shop located at the border of the district. The storefront was painted sage green on the outside, with the molding at the plate glass windows and door painted pale yellow. She took a backward step to look up. Divinus was spelled in plain brushed metal lettering over the front window. Years ago, her mother had on occasion bought spells from the witch who owned this shop. Pia's boss, Quentin, had also mentioned the witch had one of the strongest magical talents he had ever met in a human. She looked in the storefront. Her blurred reflection looked back at her, a tired young woman, built rather long and coltish, with tense features and a pale blonde tangled ponytail. She looked past herself into the shadowed interior. In contrast to the noisy, none-too-clean surroundings of the city street, the inside of the shop appeared cool and serene. The building seemed to glow with warmth. She recognized protection spells in place. In a display case near the door, harmonic energies sparked from an alluring arrangement of crystals, amethyst, peridot, rose quartz, blue topaz, and celestite. The crystals took the slanting sunshine and threw brilliant rainbow shards of light onto the ceiling. Her gaze found the single occupant inside, a tall, queen-like woman, perhaps Hispanic, with a gaze that connected to hers with a snap of power. That was when the shouting started. "You don't have to go in there!" a man yelled. Then a woman shrieked, "Stop, before it's too late!" Pia started and looked behind her. A group of 20 people stood across the street. They held various signs. One poster said, "Magic equals highway to hell." Another said, "God will save us." A third declared, "Elder races, an elitist hoax." Her sense of unreality deepened, brought on by stress, lack of sleep, and a constant sense of fear. They were yelling at her. Some of humankind persisted in a belligerent disbelief of the elder races, despite the fact that many generations ago folktales had given way to proof as the scientific method had been developed. The elder races and humankind had lived together openly since the Elizabethan age. These humans with their revisionist history made about as much sense as those who declared the Jews hadn't been persecuted in World War II. Besides being out of touch with reality, they were picketing a human witch to protest the elder races? She shook her head. A cool tinkle brought her attention back to the shop. The woman, with power in her gaze, held the door open. "City ordinances can work both ways," she told Pia, her voice filled with scorn. "Magic shops may have to stay within a certain district, but protesters have to stay 50 feet away from the shops. They can't come across the street, they can't enter the magic district, and they can't do anything but yell at potential customers and try to scare them off from a distance. Would you like to come in?" One immaculate eyebrow raised in imperious challenge, as if suggesting that to step into the woman's shop took a real act of bravery. Pia blinked at her, expression blank. After everything she had been through, the other woman's challenge was beyond insignificant. It was meaningless. She walked in without a twitch. The door tinkled into place behind her. The woman paused for a heartbeat, as if Pia had surprised her. Then she stepped in front of Pia with a smooth smile. "I'm Adela, the owner of Divinus. What can I do for you, my dear?" The shopkeeper's face turned puzzled and searching as she looked Pia over. She murmured, almost to herself, "What is it? There's something about you." Crap, she hadn't thought of that. This witch might remember her mom. "Yeah, I look like Greta Garbo," Pia interrupted, her expression stony. "Moving on now." The other woman's gaze snapped up to hers. Pia's face and body language transmitted a closed sign, and the witch's demeanor changed back into the professional saleswoman. "My apologies," she said in her chocolate milk voice. She gestured. "I have herbal cosmetics, beauty remedies, tinctures over in that corner, crystals charged with healing spells." Pia looked around without taking it all in, although she noticed a spicy smell. It smelled so wonderful she breathed it in deeply without thinking. Despite herself, the tense muscles in her neck and shoulders eased. The scent contained a low-level spell, clearly intended to relax nervous customers. While the spell caused no actual harm and did nothing to dull her senses, its manipulative nature repelled her. How many people relaxed and spent more money because of it? Her hands clenched as she shoved the magic away. The spell clung to her skin a moment before it dissipated. The sensation reminded her of cobwebs trailing across her skin. She fought the urge to brush off her arms and legs. Annoyed, she turned and met the shopkeeper's eyes. "You come recommended by reputable sources," she said in a clipped tone. "I need to buy a binding spell." Adela's bland demeanor fell away. "I see," she said, matching Pia's crispness, her eyebrows raised in another faint challenge. "If you've heard of me, then you know I'm not cheap." "You're not cheap because you're supposed to be one of the best witches in the city," said Pia as she strode to a nearby glass counter. She shrugged the backpack off her aching shoulder and rested it on the counter, pulling the tangle of her ponytail out from under one strap. She stuffed her water bottle inside and zipped it back up. "Gracias," said the witch, her voice bland. Pia glanced down at the crystals in the case. They were so bright and lovely, filled with magic and light and color. What would it be like to hold one, to feel the cool, heavy weight of it sitting in her palm as it sang to her of starlight and deep mountain spaces? How would it feel to own one? The connection snapped as she turned. She looked her own challenge at the other woman. "I can also feel the spells you have, both on and in the shop, including the attraction spells on these crystals, as well as the one that's supposed to make your customers relax. I can tell your work is competent enough. I need an oath-binding spell, and I need to walk out of the shop with it today." "That is not as easy as it might sound," said the witch. Long eyelids dropped, shuddering her expression. "This is not a fast-food drive-through." "The binding doesn't have to be fancy," said Pia. "Look, we both know you're going to charge more because I need it right away. I still have a lot to do, so can we just please skip this next part where we dance around each other and negotiate? Because, no offense, it's been a long, bad day. I'm tired and not in the mood." The witch's mouth curled. "Certainly," she said. "Although with a binding, there's only so much I can do on the spot, and there are some things I won't do at all. If you need something tailored for a specific purpose, it will take some time. If you're looking for a dark binding, you're in the wrong place. I don't do dark magic." Pia shook her head, relieved at the woman's businesslike attitude. "Nothing too dark, I think," she said in a rusty voice. "Something with serious consequences, though. It's got to mean business." The witch's dark eyes shone with a sardonic sparkle. "You mean a kind of I swear I will do such and such or my ass will catch fire until the end of time type of thing?" Pia nodded, her mouth twisting. "Yeah, that kind of thing." "If someone swears an oath of his own free will, the binding falls into the realm of contractual obligation and justice. I can do that. And have, as a matter of fact," the other woman said. She moved toward the back of her shop. "Follow me." Pia's abused conscience twitched. Unlike the polarized white and black magics, gray magic was supposed to be neutral, but the witch's kind of ethical parsing never did sit well with her. Like the relaxation spell in the shop, it felt manipulative, devoid of any real moral substance. A great deal of harm could be done under the guise of neutrality. Which was pretty damn self-righteous of her, wasn't it, coming fresh as she did from the scene of her crime and desperate to get her hands on that binding spell. The urge to run pumped adrenaline into her veins. Self-preservation kept her anchored in place. Disgusted with herself, she shook her head and followed the witch. Here goes nothing. She really hoped that wasn't true. They concluded business in under an hour. At the witch's invitation, she slipped out the back to avoid more heckling from the protesters. Her backpack had been lightened by a considerable amount of cash, but Pia figured in a life-or-death situation, it was money well spent. "Just one thing," said the witch. She leaned her curvaceous body in a languid pose against the back doorpost of her shop. Pia paused and looked back at the other woman. The witch held her gaze. "If you're personally involved with the man that is intended for, I'm here to tell you, honey, he isn't worth it." A harsh laugh escaped her. She hefted the backpack higher onto one shoulder. If only my problems were that simple. Something moved under the surface of the other woman's lovely dark eyes. The shift of thought looked calculating, but that could have been a trick of the late afternoon light. In the next moment, her beautiful face wore an indifferent mask, as if she had already mentally moved on to other things. "Luck, then, chica," the witch said. You need to buy something else. Come back any time." Pia swallowed and said past a dry throat, "Thanks." The witch shut her door, and Pia loped to the end of the block, then moved into the sidewalk traffic. Pia hadn't shared her name. After the first rebuff, the witch knew not to ask, and she hadn't offered. She wondered if she had trouble tattooed on her forehead, or maybe it was in her sweat. Desperation had a certain smell to it. Her fingers brushed the front pocket of her jeans where she'd slipped the oath binding, wrapped in a plain white handkerchief. A strong magical glow emanated through the distressed denim and made her hand tingle. Maybe after she met with the shithead and concluded their transaction, she could take her first deep breath in days. She supposed she should be grateful the witch hadn't been more of a shark. Then Pia heard the most terrible sound of her life. It started low, like a vibration, but one so deep in power it shook her bones. She slowed to a stop along with the other pedestrians. People shaded their eyes and looked around as the vibration grew into a roar that swept through the streets and rattled the buildings. The roar was 100 freight trains, tornadoes, Mount Olympus exploding in a rain of fire and flood. Pia fell to her knees and threw her arms over her head. Others screamed and did the same. Still others looked around wild-eyed, trying to spot the disaster. Some ran panicked down the street. The nearby intersections were dotted with car accidents as frightened drivers lost control and slammed into one another. Then the roar died away. Buildings settled. The cloudless sky was serene, but New York City most certainly was not. "All righty." She pushed upright on unsteady legs and mopped her sweat-dampened face, oblivious to the chaos churning around her. She knew who had made that unholy sound and why. The knowledge made her guts go watery. If she were in a race for her life, that roar was the starter pistol. If God were the referee, he had just shouted, "Go." He had been born along with the solar system, give or take. He remembered a transcendent light and an immense wind. Modern science called it a solar wind. He recalled a sensation of endless flight, an eternal basking in light and magic so piercing and young and pure it rang like the trumpeting of thousands of angels. His massive bones and flesh must have been formed along with the planets. He became bound to Earth. He knew hunger and learned to hunt and eat. Hunger taught him concepts such as before and after, and danger and pain and pleasure. He began to have opinions. He liked the gush of blood as he gorged on flesh. He liked drowsing on a baked rock in the sun. He adored launching into the air, taking wing and riding thermals high above the ground, so like that first endless-seeming ecstasy of flight. After hunger, he discovered curiosity. New species burgeoned. There were the weir kind, elves, both light and dark fae, tall, bright-eyed beings and squat, mushroom-colored creatures, winged nightmares, and shy things that puttered in foliage and hid whenever he appeared. What came to be known as the elder races tended to cluster in or around magic-filled dimensional pockets of other land, where time and space had buckled when the earth was formed and the sun shone with a different light. Magic had a flavor like blood, only it was golden and warm like sunlight. It was good to gulp down with red flesh. He learned language by listening in secret to the elder races. He practiced on his own when he took flight, mulling over each word and its meaning. The elder races had several words for him. Wyrm, they called him. Monster. Evil. The great beast. Dragua. Thus he was named. He didn't notice at first when the first modern Homo sapiens began to proliferate in Africa. Of all species, he wouldn't have guessed they would flourish. They were weak, had short lifespans, no natural armor, and were easy to kill. He kept an eye on them and learned their languages. Just as other weirkind did, he developed the skill of shape-shifting so he could walk among them. They dug up the things of earth he liked, gold and silver, sparkling crystals and precious gems, which they shaped into creations of beauty. Acquisitive by nature, he collected what caught his eye. This new species spread across the world, so he created secret lairs in underground caverns where he gathered his possessions. His hoard included works of the elves, the fae, and the weir, as well as human creations such as gold and silver and copper plates, goblets, religious artifacts, and coinage of all sorts. Money. Now, there was a concept that intrigued him, attached as it was to so many other interesting concepts like trade, politics, war, and greed. There were also cascades of loose crystals and precious gems and crafted jewelry of all sorts. His hoard grew to include writings from all elder races and from humankind, as books were an invention he, only sometimes, thought was more precious than any other treasure. Along with his interest in history, mathematics, philosophy, astronomy, alchemy, and magic, he became intrigued with modern science. He traveled to England to have a conversation on the origin of species with a famous scientist in the 19th century. They had gotten drunk together, the Englishman with rather more desperation than he, and had talked through the witching hours until the night mist had been burned to vapor by the sun. He remembered telling the clever, drunken scientist that he and humankind civilization had a lot in common. The difference was his experience was couched in a single entity, one set of memories. In a way, that meant he embodied all stages of evolution at once: beast and predator, magician and aristocrat, violence and intellectualism. He was not so sure he had acquired human-like emotions. He had certainly not acquired their morality. Perhaps his greatest achievement was law. Humans in different cultures also had many words for him. Ryu, they called him. Wyvern. Naga. To the Aztecs, he was the winged serpent Quetzalcoatl, whom they called God. Dragos. When he discovered the theft, Dragos Cuelebre exploded into the sky with long thrusts from a wingspan approaching that of an 8-seater Cessna jet. Modern life had gotten complicated. His usual habit was to focus power on averting aircraft when he flew, or, simpler yet, just file a flight plan with the local air traffic control. With his outrageous wealth and position as one of the eldest and most powerful of the weir, life scrambled to arrange itself to his liking. He wasn't so polite this time. This was more of a get-the-fuck-out-of-my-way kind of flight. He was blinded with rage, violent with incredulity. Lava flowed through ancient veins and his lungs worked like bellows. As he approached the zenith of his climb, his long head snapped back and forth, and he roared again. The sound ripped the air as his razor claws mauled an imaginary foe. All of his claws, except for those on one front foot, held a tiny scrap of something fragile and, to be frank, inconceivable. This tiny scrap was as ludicrous and as nonsensical to him as a hot fudge sundae topping an ostrich's head. The cherry on the hot fudge sundae was the elusive whiff of scent that clung to the scrap. It teased his senses into a frenzy as it reminded him of something so long ago that he couldn't quite remember what it was. His mind went white-hot and slipped from its mooring in time. Existing in his wrath, he flew until he came to himself and began to think again. Then Rune said in his head, "My lord, are you well?" Dragos cocked his head, for the first time coming aware that his first flew behind him at a discreet distance. It was a measure of his rage that he hadn't noticed. Any other time, Dragos was aware of everything that happened within his vicinity. Dragos noted that Rune's telepathic voice was as calm and neutral as the other male's physical voice would have been had he spoken the words aloud. There were many reasons why Dragos had made Rune his first in his court. Those reasons were why Rune had thrived in his service for so long. The other male was seasoned, mature, and dominant enough to hold authority in a sometimes unruly Weir society. He was intelligent with a capacity for cunning and violence that came close to Dragos's own. Most of all, Rune had a gift for diplomacy that Dragos had never achieved. That talent made the younger male useful when treating with the other elder courts. It also helped him to navigate rocky weather when Dragos was in a rage. Dragos's jaw clenched, and he ground massive teeth shaped for maximum carnage. After a moment, he answered, "I am well." "How may I be of service?" his first asked. His mind threatened to seize again in sheer incredulity of what he had found. He snarled, "There has been a theft." A pause. Rune asked, "My lord?" For once, his first's legendary coolness had been shaken. It gave him a grim sense of satisfaction. "A thief, Rune." He bit at each word. "A thief has broken into my hoard and taken something of mine." Rune took several moments to absorb his words. Dragos let him have the time. The crime was impossible. It had never happened, not in all the millennia of his existence. Yet it had happened now. First, someone had somehow found his hoard, which was an incredible feat in itself. An elaborate fake setup complete with state-of-the-art security was located below the basement levels of Cuelebre Tower, but no one knew the location of Dragos's actual hoard except himself. His actual hoard was protected by powerful cloaking and aversion spells older than the pharaoh tombs of Egypt and as subtle as tasteless poison on the tongue. But after locating his secret lair, the thief had managed to slip past all of Dragos's physical and magical locks like a knife slicing through butter. Even worse, the thief managed to slip out again the same way. The only warning Dragos had received was a nagging unease that had plagued him all afternoon. His unease had increased to the point where he couldn't settle down until he went to check on his property. He had known his lair had been infiltrated as soon as he had set foot near the hidden entrance to the underground cavern. Still, he couldn't believe it, even after he had torn inside to discover the indisputable evidence of the theft, along with something else that trumped all other inconceivability. He looked down at his clenched right foot. He wheeled in an abrupt motion to set a return path to the city. Rune followed and settled smoothly into place behind him, his rear right wingman. "You are to locate this thief. Do everything possible," Dragos said. "Everything, you understand? Use all magical and non-magical means. Nothing else exists for you. No other tasks, no other diversions. Pass all of your current duties on to Ariel or Grimm." "I understand, my lord," Rune said, keeping his mental voice quiet. Dragos sensed other conversations in the air, although no one dared direct contact with him. He suspected his first had begun giving orders to transfer duties to the others. He said, "Be very clear about something, Rune. I do not want this thief harmed or killed by anyone but myself. You are not to allow it. You should be sure of the people you use on this hunt." "I will." "It will be on your head if something goes wrong," Dragos told him. He couldn't have articulated, even to himself, why he pressed the matter with this creature who for centuries had been as steady and reliable as a metronome. His claws clenched on his implausible scrap of evidence. "Understood." "Understood, my lord," Rune replied, calm as ever. Good enough, he growled. Dragos noticed they had returned over the city. The sky around them was clear of all air traffic. He soared in a wide circle to settle on the spacious landing pad atop Cuelebre Tower. As soon as he settled, he shifted into his human shape, a massive 6'8" dark-haired male with dark bronze skin and gold raptor's eyes. Dragos turned to watch Rune land. The griffin's majestic wings shone in the fading afternoon sun until the other male also shifted into his human form, a tawny-haired male almost as massive as Dragos himself. Rune lowered his head to Dragos in a brief bow of respect before loping to the roof doors. After the other male had left, Dragos unclenched his right fist, in which he held a crumbled scrap of paper. Why had he not told Rune about it? Why was he not even now calling the griffin back to tell him? He didn't know. He just obeyed the impulse to secrecy. Dragos held the paper to his nose and inhaled. A scent still clung to the paper, which had absorbed oil from the thief's hand. It was a feminine scent that smelled like wild sunshine, and it was familiar in a way that pulled at all of Dragos's deepest instincts. He stood immobile, eyes closed as he concentrated on inhaling that wild, feminine sunshine in deep breaths. There was something about it, something from a long time ago. If only he could remember. He had lived for so long, his memory was a vast and convoluted tangle. It could take him weeks to locate the memory. He strained harder for that elusive time with a younger son, a deep green forest, and a celestial scent that drove him crashing through the underbrush. The fragile memory thread broke. A low growl of frustration rumbled through his chest. He opened his eyes and willed himself not to shred the paper he held with such tense care. It occurred to Dragos that Rune had forgotten to ask what the thief had stolen. His underground lair was enormous by necessity, with cavern upon cavern filled with a hoard the likes of which the world had never seen. The treasure of empires filled the caves. Astonishing works of beauty graced rough cavern walls, items of magic, miniature portraits, tinkling crystal earrings that threw rainbows in the lamplight. Art masterpieces packed to protect them from the environment. Rubies and emeralds and diamonds the size of goose eggs, and loops upon loops of pearls. Egyptian scarabs, cartouches and pendants. Greek gold, Syrian statues, Persian gems, Chinese jade, Spanish treasure from sunken ships. He even kept a modern coin collection he had started several years ago, and added to in a haphazard way whenever he remembered. On the ostrich's head was a hot fudge sundae. His obsessive attention to detail, an immaculate memory of each and every piece in that gigantic treasure, a trail of scent like wild sunshine, and instinct had all led Dragos to the right place. He discovered the thief had taken a U.S.-minted 1962 copper penny from a jar of coins he had not yet bothered to put into a coin-collecting book. And on the hot fudge sundae atop that ostrich's head perched a cherry. The thief had left something for him in place of what she had taken. She had perched it with care on top of the coin jar. It was a message, written on a scrap of paper, in a spidery, unsteady hand. The message was wrapped around an offering. "I'm sorry," the message said. The theft was a violation of privacy. It was an unbelievable act of impudence and disrespect. Not only that, it was baffling. He was murderous, incandescent with fury. He was older than sin and could not remember when he had last been in such a rage. He looked at the paper again. "I'm sorry I had to take your penny. Here's another to replace it." Yep, that's what it said. One corner of his mouth twitched. He gave himself a deep shock when he burst into an explosive, Guffaw. 2. Pia spent the next hour trekking across town. She witnessed how the city transformed after that unholy sound, as if it were a painting some artist smeared with sinister streaks of dark colors. Stress carved itself into the expressions of the people she passed on the street. Anger erupted in shouted confrontations, and clumps of uniformed policemen appeared. Pedestrians moved with greater urgency. Smaller shops and kiosks put out closed signs and locked their doors. In normal circumstances, she would have taken the subway, but as ugly as the mood had turned on the streets, she wasn't about to risk getting trapped underground. At last, she stood in front of the shithead's door. The tenement where he lived was in miserable condition. She breathed through her mouth and tried to ignore the used condom on the floor of the stairwell and the baby squalling 2 apartments down. After she did this one last thing, and she stopped by work to say goodbye to Quentin, she was so out of here. The door yanked open. Her fist was moving before she had fully laid eyes on him. He doubled over as she punched him in the stomach. He wheezed and coughed. "Fuck, bitch!" "Ow!" She shook open her fist. "Thumb outside, not inside, dummy." He straightened and glared at her as he rubbed his abdomen. Then he started to smile. "You did it, didn't you? You actually really did it." "Like you gave me a choice?" she snapped. She shoved at his shoulder. It knocked him back enough so she could stalk inside and slam the door shut. His smile turned into a gleeful laugh. He fist-pumped the air. "Yes!" Pia regarded him, her gaze bitter. Shithead, a.k.a. Keith Hollins, had amiable good looks with shaggy dishwater blonde hair and a surfer's body. His cocky grin had women flocking to him like flies to honey. She had been one of those flies once. Then disillusionment had set in. She had thought him kind when he was charming. She had taken his caressing manner for real affection and called him boyish when the truth was he was selfish to the bone. He was Captain Fantastic in his own mind. He created the fiction that he was a risk-taker, when in reality he was a gambling addict. She had broken up with him a few months back. Then, just last week, his betrayal had punched her in the teeth, but it felt like much longer. Pia had been so lonely since her mother died 6 years ago. There was not another single creature who knew her for who and what she was. Only her mother had known. Her mother had loved her so much she had devoted her life to safeguarding Pia's welfare and safety. She had raised her daughter with a fanatical attention to secrecy, and with every protection spell she could muster or buy. Then Pia had thrown away almost everything her mom had taught her for a sweet smile and the promise of some affection. "I'm so sorry, Mom," she said in her head. "I swear I'll do better now." She stared at Keith doing a touchdown shimmy. He pretended to slam a football on the ground and grinned at her. "I know I had that punch coming to me. I owed you one. No hard feelings, sugar." "Speak for yourself." Pia's words were coated in frost. "I've all kinds of hard feelings going on over here." She dropped her backpack to the floor and glanced around, even though she was pretty sure they were alone. Fast food wrappers littered the thrift store coffee table. A dirty t-shirt draped the back of the couch. Some things never changed.
"Oh, come on, P. There's no need to be like that. Hey, listen, I know you're still pissed, but you gotta understand something, sugar. I did this for us."
He reached for her shoulder, but she jerked back before his fingers could touch her. His smile dimmed, but he didn't lose his easy, caressing manner.
"P, you don't seem to get it. We're gonna be rich now. Really fucking rich. Why, you can have anything you want. Won't you like that, darling?"
Keith was the one who didn't get it. The dimwit didn't realize he was collateral damage. He had constructed this fantasy world in which he was a player, while his gambling debts grew worse, and he fell more and more under the control of his business associates. These associates were shadowy connections a couple times removed from Keith's bookie. She imagined them as a cackle of hyenas gathering around their prey with languid purpose. Keith was lunch, but they had decided to play with their food before the kill. She didn't know who his contacts were, and she didn't want to. It was awful enough that she knew there was real power somewhere up that food chain. Human or elven, weir or fey, it didn't matter. Something nasty had turned its attention this way. It had enough magic and muscle to take on one of the premier powers of the world. And here was Captain Fantastic, a mere human with not a single spark of power in him and not a lick of sense either. The fact that she had ever hooked up with him, even for a few months, would keep her humble forever. She told him, "You sound like the dialogue from a bad movie." Keith's flirtatious manner fell away, and he glared at her.
Yeah? Well, fuck you too.
And it goes on, she sighed. A headache had begun to pulse in her sinuses. "Look, let's get this over with. Your handlers wanted me to steal something from Cuelebre."
"I bet my associates that I could get them anything from anywhere," Keith sneered. "And they suggested something from Cuelebre."
Today had been a long, bad day on top of a long, bad week. It had started the moment Keith had put an object of power in her hand and told her she was going to find Cuelebre's lair with it. The shock still clung as she remembered the pulse of serious magic that had seared her hand. The feeling was compounded by a rush of terror, for whoever or whatever had the kind of mojo to create that artifact and hand it to Keith. That was sure a special moment, when she discovered Keith had betrayed her, when she realized that between Cuelebre and the cackle of hyenas, she was screwed. If she stole from Cuelebre, she was dead. If she didn't, she had no doubt Keith would tell his hyenas, and she was still dead. Rock, shake hands with hard place. Having the charm sit in her hand was like holding on to a cluster bomb. The design had been deceptively simple. It had felt like a finding charm with a one-time activation, but it had had the power to slice through all of Cuelebre's protections. Her breath shook as she remembered the terrible walk she had taken earlier that day, through an innocent sunlit city park where coffee-drinking adults watched over shrieking children as they threw sand and pelted from the merry-go-round to the jungle gym. The sounds of traffic and barking dogs had punctuated the blistering pain in her hand as the charm's activated power flared and drew her along a flower-lined path to an anonymous, utterly forgettable, rusted metal maintenance door set into a park viaduct. The charm drew a thin, shimmering path that led through an invisible mist of cloaking and aversion spells, which had her convinced, with increasing urgency, that she was lost, mistaken, cursed, trapped in her worst nightmare, in mortal danger, damned for all eternity. Pia's fragile control snapped. She slapped Keith's chest with both flattened hands, driving him backward a few feet. "You blackmailed me into stealing from a dragon, you asshole!" she shouted. She pushed him again, and he staggered back. "I trusted you with my secrets!" Although not all of them, thank the gracious powers, not all. She'd somehow retained a few last scraps of self-preservation. "I thought we loved each other. God, what a wretched joke! I could crawl under a rock and die from embarrassment. Except you are not worth it." Her last shove knocked Keith into a wall. The look on his face would have been comical if she'd had a sense of humor left. His astonishment turned ugly. His hands shot out faster than she expected. He shoved her back so hard she tripped and almost fell. "Well,
I must have done a good goddamn job of faking it, he snarled, because you've gotta be the most miserable fuck I've ever had.
Pia never knew until that moment that she was capable of killing someone. Her hands curled into claws. "I am an excellent fuck," she hissed. "I am the best thing that ever happened to your sorry, deluded, pre-ejaculating ass. You just didn't have the good taste to recognize it. And you know what? Now I don't even know why I put up with you. I had a better sex life with 5 minutes and my hand in a hot shower." Captain Fantastic's face turned puce. She stared. She'd never seen that color on a person before. He cocked back his arm as if to hit her. "You do that, and you never get what you want. Plus, you lose a hand." The frost in her voice turned to an ice pick. He froze. The ruthless stranger that had taken over her body brought her up nose to nose with him. "Go ahead," she said, settling into a soft and even tone. "Amputation might be a little therapeutic right now." She stared him down until he dropped his hand and took a half step back. The move wasn't much, but it meant a lot to her battered pride. In a contest of wills, she'd pinned him to the mat.
"Let's get this over with,"
he snapped. "About time." She dug into her jeans and gave him a folded piece of paper. "You get what I stole when you read that out loud."
"What?"
He gave her a blank look. It was clear things had taken a turn beyond his comprehension. As a non-magical human, he couldn't feel how the paper glowed with power from the binding spell. He unfolded it and scanned the contents, and his face contorted again with rage. He dropped the paper like it was on fire.
"Oh, no, bitch. This isn't gonna fucking happen. You're gonna give me what you took, and give it to me now."
He lunged for her backpack. She took several quick steps back, letting him rifle through the contents. Wallet, tennis shoes, the half-empty bottle of water, and her iPod spilled onto the floor. He made an incoherent, strangled noise and rounded on her. She danced back another step and kept on her toes, both empty hands held up as she gave him a mocking smile.
"Where is it?"
Spittle flew.
"What did you take? Where did you hide it? Fuck!"
"You said it didn't matter," she said. As Keith advanced on her, she kept moving in counterpart, keeping a few feet between them. "You said your keepers—"
"Associates!"
he roared, fisting his hands. "Didn't care what I took as long as it was from Wellebrae, since they had the means to verify the take. I suppose that means they can spell it somehow to prove it really is from him." The back of her shin came in contact with the coffee table. She gathered herself and sprang backward as Keith made a lunge for her. She put a lot of push into her jump and landed in a crouch on the couch as Keith stumbled into the table. "And you know what?" she said. "I don't give a damn, except for one thing." Pia paused and straightened. She bounced a little as Keith scrambled back to his feet. His good surfer looks had twisted into an expression of hate. She wondered if it would occur to him that her backward jump had been too far and high for a normal human woman to make, but she supposed none of that mattered anymore. "The thing about blackmail is it never stops at just one payment. All the TV shows say so anyway," she said. She didn't know she had any more disappointment left until her stomach sank at the cunning expression that flashed in Keith's eyes. "Did you think I wouldn't guess you meant to keep using me? After all, why would you stop at just one theft? It was always going to be like, 'Hey, Pia, I'll keep quiet about you if you'll do just one more little thing for me.' Wasn't it?" His top lip curled.
"We could have been a real partnership."
He had the gall to sound bitter. Unbelievable. She dropped her flippant tone and became serious. "Either you would keep blackmailing me, or sooner or later, if you haven't already, you would tell your owners about me. Or," She held up a finger. How about this scenario? You're going to give them what I stole, which will prove to them you were doing more than just idle boasting. It's going to make them take you seriously. His mouth tightened.
They already take me seriously, bitch.
Right, she continued. They probably promised to wipe out all your gambling debts if you could pull off the theft. Maybe they said they'd give you a good chunk of cash as well. You're hoping this will save your miserable hide. Then they'll finally sit up and give you the kind of attention you deserve. They'll have to take you as a real player and not some chump up to his ears in bad debt. But don't you see? If that happens, they're also going to get seriously interested in how you pulled it off. They're going to want to ask you a lot of questions. The anger faded from Keith's face as what she said sank in.
It wasn't going to be like that, he said. I didn't tell them hardly anything about you.
Hallelujah. It looked like he was turning thoughtful. Or what passed for thoughtfulness, for him. She relaxed enough to step off the couch and sit down. You know, I think I believe you on that, she said. At least, I think you believe it. But what you hardly didn't tell was already too much. She could see how his thought process would have gone. He was going to retain all the power. He would keep her strung along in a pseudo-partnership where he held all the strings and got her to do whatever he wanted. His associates were going to be admiring and respectful. He probably thought he would end up being a real broker for them, too, and get them whatever they wanted for exorbitant fees. Then Keith was going to get to live the good life. Okay, she said, scraping at the dregs of her flagging energy to adopt a brisk attitude. She braced her hands on her thighs. We have to step outside of Keith's fantasy land now. Here's how it's going to be. You swore you would keep what I said in confidence. This is all about keeping a dishonest man honest. You blackmailed me, so now I'm blackmailing you, because however you look at the scenarios I just painted, I'd be screwed. He shook his head and said, No, you wouldn't, P. All you gotta do is work with me. Why can't you just fucking see that? Because I'm not like you, Keith, she snapped, and damage control is the only way I have a remote chance of getting out of this nightmare.
I can't believe you would just walk away.
He looked as petulant as a little boy. I walked away a couple of months ago, she reminded him. You just wouldn't stay gone. Now, pick up that piece of paper and swear the binding oath, or I'm leaving, and you're never going to get what I stole. That would mean you'll have to renegotiate a different payment plan with those associates of yours on the money you owe them, wouldn't it? She didn't have to say how those different payment options would go. She could tell he knew his life was on the line. Keith regarded her, his mouth turning down at the corners.
You know, it could have been good.
She shook her head. Only in your dreams, cowboy. He walked over to the spell and picked it up, reluctance in every step. She held her silence as he paused one last time. She could tell he was trying to think of a way to get out of reading it, but there was nothing he could do, and they both knew it. He read it in a fast, ill-tempered tone.
I, Keith Hollins, hereby swear never to talk about Pia or her secrets in any way, either directly or by inference or silence, or I will lose my ability to speak and suffer unremitting physical pain for the rest of my life.
He gave a shout as the magic activated. The paper burst into flame. Pia sighed as a weight lifted, just a little, from her shoulders. She went to stuff her things into her backpack. Keith said,
Okay, I did what you wanted. Now we go to pick up what you stole. What is it? A gem? A piece of jewelry? It had to be something you could carry.
Avarice crept back into his eyes.
Where did you hide it?
She shrugged. I didn't hide it anywhere.
What?
Realization dawned. He bared his teeth like a feral dog.
You had it on you the whole time?
She drew a folded linen handkerchief from her jeans pocket and handed it to him. He tore it open as she shouldered her backpack. She walked out the door as the swearing began.
Oh, fuck me! You stole a goddamn penny?
"Bye, baby," she said. She walked away. The hall misted in front of her. She gritted her teeth until pain shot through her jaw. She would not spill one more tear for that loser. He shouted after her, "What is a dragon doing with a penny in his hoard? How do I know this goddamn penny is even his?" Well, there was a question. She thought about reminding him his associates could verify a real theft. She thought about telling him she knew a fake would have gotten him killed, but the poor dumb schmuck was doomed anyway. Either Cuelebre would find and kill him, or sooner or later he would piss off one of his associates. They would want to know how he got hold of Cuelebre's property, and now Keith wasn't going to be able to tell them. How awkward was that? Then she thought of telling him about her own stupidity, since it hadn't occurred to her to try to pass on a fake to him. Despite a few unusual abilities, Pia didn't have a larcenous bone in her body. She couldn't think with the cunning of a criminal. Besides, she hadn't dared to do anything but the job once she had realized real power moved in the shadows behind him. Something was brewing. It was bigger and worse than anything Keith could imagine, or she would want to. It smelled dark like assassination or war. She wanted to run as far and as fast as she could away from it. Never in a million years would she have imagined finding a jar of pennies amid all that blinding treasure in Cuelebre's lair, or that take a penny, leave a penny would come to mind. Everybody did it at gas stations. Why the hell not? She thought of a whole conversation she could have had with him. Instead, she shook her head. It was past time to leave.
"You'll be sorry," he shouted at her. "You'll never find anyone else that will put up with all your bullshit."
She gave him her middle finger and kept walking. A low-level panic continued to urge Pia to run. After several lip-chewing minutes, she decided not to return to her apartment. The difficulty of the decision surprised her. She didn't own many things that mattered. Her furniture was just furniture, but she did have a few mementos from her mother, and she was fond of some of her clothes. Aside from possessions, the real wrench was breaking from the continuity of what home she did have. "Don't let yourself get too attached to people, places, or things," her mother had said. "You have to be able to leave everything behind. Be prepared to run on a moment's notice." The definition of their lives had hinged on this. Pia's mother had kept stashes of cash and different identities for them in a half-dozen places throughout the city. Pia had memorized public transportation routes, lock combinations, and safety deposit numbers for all the locations by the time she was 6 years old. They'd had regular escape from New York drills, where she would go through the routes and get access to the documents and cash, while her mother followed and observed. The picture IDs got updated as Pia had grown older. Still, while Pia had nodded and said she understood, the events of last week showed just how much she hadn't really understood or internalized things. Her mother had died when Pia was 19. Now, at 25, she was beginning to realize how sloppy her behavior had become. It wasn't just her monumental foolishness at trusting Keith. She had kept up with the regular self-defense and martial arts classes, but she had fallen out of the habit of taking them seriously. Instead, she treated them like they were for exercise and entertainment. Now her mother's early lessons were coming back to haunt her. She only hoped she would survive long enough to appreciate what it meant to be sadder and wiser. Earlier, Pia had wiped out one cache to pay the witch for the binding spell. Now she took a circuitous path to Elfie's bar in South Chelsea. She managed to hit one safety deposit box before banks closed, and a second, less conventional cache, hidden at her old elementary school playground. She had 3 new identities and $100,000 in unmarked, non-sequential bills stuffed in her backpack, along with a renewed paranoia weighing her down. When she pushed through the front door to Elfie's bar, she had begun to feel like she was wearing half the dirt in the city. She felt grubby and hollowed out, emotionally drained and physically hungry. Stress had clogged her throat for days, and she hadn't been able to choke down much food. Elfie's was open for lunch during the day. Lunch, served from 11 to 3, was a supplemental part of the business, as Elfie's came alive at night. Quentin, the owner, could have turned it into one of New York's premier clubs if he had wanted to. He had the charisma and style for it. Instead, Quentin kept a lid on the business getting too big. Elfie's was known as a good neighborhood club with a steady, loyal clientele of mixed breeds from all 3 races. They were the city's very own island of misfit toys, the flotsam and jetsam of societies, not being fully weir, fey, elven, or human, and thus not fully belonging anywhere. Some were open about their mixed-breed nature and argued the benefits of living out of the closet. Many, like Pia, hid what they were and pretended to fit in somewhere. She had worked at Elfie's since she was 21, when she had pushed through those same front doors and asked Quentin for a job. It was the only place she had found after her mom had died that came close to feeling like home. She pushed her way to the server's end of the bar and sagged against it. The current bartender on duty, Rupert, paused in slinging drinks and looked at her in surprise. He lifted his chin, silently asking if she wanted him to get her a drink. She shook her head and mouthed at him, "Where's Quentin?" The bartender shrugged. She nodded, waved at him, and he went back to work. Air conditioning licked her overheated skin. Her eyes threatened to water again as she looked around familiar surroundings. She liked bartending at Elfie's. She liked working for Quentin. She hoped Captain Fantastic and his hyenas rotted in hell. The after-work crowd cluttered the large, trendy space and lined up 3 deep for drinks. Low-level magic items and powers sparkled through the constant buzz of conversation. Sports channels played on huge HD TVs on the other side of the bar. Most people watched the widescreen mounted high in one corner of the bar. She looked up to a CNN newscast. And in local news, reports continue to roll in on the extent of the damage from this afternoon's mysterious event. Meanwhile, speculation continues to run rampant as to the cause. A blonde, lacquered woman, one of CNN's regulars, gave the camera a professional smile. The reporter stood in front of a sidewalk where crews of workmen were sweeping up mountains of broken glass. The barfly next to Pia said in a voice that sounded like tumbling rocks, "Hey, gorgeous, weren't you taking a week of vacation? What are you doing here on your time off?" She glanced at the hulking, squat half-troll perched on a custom-made steel stool. On his feet, he slouched at 8 feet tall with pale gray skin and a thatch of black hair that refused to lie down. "Hey, Preston," she said. "Yeah, I'm still off. I just need to talk to Quentin for a minute." Preston was one of Elfie's regulars. He declared he lived life on his own terms. A freelance computer programmer, he worked from home during the day and warmed the bar stool at Elfie's at nights. He drank like a fish and occasionally acted as volunteer bouncer when things got dicey. "You know it's a bad sign when you can't leave work at work, honey," he grunted as he slurped down a tall Coke glass filled with scotch. "It's a curse," she agreed. Pulled by an invisible string, her gaze drifted back up to the overhead screen. She watched in equal parts fascination and horror. "Quentin went somewhere about 20 minutes ago," the half-breed troll told her. "Said he'd be right back." She nodded as the CNN reporter continued. Meanwhile, public officials confirmed that the origin of the event occurred some distance from Wellebrae Tower on 5th Avenue, in a local park near Penn Station.
Cuelebre Enterprises has released a press statement claiming responsibility for the unfortunate research and development accident. We now go to Thistle Periwinkle, PR director for Cuelebre Enterprises and one of the more famous spokespersons from the elder races. The scene cut to a small figure surrounded by reporters in front of Cuelebre Tower's polished chrome and marble veneer. The crowd at the bar broke into two-fingered whistles, scattered stamping, and applause. "Woot! Fairy Barbie! Yes! My girl!" The petite figure wore a pale pink business suit that accentuated an hourglass figure with a tiny waist. Standing close to 5'10", Pia always felt like a galumphing horse when she saw the fairy on television. Cuelebre's famous public mouthpiece wore her fluffy lavender hair in a chic, flipped-up bob. She wrinkled her tilted nose with a sympathetic smile as a dozen microphones were thrust in her face. "God, she's hot." Preston heaved a sigh. "What I wouldn't give for a chance at that." Pia gave the huge, craggy male a quick glance and scratched at the back of her head. The fact that the cutesy fairy was Cuelebre Enterprises' PR spokesperson always seemed manipulative to her. "Look at how nice and friendly and safe we are, oh my!" The fairy held up a delicate hand. As soon as the shouting quieted, she began to speak. "This will be just a brief statement today. We'll follow up later with more details as we better understand the situation. Cuelebre Enterprises regrets any inconvenience this incident has caused the good people of New York and promises a prompt resolution to any and all property damage claims." The fairy's gamine smile died. She looked dead on into the lens of the camera, her normally merry expression grim. "Rest assured that Cuelebre is using every resource available to conduct a full investigation. He gives you his personal guarantee that what caused today's incident will be taken care of swiftly and decisively. There will never be another occurrence." So much for cutesy. The crowd of reporters around the ferry stilled. In the bar, the constant burr of noise died. Even Rupert stopped serving drinks. Someone nearby said, "Damn! Did that twee little chick just pull off scary?" On the widescreen, the scene erupted into chaos again before it cut back to the main newsroom at CNN, where the blonde reporter said in an urgent tone, "And there you have it. Cuelebre's public statement, and didn't it sound like a loaded one, folks?" The news show went on to do a brief biographical sketch on Cuelebre. There wasn't much documented about the reclusive multi-billionaire. He was universally acknowledged as one of the oldest powers in the elder races and recognized as the iron-fisted ruler of the New York Weirkind domain. He was also a major, if shadowy, power player in the Washington political scene. Close photographs and film segments of him always blurred. The most detail cameras had been able to capture of him was from pictures taken at a distance. The network showed a couple of snapshots of a group of tough-looking, powerful males. In the midst of them towered a massive, dominant figure caught in aggressive mid-motion, dark head turned away. Cuelebre had never made a public acknowledgement of what he was, but news shows loved to speculate. They avoided claiming anything, but made much of how his first name, Dragos, really meant dragon, and Cuelebre was a mythological giant winged serpent. Even the most marginalized half-breed that crept around the edges of the elder race's politics and society knew what and who Cuelebre was. Every one of them would have felt in their bones the dragon's roar that had shaken the city to its foundations. Pia groped for Preston's scotch. The troll handed the glass to her, and she gulped at it. The liquid slid down her parched throat and exploded into a burning fireball in the pit of her stomach. She gasped and handed it back to him. "I feel you," said the troll. "They've been playing stuff like that all afternoon. Apparently the incident, he made finger quotes in the air, broke windows in buildings as far as a mile away and cracked one brownstone down the middle. I heard it myself, and I'm man enough to admit the sound made my stones shrink.
Panic pulsed through her again. She dropped her hands below the bar to hide how they shook. She cleared her throat. Yeah, I heard it too.
Who ever made him that mad?
Preston shook his head.
I can't imagine, but it's gonna make Judgment Day look like a picnic.
A deep voice said by her ear,
You look like shit.
Pia almost leaped out of her skin. Then she pressed the heel of her hands against her eyelids until she saw stars before turning to face Quentin. That's my boss, she said over her shoulder to Preston. A compliment a minute. The troll snorted. Quentin leaned against the wall by the swinging doors that led to the back. He regarded her with a frown. He was 6 feet 2 inches of lean, tensile strength and spare, graceful features. One of those scary, gorgeous guys that could make the cover of GQ if he had been a model. His dark blonde hair, when loose, would fall past broad shoulders, but he normally kept it pulled back in a queue. The severe style emphasized the long bones of his face and piercing blue eyes. Pia's emotions took another wild swing. Her lips tightened, and she looked down to tug at a backpack strap. I need to talk to you, she told him.
Figured as much.
He straightened from the wall and turned to push open one swinging door. Pia wiggled her fingers at Preston and walked to the back. Quentin behind her. The door swung into place, muting the bar noise. She continued through the stockroom and stepped into his spacious office. She stopped in the middle of the room, dropped her backpack, and just stood there, her tired mind a blank. A beautifully proportioned hand came over her shoulder and hooked under her chin. She allowed him to turn her around, though she could only meet his intent gaze for a moment before her own drifted to an area somewhere over his right shoulder. Her chest hurt. She could feel his scrutiny travel down her body. I'm leaving town, she told the area over his shoulder. Her voice sounded choked. I came to say goodbye. Silence stretched and grew thin. Then Quentin put a hand on her forehead and wrapped the other around the back of her neck. Her gaze flew to him, and the concern she saw in his expression almost did her in. He said, You have a headache. Golden warmth began to flow from his hands, infusing her head and spreading through her body, easing pain away. Oh, God, I had no idea you could do that, she said with a sigh. That feels so good. When her knees sagged, he pulled her into his arms and held her close. I'm afraid I can't do anything about the heartache. Pia's mouth trembled. He must have read misery on her face like a road map. She rested her head on his shoulder. Aren't you supposed to yell at me for not giving you 2 weeks' notice? How about I don't, and we'll just say I did. He rubbed her back. Deal? She sniffed and nodded, wrapped her arms around his waist. Quentin's age was indeterminate. He could have been anywhere from 35 to 135. There was something stern and ageless about him in repose, and his aura carried a hint of violent secrets, so Pia had always put her money on older. She'd had a flaming crush on him for years. Usually she enjoyed it. It was a comfortable indulgence, made all the more so because she knew she would never act on it. There had been a frisson of awareness the moment they laid eyes on each other. Quentin bore a low-level hum of power that pulled at her bones. She recognized what it was. He carried a glamour that helped him pass for human, which was very similar to hers and the other half-breeds who camouflaged themselves. She wasn't sure what he was, but she guessed part elven. She knew he had no idea what she was either, and because he didn't pry, she had tolerated the speculative glances he had given her at the beginning of their acquaintance. One of the things she appreciated most about her relationship with Quentin was that they didn't ask each other questions that were too personal. After the first couple of months of wariness, they had relaxed in each other's company, having come to a tacit understanding. They both knew they had things that were better left hidden in the shadows. They were both content to leave them there. He began to untangle her ponytail, combing through the strands with long fingers. "Did Keith have anything to do with this? You haven't seen him since you broke up with him, have you?" She was shocked at how good it felt to have Quentin stroke her hair. Going boneless, she turned her face into his shirt. He smelled like warm, virile mail and green growing places. It felt so good to be held by a strong, steady man. For a few moments, she allowed it to banish her chill as she pretended she belonged in his arms and that she was safe. What a dangerous, stupid pretense. She stiffened and pulled out of his arms. "Yes, I have seen him, and no, it wasn't romantic. Keith has contributed to this," she admitted, not willing to lie, not only because she cared for Quentin, but also because she had never been able to figure how much truth sense he had. "But it's complicated." Quentin strolled to close his office door. He leaned against it and folded his arms. "Okay, so I'll get it uncomplicated. Just tell me where he lives." Alarm flared. "No! You've got to swear to leave him alone." Quentin cocked his head, regarding her with far too much acuity for her comfort. "Why? You don't still care for him, do you?" "God, no!" She scratched at her head with both hands and then rubbed her face. "That isn't it at all. Look, you don't understand because you don't know anything, I get that, and I can't explain it to you. I shouldn't have even come to say goodbye. This was a big mistake." She gestured at him to move from the door. He didn't budge. Only then did she realize his position at the door had been deliberate. She huffed, angrier at herself than she was at him. She had to start getting smarter real fast or she was going to be barbecue. Quentin caught and held her gaze, his eyes going stormy. "Just tell me what kind of trouble you're in," he said slowly and deliberately, "and I will take care of it. I won't ask questions you either can't or don't want to answer. All you've got to do is tell me what's wrong." Just like that, her panic was back, only this time it was for him. She leaped forward and grabbed him by the shoulders. "You listen to me." She tried to shake him, but he was too big. The stubbornness in his face made her snarl. "I mean it. You have got to take me seriously. Shit's happened, and I'm not telling you about it. I'm leaving, and that's that." Still watching her, he took her hands from his shoulders, wrapped them together, and held them against his lean chest. "Pia, we've known each other for 4 years, and we've respected each other's privacy very well up until now. Whatever else you are, I know you're a smart cookie." "You say that to me with a straight face after I fell for Keith? What a joke," she said. She tried to jerk her hands away, but he wouldn't let go. "You made a stupid mistake. That doesn't make you stupid," he said, crushing her hands against his chest until she felt them throb. "I've seen you watching how things work around here. Do you think I don't have contacts or influence? Let me help you." She stopped struggling since she wasn't able to get loose anyway. "I know you have influence. There's got to be lots of reasons why Elfie's has such a large, loyal clientele of half-breeds, and why you talk with so many of them back here in your office. And I'm sure there's got to be a lot of interesting conversations during your Monday night poker games. Judging from other visits and backdoor deliveries, I'm also quite sure you have contacts from the Elven domain, and God only knows who else." "Then you should know I can help you," he said. He seemed to realize he was hurting her and loosened his hold.
"All you have to do is let me."
She rolled her eyes. She knew he was stubborn, but this was ridiculous. "You're still not listening to me. You can't help me." She turned her hands over and clasped his. "We're still not going to talk about it, but just think for a minute, will you? Dragon?" She curled her hands into claws.
"Rawr!"
"Me leaving town?" He whitened as he stared at her. "What did you do?" She shook her head. At least he was taking her seriously now. "All you need to know is my kind of trouble has got you outclassed and outgunned. Do nothing. Even better, don't even think of doing anything. And God, Quentin, whatever you do, don't go after Keith. There's something really bad and scary out there that thinks it can mess with Cuelebre and get away with it." Leaning forward, she let her forehead chunk on his chest. "After telling you just that much, now I'm going to have to kill you. Please, listen to me. You've come to mean a lot to me, and I don't want to hear you've been hurt or killed, especially when there's nothing you can do anyway." His arms came around her again, and he squeezed her so hard she lost her breath. Then he put his lips next to her ear. "I am not," he said, "going to let you go on the run without helping you. Deal with it." She groaned and pushed against him, but he wouldn't let her go. "What is the matter with you, moron? Do you have a death wish?" "Oh, shut up. Of course I don't. I just look after my own," Quentin said. He let her go and strode to his desk. Surprised, she staggered and pivoted to track him. His mouth thinned into stern lines. She saw again the shadow of something scary darken his face. He flashed her an ironic glance. "Even if she does incomprehensible, stupid things and squeals like a girl." "Fuck you, you're not the boss of me. Anymore, anyway," she muttered. She watched him open his wall safe with swift efficiency. He pulled out an envelope and handed it to her. "You're going to go here," he told her, "to a little place I own." His autocratic attitude caused a brief impulse of anger to sputter like an engine ticking over, but she was losing the energy to fight with him. She opened the envelope, pulled out 2 house keys on a plain metal ring, and just looked at him. "Ask me where it is. Say, 'Quentin, where is it?'" he said. "Go on." "Quentin, where is it?" she parroted without expression as she started to throw the keys onto his desk. "Why, thank you for asking, Pia. How uncharacteristically polite of you." He strode back and told her, "It's just outside of Charleston." She froze in mid-toss. South Carolina, Charleston? The seat of the elven court, Charleston, smack in the middle of their domain? Quentin smiled. "That's the one. The one Cuelebre can't enter without the elven High Lord's permission, or he breaks all kinds of treaties and things get really fucked up for him." His smile faded and he searched her gaze. "I don't know what happens after you get there, or what your next step is. This may do nothing more than leverage some elder politics to buy you some breathing room. But it's a first step." "Yes, it is," she breathed, staring at the keys. She stuffed them into her pocket and threw her arms around Quentin. Maybe, just maybe, there was hope for her after all. Quentin pushed another set of keys on her and walked her out the back into the small parking lot adjacent to the back of the bar. He stopped by an unassuming blue 2003 Honda Civic. "Take it," he said. "This is too generous," she said, her throat clogged. "And you're too involved as it is." He refused to take the keys back. "Look, the car can't be traced to you or back to me. I keep 6 of these. It's no big deal. Shut up and get in." "I'm going to miss you," she said. He gave her a fierce hug. "This isn't goodbye. Sure it isn't. She wrapped her arms around his long waist and held him tight.
I mean it, Pia. Find a way to keep in touch to let me know you're okay, or I will come after you.
She could only hope that something would happen to keep him from making good on that promise. He had to stay out of this mess. She couldn't bear to think she might have gotten her boss and friend killed because she couldn't leave without saying goodbye. He pressed his lips to her forehead and stepped back.
Go on. Get out of here.
She pushed the unlock button on the keyring, threw her backpack in the passenger seat, and climbed in the car. When she pulled to a stop at the end of the block, she looked in the rearview mirror. Quentin stood at the edge of the parking lot watching her, his hands on his hips. He waved at her. There was a break in the traffic. She pulled onto the street, and he was gone. Quentin had said the drive took more or less 12 hours, depending on traffic, from New York to Charleston, most of it on I-95. She wanted to get as much distance between herself and the New York Weir domain as she could. After 40 minutes, she stopped at a Starbucks and bought a tofu salad sandwich and a large coffee so strong it could have scoured her bathtub clean. Then she drove until she couldn't see straight. The domain of the elder races lay superimposed over the human geographical map. There were 7 elder domains in the United States, including the Weir domain seated in New York and the Elven court that was seated in Charleston. Each domain had its own lord or lady who enforced its laws. Some elder rulers preferred to live at a distance from humankind. They kept their courts in other spaces, where only those with magical aptitude could discern and cross dimensional boundaries. Others, like Dragos, lived in the human realm. She wasn't clear where the Weir elven border was, so she drove until she was sure she had crossed over. Sensible or not, she felt a little of the fear peel away. Finally, around 3 a.m., the exhaustion she had been fighting wouldn't take no for an answer. She pulled into a motel and got a room with one of her fake IDs. She put the door chain on, dropped her backpack onto a chair, and sank onto the bed. The room spun as she toed off first one shoe, then the other. I could sleep for a month, she thought, as she got sucked down a whirling drain into black. She wasn't that lucky. Dragos stood at the edge of his penthouse balcony atop Cuelebre Tower. He looked out over his city as the sun approached the horizon. This late in the day, the deepening sunlight was a heavy golden weight with the richness and complexity of a rare, aged white burgundy wine. His feet were planted wide apart, hands clasped behind his back. The balcony was one of his favorite places to meditate. There was no railing. It was a large ledge that ran the circumference of the building, which took up a city block. The balcony was a handy, more private place to launch or land when he didn't feel like going to the roof, which was used by his sentinels and certain other privileged members of his court. He could enter or exit the penthouse from any number of large, French-style doors. Cuelebre Enterprises was the umbrella for any number of businesses, and it consistently ranked in the top 10 of the world's largest corporations. Casinos, hotels and resorts, stock trading, shipping, international risk assessment, private army for hire, banking. He employed thousands of Fae, elves, Weir, and humans worldwide, although the majority of Weirkind preferred to live in New York State so that they could live within the law and protection of his domain. Those Weir who clustered in Dragos's court and occupied key positions in his companies tended to be predators of some sort, the type of shapeshifter that thrived in a competitive, volatile, sometimes violent environment, although there were a few tough-minded exceptions, like Cuelebre Enterprises' PR fairy Thistle Periwinkle, known to her friends as Trix. Like Rune, his first, all 7 of his sentinels were immortal creatures strong in power. They were also raptors of some sort. There were the 4 griffins, Rune, Constantine, Graydon, and Bane, each responsible for keeping the peace in one of the 4 sectors of his domain. The gargoyle Grimm was in charge of corporate security for Cuelebre Enterprises. Tiago, one of the 3 known Thunderbirds in existence, headed Dragos's private army. Last but not least was the harpy Ariel, who was in charge of investigations. She had not taken well to giving over the investigative reins on this theft to Rune. She was not known for having a serene temperament. There was a reason she had risen to such preeminence in his court. Dragos's smile was grim. The harpy was one hell-spawned bitch when she lost her temper. He reached into his shirt pocket and withdrew the scrap of paper left by his thief. The message was scribbled on the back of a 7-Eleven receipt. The thin paper was already getting dog-eared from his handling. He opened it and read what the thief had bought yesterday: a pack of Twizzlers and a large cherry Coke Slurpee. "Rune," he said telepathically. His first's response was immediate. "My lord?" "You will go to—" he squinted at the faded lettering on the receipt, "the 42nd Street 7-Eleven store and retrieve all of their security footage for the last 24 hours. There is a good chance our thief may be caught on it." "Really?" drawled Rune, his hunter instincts engaged. "Leaving now. Back within the hour." "Oh, and Rune, bring back Twizzlers and a cherry Coke Slurpee." He wanted to know what these things were. "Sure, you got it," said his first, clearly taken aback. "Dragos?" "What?" He squinted and stretched, basking in the last of the sunlight. "Any idea what size Slurpee you want?" His first's mental voice sounded odd. They had known each other and worked together for several 100 years now. Dragos said, "You know my tastes well enough. Will I like it?" Now that Dragos was back in control of his temper, Rune fell into their normal, friendly informality. I don't think so, buddy. I've never known you to do junk food before." "Make it a small, then." Dragos held the receipt up, sniffed, and frowned. Even to his sensitive nose, the receipt was starting to lose that delicate feminine scent and smell like him. He strode inside. The penthouse took the tower's top floor. Just below that were his offices, meeting rooms, an executive dining hall, training area, and other public areas. The 3rd floor down housed his sentinels and other top court and corporate officials. If it had been a standalone building, it would have been a mansion. All the rooms and halls were built on a massive scale. Dragos located the kitchen in the penthouse. It was a foreign place filled with chrome machines and countertops. No one was there. He went in search of the communal kitchen responsible for serving the dining hall and all the sentinels, court, and corporate executives' needs. He located it on the next flight down. He strode through the double doors. A half-dozen kitchen staff froze. In the corner, a brownie gave a squeak of dismay and faded into invisibility. The head chef hurried forward, wringing her hands. She was a dire wolf in her weir form, but she kept her human shape, that of a tall, gray-haired, middle-aged woman during work hours. "This is an unexpected honor, my lord," she gushed. "What can we do for you?" "There are plastic bags with zippers on them. I've seen them in commercials," Dragos said to her. He snapped his fingers, trying to remember the name. "You put food in them." "Ziploc bags?" she asked in a cautious voice. He pointed at her. "Yes, I want one." She turned and snarled at her staff. A fairy leaped to a cupboard and then bounded to them. She bowed low to Dragos, head ducked and eyes to the floor while holding a cardboard box up. He pulled out a baggie, placed the 7-Eleven receipt inside, and zipped it closed. "Perfect," he said, placing the small bag in his shirt pocket. He walked out, ignoring the babble that rose behind him. While he waited for Rune to show up, he went to his offices to confront the most urgent of issues waiting for his attention. His 4 assistants, all Weir, hand-picked for their quick intelligence and sturdy dispositions, occupied the outer rooms that were adorned with works of abstract expressionism by such artists as Jackson Pollock and Arshile Gorky, and sculpture by Herbert Ferber. Located in a corner of the building, his office was decorated in natural tones with wood and stone. As with the penthouse, the outer walls of the office were plate glass set with wrought iron French doors that opened to a private balcony ledge. The interior walls were adorned by 2 mixed-media canvases he had commissioned from the late artist Jane Frank. They were from the artist's Aerial series, which depicted landscapes as if seen in mid-flight. One canvas was a landscape by day, the other by night. As he sat at his desk, his first assistant, Christoph, poked his dark, shaggy head in the door. Dragos clenched his teeth on a surge of irritation. Head bent to the contracts laid on his desk, he said, "Approach with caution." The Weir's ursine nature and shambling demeanor masked a Harvard-trained MBA with a quick-witted, canny mind. Clever bear that he was, Christoph said the 2 words guaranteed to grab his attention. Urien Laurel. His head lifted. Urien Laurel, the Dark Fae King, was one of the 7 rulers of the Elder races. His domain was seated in the greater Chicago area, and he was the guy Dragos most loved to hate. He sat back and flexed his hands. Bring it. Arms overflowing, Christoph lunged forward and spilled documents onto his desk. I've got it. The link we were looking for between Laurel and weapons development. Here are hard copies of everything. Transcontinental Power and Light's 10K filing with the SEC, last year's proxy statement and annual report, and its quarterly corporate earnings conference calls. I've marked the relevant pages and typed up a report. Formed in the latter part of the 19th century, Transcontinental Power and Light, Inc. was one of the nation's largest investor-owned utility companies. The Dark Fae King was the largest individual shareholder. Dragos picked up the 10K filing and began to flip through it. The U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission document was thick, some 450 pages in length and dense with statistics, tables, and graphs. Urien Laurel and he shared so many differences of opinion. Laurel's utility company was partial to mountaintop removal mining. Dragos preferred mountaintops to stay where he could see them. Urien's fleet of aging coal-burning power plants emitted over 100 million tons of carbon dioxide annually. Dragos preferred to breathe clean air when he flew. Urien wanted to see him dead. Dragos preferred to see Urien not just dead, but utterly destroyed. It's because you prefer to live in an other land. You don't care how much you pollute this side of things, you anachronistic bastard, he muttered. He said to Christoph, "Summarize." His assistant said, Transcontinental has set up a partnership called RYVN. The acronym, well, it doesn't matter. Riven has applied for a Department of Energy grant to clean up an old Energy Department site in the Midwest that produced nuclear fuel and defense applications back in the 50s. Riven says they want to explore building a new electricity-generated nuclear plant on the site, along with new contracts with the Defense Department. His eyes flashed lava hot. He hissed, "Defense applications." Christoph nodded, dark eyes bright. Weaponry. The financial documents he held smelled like printer ink and paper, but Dragos scented the blood of an imminent kill. "Get a hold of our DOE contact," Dragos said. "Make sure he knows to reject Riven's grant application and why. After you've done that, I want you to destroy the Riven partnership.
When that's gone, go after the individual partners and dismantle them one by one. Head the project yourself."
"Right," said Kristoff.
"No mercy, Chris. When we're done, no one will dare partner with Urian on something like this again."
Kristoff asked, "Project budget?"
"Unlimited."
The Werebear turned to go, and he added,
"And, Chris, make sure they know who shut them down. Especially Urian."
"You got it." Kristoff gave him a grin. So many differences of opinion between him and the Dark Fae King. So much hate, so little time. Just then, Rune appeared in the doorway, wearing torn jeans, combat boots, and a Grateful Dead t-shirt. The griffin's tawny hair was windblown. He carried 2 drinks in a cardboard box drink holder, a plastic bag, and a bulging manila folder under one arm. He dumped out the contents of the bag. Packets of Twizzlers tumbled across the desk. Dragos tore open one packet. Rune shoved straws into the drinks, gave him one, and kept the other.
"I've got the footage," said Rune, gesturing to the folder under his arm. "Do you know what we're looking for? Make prints of anyone who buys Twizzlers and Cherry Coke Slurpees and bring them to me. Just those 2 things, nothing else. It will be a female, although she may be in disguise."
Dragos bit into a red rope of candy. He stared in disgust at the remaining half in his hand and threw it in the trash can. Then he picked up the drink and sucked on the straw with caution. Rune burst into laughter at his expression.
"I said you wouldn't like it." "So you did."
He slam-dunked the Slurpee.
"Apparently you will be watching the tapes for someone with no taste."
"This shouldn't take long. Thank the powers for fast forward," Rune said. He swiped up a few of the Twizzlers packets, winking at Dragos. "Since you don't like them," he said, and left. Dragos went back to work, but his concentration had splintered for other matters. He kept 3 wide screens on the opposite wall on different news channels. His other 3 assistants came and went. The ticker tape headlines of one channel caught his attention, and he turned the volume up. The preliminary cost estimate for the property damage he caused that afternoon was already in the tens of millions. The news crew conducted interviews of pedestrians. One woman said tearfully, "Forget about property damage. I heard that sound earlier today, and I'm going to be in therapy for the rest of my life. I want to know if Cuelebre is going to pay for that." He pushed the mute button. It was turning out to be one expensive damn penny. Outside the wall-sized windows, early evening fell into full night. Then Rune came loping back into his office, paper in hands.
"I've got it. Got her," his first exclaimed. "Lots of people bought lots of crap, but only one woman bought only Twizzlers and a Slurpee. What are the odds?"
Dragos leaned back in his chair. He felt a pulse of dark anticipation as Rune handed him the paper. He shuffled through all of the photos. They were of a fixed scene of the 7-Eleven's registers and the glass front doors. Rune threw his large frame into a chair and watched as, with an impatient shove, Dragos wiped clear the large expanse of his desk and began to lay the photos out one by one. Rune had printed several sequential 8x11s. As Dragos laid out the grainy black and whites, he could almost imagine the woman in the photos moving. He couldn't wait to see the footage and watch her move for real. There she was, opening the door. She moved to the left and disappeared from the camera. There she was again, reappearing, holding a packet of Twizzlers and a Slurpee drink in slender hands. She paid, gave the cashier a smile. The last photo was of her pushing out the front door. He went over them again with more care. The angle of the shots made it difficult to say for sure, but she seemed a normal height for a tallish human woman. She was whippet graceful, with long bones and delicate curves. The camera caught the dip and hollow of her collarbones. She wore her thick hair in a ponytail that was somewhat disheveled, and it was either white or some other light color. He was betting on some shade of blonde. Her triangular face was far too young for it to be gray. The slash of Dragos's dark brows lowered over his blade-straight nose. The woman looked tired, preoccupied. No, she looked more than tired. She looked haunted. The smile she gave the cashier was courteous, even kind, but sad. She wasn't what he expected, but he knew in his old, wicked bones that this was his thief. He traced a finger down the silhouette of her figure as she walked out the 7-Eleven door. It was the only one of her walking away. He didn't like this picture. He slammed his flattened hand down on it and crumpled it in his fist. "I've got you," he said. "I have just one question for you," Rune said. The griffin's long legs were spread out, his eyes curious. "How did you know to send me there and what to look for?" Dragos looked up with a flash of secretive jealousy. "Never mind how. We've found her, and your part in this is done. You can go back to your regular duties." Rune nodded at the photos. "What about her?" "I'll take care of her." Dragos bared his teeth. "I'm hunting this one. Alone." He sent Rune away, climbed into his penthouse bedroom, and opened the French doors. The late spring air licked into the room. He stood in the doorway looking at the gleaming city lights. "Where are you, thief? I know you're running somewhere," he said to the night. He lifted his head to the breeze, which carried the city's complex mélange of scents. Power, magical or otherwise, has its own set of habits. He realized he had fallen into a bored complacency. Either life conformed to what he desired, or he bent it to his will. He didn't ask, he took. If a business interest threatened him, he had them destroyed. No mercy. He had settled into the unsophisticated laziness of brute force. Dragos summoned his power and began whispering beguilement into the night. He held the image of his thief firm in his mind. The magical threads flexed like long, unused muscles and began curling outward on the breeze. It was only a matter of time before they found their target. "I've got you now." 3. Pia dreamed of a dark, whispering voice. She tossed and turned, fighting to ignore it. Exhaustion was a concrete shackle. All she wanted to do was sleep. But the voice insinuated into her head and sank velvet claws deep. She opened her eyes to find that she was standing at the edge of a spacious balcony that hung high over New York. The night scene was dazzling. Lights of all colors were spray-painted on massive skyscrapers against a purple-black background. She looked down. She was barefoot and stood on flagstones, not concrete. There wasn't a railing. She shrieked and fell on her ass as she stumbled back. She scrambled backward until she put several feet between herself and the precipice. Then she noticed her long bare legs pouring out from a simple, white negligee. The negligee accentuated her runner's light, strong build, slender muscles, both racy and muscular. Negligee? She fingered the satiny material. She didn't own a negligee, did she? She could have sworn she hadn't gone to bed in it. By the way, where had she gone to bed again? A gentle, pearly luminescence lit the flagstones around her. The blood rushed through her body on a surge of adrenaline. Oh, shit. She was glowing. This was so not good. She pushed the hair out of her face. The glow made her feel more naked than she would have if she'd been nude. She hadn't lost control over the dampening spell since she was a child. She fumbled for the spell that would shield the luminescence and make her skin appear human. It was dangerous for her to be so exposed, but she seemed to have forgotten how to cast the spell.
"There you are,"
a deep, quiet voice said.
"I've been waiting for you."
That voice! Whiskey and silk, ageless and male. It poured over her and set her body on fire. She was bereft of air. Her lips parted on a soundless gasp. She turned toward elegant open French doors wrought of black iron. White, gauzy, floor-length curtains billowed in the breeze. They obscured as much as they revealed.
"You want to come inside now?"
That incomparable, beautiful voice created a deep yearning that shook through her. She scrambled to her feet. A small part of her mind rebelled. Hello? That part of her mind said to her. Not into yearning much. Remember what happened the last time you gave in to yearning? You fell for a shithead who blackmailed you? You lost everything and had to go on the run? The scene around her flickered and started to fade. The dark whispering surged in strength until it was all she could hear or think about. She was so lonely, her chest ached. It actually physically ached. She pressed a hand between her breasts and looked around in confusion. The hypnotic voice ordered,
"You will come inside now."
All of a sudden, that was the only thing she wanted to do. She went to the curtains and gathered them up in one hand as she looked inside into a huge, shadowed bedroom. She caught an impression of a fireplace and large, sturdy furniture sprinkled throughout the room. A male reclined on pale covers on an enormous, dark-framed bed. He had a massive physique, thick muscles bulging over long limbs, the bare skin of his torso dark against pale linen. The fall of hair onto his strong forehead was darker still. A sensual mouth quirked in a cynical smile. Only his eyes gleamed against the darkness with a faint, calculating, witchy glow. Unease skittered on light mice feet down her back. There was something important she had to remember about his eyes. If only she could think of it. Power like champagne filled the room until she felt like she was swimming in it. She had never been in the presence of so much magic before. It pressed against her skin, exhilarating and terrifying, addicting. It turned the fire the voice had ignited in her into liquid desire. An animal sound came out of her. The man uncurled a long, muscular arm and extended a hand to her. Resistance melted. She went to him in a rush. She had barely reached the bed when he exploded into action. He took hold of her arms, dragged her across his body, and slammed her into the mattress as he rolled on top of her. Pinning her down with his heavy body, he locked his hands around her glowing wrists and yanked them over her head. The corded strength in his fingers made the flesh and bone they shackled feel slender and fragile. Magic and desire choked her. Her breathing turned erratic at his controlled violence and the dominance of his body pressing her down. Sexual heat pooled low in her body as the juncture between her thighs grew slick. A rumble started low in his throat. The bed shuddered with the feral sound. His harsh, shadowed face was hewn out of the same indomitable mountain that had formed his body. There was something familiar about his spiked black hair.
"Look at me,"
he said, thrusting his face down until they were nose to nose.
"Look at me."
In the pearly glow of her body, his gaze flashed gold like a falcon's eyes, predator's eyes, sorcerer's eyes. Something shouted a warning in a distant part of her mind, but it was too late. She had already flung back her head and looked into his eyes. Just like that, she was snared like a spider in a web. He could do anything he wanted to her now. Anything at all. She found it impossible to care. She found she wanted to be snared. She rubbed against his taut, sexy body. It felt so good to be pinned by him, a renegade pleasure that went against everything she'd been taught or thought she understood about herself. "Oh, what's the matter with you?" she groaned. She arched her neck and tried to angle her hips just right. That area between her thighs was beginning to throb with a deep, insistent, empty ache. "What are you waiting for?" He stilled, as if she had surprised him. Then something changed between them. She didn't know what it was, but she could feel when it happened. The air grew even more electric, a live wire jumping ungrounded, building force as it bounded back and forth between them. Then he shifted with slow deliberation, settling full on her. His growl deepened, the rumble vibrating in that immense, muscled chest. His eyes were wild, ravenous. His head came down on her with the force of a raptor's plummet. Hard, open lips captured hers. The gentle seductiveness that had been in his voice earlier was gone. He shoved into her mouth, penetrating her with a hot, hungry tongue, while he ground her into the bed with his hips. Something lay stiff and heavy along her flat stomach. With a thrill of shock, she realized it was an enormous erection. Her lips shook beneath his as she whimpered, "That's so good." She worked her back muscles, trying to rub her hips on his cock. He sucked in a breath and muttered a shaken curse. He made his body into an enormous cage, constructed of bone and muscle and starvation as he bowed around her, pinning her with arms and legs and weight. She arched up with all her strength, exhilarating in the cage, which gave her a paradoxical feeling of release. She moaned as they ate at each other's mouths, frantic to consume each other. His hands moved on her wrists, a restless shackle. His tongue thrust an aggressive rhythm as he fucked her mouth. The ancient primitive rhythm only made her need flash hotter. She needed him to penetrate her in other ways. She writhed and he moved so that thick muscled thighs were on either side of hers, which brought his hips in full alignment with her aching pelvis. It also brought the length of his erection against her clitoris. He ground against her, flexing like a great hunting cat, rubbing the hot, hard length of flesh along the graceful ridge of her pelvic bone. Pleasure raked frenzied claws through her. She cried out into his mouth and pushed her hips against his. Vaguely, she knew something was wrong. She was acting out of character, even for a sexual dream. It had something to do with a lifetime of loneliness, with the electric sensuality this male exuded, with him calling her to him with sorcery, and with her looking into his eyes and becoming snared, with his seductive, cunning patience. She tried to hold on to those thoughts, but they ran like water flowing through her fingers. Her sexual frenzy, his sexual frenzy pouring over and through her, overrode all of it. He dragged his mouth from hers, turned his head to one side, and gasped something. The words were foreign, the language harsh and burning with power. They sounded like curses. His hand slid away from her wrists. One dove to the small of her back to yank her hips tighter against him. The other came up to palm her small breast while he lay hard against her. His marauding lips plunged down the side of her face to her throat. He bit her, a savage and archaic gesture that sent an earthquake through her body. She shrieked and raked her nails down the immense musculature of his back while she wrapped her legs around those taut, pumping hips and pulled him even closer. They were almost there. Almost there. He rolled with her until she lay sprawled on top of him. She adjusted to the new position with an eager wiggle, mouth turned to him, seeking his. Hard hands sank into her hair and held her head imprisoned against his hairy chest. She needed him to push inside her like she'd never needed anything before. She plunged one hand between them to grip the velvety, broad head of his penis. It was damp at the tip. Then, his lungs working hard, he pulled her head back until their lips were just touching, still pushing his hips against her pelvis in that slow, hard, sexual rhythm, rubbing his thick cock against her palm. He whispered into her open mouth, "Tell me what your name is." Okay, wait. She had to remember something about that. She struggled to think past the burning need for him. "Tell me," he whispered, the words winding around her, snaring her tighter. Wait a minute. Her breath shook. Names have power. Power like that in his voice. She cast around in her desire-fuddled mind for a good lie, but heard herself say, Pia Giovanni." She panted in real pain and rubbed herself along the length of his body, trying to rediscover the rhythm he had begun. She needed to come so bad she could have screamed. Pia. He didn't so much say the name as breathe it. His hot breath coiled around her like tendrils of smoke from an infernal fire. Pretty. God, it felt unbelievable as he stroked her all over with nothing but the power in his voice. He licked her hot skin and murmured, again with that caressing, dark, seductive voice, "But that's your human name, isn't it, darling? You're some kind of weir. I need to know your real name." Then, as if he couldn't help himself, he cupped the back of her ass and pushed up against her so hard his hips left the bed. But just wait. Giving him her real name would give him power over her. "May all the gods have mercy, tell me." The agonized groan came up from his core and blasted her swollen, moistened lips. The ghost of her mother's voice touched her desire-crazed thoughts with cool lucidity. "Don't ever tell your real name to anyone, my love," she had said to Pia. Over and over her mother had repeated this lesson. She spoke it with power of her own in her voice, so that the lesson would be fixed in Pia's mind, because she had been a bit of a flighty child at times. If you tell someone your real name, you have forever given that person power over you. It is your most precious, private treasure. Keep it safe as you guard your life, for your name is the key to your soul. The dream spell shattered. "No," she whispered. Was she denying him or her mother? She tried to clamp down with her legs on his torso to hold on to him, clutching at that black, spiky hair with greedy fingers. He roared. He sounded like he was in as much pain as she was. He wrapped hard arms tight around her, but she was already growing insubstantial. The raw silk of his hair melted through her grip. She threw out her hands, reaching for him. For a moment, she felt his questing fingers brush along hers. Then, he was gone. She hurtled to wakefulness and plunged upright in her bed with a soundless shout. Her heart hammered like she had just raced a marathon. Her dirty clothes were soaked in sweat. The motel bedspread tangled underneath her. The air conditioner rattled, blowing stale, deodorized air through the room. The remnant of magic lay flat in the air like soured champagne. Her hungry body wept. With a moan, she plunged one hand between her legs and pressed. It only made her ache more. She had never felt such a wretched, unconsummated lust. She curled into a miserable ball, starving for that dream lover and terrified of him at the same time. Something deep inside her started to whisper his name. Then panic shut it down. She couldn't think it, couldn't let what happened become too real because that would be beyond disastrous. Then she jerked as she realized that she was still glowing. The low-level glamour that hid her skin's pearl-like sheen was fed from her own life force. It was supposed to remain active at all times, even when she slept. Her mother had helped her put the spell in place. She hadn't lost control over it in years. She renewed the spell and dampened herself to look human again. She was so screwed. Grimacing, she curled into a tighter ball. Dragos exploded out of his bed, face contorted, one hand holding his painful erection. His balls ached so badly he stumbled forward to grip at the edges of a nearby mahogany dresser. He bowed over it, shuddering. What the hell? The beguilement he sent was supposed to seduce his thief with her deepest fantasy, her most heartfelt desire. He had expected anything but this, a dream of riches or power, success or even fame. But sex? The ultimate opportunist, he had laughed to himself and had been quick to oblige, as he beguiled her deeper into his dream trap. Then she stepped into his bedroom, and his world stopped. She was lovelier than he could have imagined, her body glowing with its own internal moonlight. His mind seized. What was she? His knowledge of the elder races was near encyclopedic, compiled as it had been over the long ages. He cast back, searching for any memory of this type of creature, and slammed into a blank wall. All that came to mind was that distant, tantalizing memory of the time he had caught the hint of a scent on the breeze that had driven him wild. He remembered now. Centuries ago, he had plunged into the forest in Northumbria and chased after an elusive, wild scent very like his thief's, catching and losing it again in fitful spurts, sure that he had heard the sharp rustle of foliage as some mysterious creature bounded away from him. The forest had teemed with the power of green growing things, back when both he and the world were so much younger. In the dream, he concentrated everything he had on this woman, greedy to understand and categorize what was happening, to find its appropriate place in his vast memory. Yet he met with absolute failure. The magic that was an inherent part of her was delicate and filigreed, layered with feminine complexity and beauty. It felt wild and mysterious, cool like her moonlit glow. His whole body had tightened with shock as he watched her walk toward him with a graceful roll of slim hips, generous lips parted, and her gaze radiant with sensual yearning. Yearning for him, the great beast. Cuelebre. Wyrm. He did not recognize himself then, or the volcano that erupted inside him. The beast pounced and took her with violent, voracious force. And she had loved it. Blind lust took him over then, scorching him in a way he had never experienced before. He fell prey to it, and to her, body and old, wicked soul. The beguiler became the beguiled. The sensual undulation of that graceful female form underneath his felt like some kind of epiphany. Eating at her plump, eager mouth made him ravenous. All he could think about was plunging his cock inside her in an ecstasy of ravishment. He had managed to hang on to the reason for the spell he had cast, as he recognized in one corner of his mind that however intense and pleasurable this dreamscape felt, it was designed to feed a hunger, not assuage it. It worked to use his prey's weaknesses and desires against it so that he could pull it into his control. Neither of them would gain fulfillment from the dream, only increased appetite. But when he tightened the spell and pressed her for the ultimate surrender, she denied him. His thief said no to him. He snarled and tore the mahogany dresser apart. He picked up the bed and hurled it across the room, then whirled and drove his fists into the wall. He must have hit a girder because something inside the wall groaned and buckled. The door to his bedroom slammed open. He whipped around, almost faster than sight, teeth bared. Rune and Ariel entered like twin cyclones, half-dressed bodies aimed like weapons. His first was armed with a sword, while Ariel carried a semi-automatic. Rune went left, and the 6-foot harpy dove right, before they both realized he was not under attack. They slowed to a stop. To give his sentinels credit, they didn't run when faced with the nude figure of their enraged lord. In fact, Dragos had to admit it was brave of them to enter his bedroom in the first place. That thought was the thread that helped him to gain enough control so that he didn't tear their heads from their shoulders. "Bad dream?" Rune said, keen gaze steady as he straightened from a fighting crouch and let the tip of his sword fall to the floor. "I've got her human name," he said. They all knew who he meant. "Pia Giovanni. Find out what you can about her, quickly, and get me the witch. I need a tracking spell." The harpy, Ariel's sleek brows lifted as she glanced from his ruined room to the pre-dawn sky. For a moment, her life trembled by the merest thread. If she had spoken a single word just then, she would have died in flames. "Damn you, move!" The floor of the penthouse shuddered at his roar. They raced out the door. So they were smart as well as brave. The lingering traces of the beguilement clawed at him. He yanked clothes on and stalked outside to pace the balcony. The penthouse was a prison. Even the vast, spread-out, noisy panorama of the city felt like a cage. He wanted to lunge into the air. He felt the impulse to slaughter something, but he was trapped and flightless until the witch arrived. The dragon stood at the edge of the ledge, fists clenched, and with narrowed eyes he watched the small, quick-moving humans in the street 80 floors below. A short time later, Rune said telepathically, "My lord, the witch is here." "My office," he said. He moved along the penthouse balcony until he stood 1 floor above his office. Then he leapt to the ledge below. Rune and the witch had already entered the room. The griffin was unaffected by his sudden appearance, but the witch stared as he straightened to his full height. A human Hispanic woman with a tall, imperious beauty, she was quick to lower her gaze when he opened the French door and strode inside. Cuelebre Enterprises had for some years contracted with the best witch in the city. Dragos had never bothered to learn her name, but he recognized her. She was afraid of him, which he ignored. All humans were afraid of him. They should be. He growled, "I need a tracking spell put on a woman." The witch inclined her head. She said, "Certainly, my lord. Of course, no doubt you already know that the more information I can be given on a target, the better I can craft a tracking spell for it." "Her name is Pia Giovanni," Dragos said. He handed her the stack of photos from the 7-Eleven security footage. "This is what she looks like." The witch went still, her eyes on the top photo. Her expression was a perfect blank, but some minuscule change in her posture or breathing, roused the predator in him. A smooth, fluid shift of his body brought him closer to her. He could sense her body heat and the pulse at her neck and wrists, which beat more rapidly at his proximity. He scanned her with truth sense as he asked, "Do you know this woman?" The witch's dark gaze lifted to his. She said, "I have seen her in the magic district. I didn't know her name." Her face remained that perfect blank, revealing nothing. It was not, he thought, the blithe calm of innocence, but one of educated discipline. Still, she did speak the truth. The predator in him eased back. He nodded at the photos. "Is her name and a photo enough for you?" The witch said, "I could cast a spell with these things, but it would be more durable and it would last longer if you had something of hers that I could use as an anchor. A good tracking spell is more complicated than a finding. It must shift and move as the object changes direction." Unsurprised, he reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out a Ziploc bag that held a battered receipt. "It just so happens I do have something we can use." 4. Shaken by such a rude awakening, Pia rolled off the bed and lurched into the bathroom to take a shower. She hadn't carried any toiletries in her backpack beyond hand lotion and chapstick, so she had to make do with the motel's paper-wrapped sliver of plain soap. It took forever to work some through her long hair and lather a washcloth, but at least the water was hot and plentiful. The skin at the side of her neck felt tender as she scrubbed herself. She paused and rubbed at the tender area. What was that? After a quick final rinse, she wrapped her tangled hair in a towel, grabbed another towel to dry off, and then wiped the fogged sink mirror to peer at her neck. Bite. It was a bite mark. She fingered the area at the juncture of her neck and shoulder. The skin wasn't broken, but there was an impression of teeth, and a suck bruise was already forming. She whispered, "The bastard gave me a hickey?" In a dream? Goosebumps rose on her skin. She rubbed her arms and avoided looking at her white face with the dark circled eyes. Somehow, that horrible dream had been real. His magic had found her. He knew what she looked like. She told him her name. Get out now. Good thing she had 3 other names, with picture IDs that said so, because she had to hit delete on the one she'd lived with her whole life. Pia Alessandra Giovanni had to go. She felt another pang, another loss. Her mother had given her that name from long-held fondness for the time she had spent in medieval Florence. How much more did Pia have to lose? Apparently, everything. It was too much for her tired mind. She yanked a brush through her hair, miserable at how it had snarled without conditioner, and then she dressed in her dirty clothes. When she started the Honda, the dashboard clock said 6:30 a.m. She had slept just under 2 hours. She went through another drive-through and bought juice, more coffee, and apple slices, although she could only choke down a few bites. She drove south as the sky grew pastel and brightened into full day. The temperature warmed the farther she went until she rolled down the windows and opened the Honda's moonroof. If she'd been making the trip for any other reason, she would have enjoyed herself. The sky was cloudless. The scenery in South Carolina was different from what she was used to. The foliage was a couple weeks farther along in bloom than in New York, and the land felt strange to her senses. She began to pass properties vivid with greenery and profuse with camellias, roses, azaleas, and magnolia trees blanketed in pink blossoms. Silvery Spanish moss draped along the branches of old oak trees, like fashion stoles adorning beautiful women. Charleston and the surrounding area had a grace and beauty that was quite different from the brisk urban setting she had just left. She had given an ironic chuckle when Quentin had handed her directions to a beach house in a place called Folly Beach. Folly. Ha! It was about 20 minutes south of Charleston. Most of the houses, he told her, were vacation rentals. He had owned his for over 30 years and kept it furnished and stocked with linens and kitchenware. When she got close to her destination, she stopped at a superstore to buy clothing essentials and toiletries, aspirin, a prepaid cell phone, and food supplies. When she reached the checkout lane by the liquor aisle, she caved and bought a bottle of scotch as well. A girl's gotta have priorities. If she didn't deserve a drink after the nightmare week she had just suffered, she didn't know who did. She threw her purchases in the Honda's trunk. Soon after, she drove at a slow pace down a small coastal road on Folly Beach. She stared at the glimpses of the Atlantic Ocean she could see between cottages. The smell of the ocean gusted into the car. The sunlight was different here, clearer and thinner, and she got the sense of a nearby place drenched in magic. There was a dimensional passageway somewhere near to other lands. She wasn't surprised, given that the seat of the Elven Court was located either in or near Charleston. Quentin's house was at the end of the road, on the beach side. It was larger than many of the cottages she had passed, with its own short off-street driveway and garage. After parking, she shouldered her packages and entered the house, which had an empty feel to it, although thanks to a monthly cleaning service, it was at least fresh and clean. There were 3 bedrooms to choose from. She put away the food and then picked the largest bedroom with an ensuite bathroom. She threw the toiletries on the bathroom counter and piled her new clothes and underwear on top of a dresser. She found towels and bed linens and made the bed, moving slowly and methodically. As soon as the bed was made, she took off her jeans, climbed under the covers, and curled up as she hugged a pillow. Soon she would start thinking about her next steps and try to make a plan. Even if Cuelebre couldn't come this deep into the elven domain, he had more money than God, and probably more employees, too. She didn't dare stay too long. She would close her eyes for just a little while. She woke with a start several hours later. For several bleary moments she couldn't remember where she was or why. Then memory flooded in, and she sagged back against the pillows. Okay, life sucked. But at least she didn't have another freaky sex dream where she got bitten. The room felt sticky and overwarm. Though the curtains were drawn, it seemed from the diffuse light that the sun was at a much lower angle than when she had first lain down. She pushed out of bed and dressed in some of her new clothes, low-hipped capris, sandals, and a red tank top with spaghetti straps. Her breasts were high, rather small, and firm, so she didn't bother with a bra. She peered outside. It was early evening, maybe around 5 o'clock. She went to the bathroom to splash her face with cold water. After dragging a brush again through her recalcitrant hair, she pulled it back in another ponytail. Then she went to the kitchen/dining room area, which was separated by a counter and bar stools. The dining area had sliding glass doors that opened to a large deck with a few simple pieces of patio furniture. Stairs led to the beach. She went down the stairs. She stood on the sun-warmed sand and breathed deep for several minutes as she gazed at a limitless horizon and listened to the murmurous dance of a calm ocean as it played against the shore. Kicking off her sandals, she walked close to the water's edge and let sea foam surge across her toes. It was very cold. The tension that had taken up residence between her shoulder blades eased. She watched a seagull hover over the water and let herself exist in the moment. Then she walked along the water's edge. With the onset of early evening, there were few people on the beach. A woman with 2 children wandered along the water's edge about 50 yards away, picking up shells and rocks, until someone shouted from a cottage and they went inside. She sighed and tried to think through the obstacle course in her head. She bounced from idea to idea like a pinball in an arcade machine. At least the sleep had helped to clear her mind. She wondered if Keith were still alive. She was surprised to find she felt sadness at the thought. She wondered at the shadowy power that had given her an artifact strong enough to get past Cuelebre's aversion wards. She shied away. Don't think about that. Then she thought about Quentin's fierce protectiveness, his stubborn insistence on helping her, and the bone-cracking hug he had given her. Her eyes watered. Okay, don't think about that either. Keith was gone. Quentin was gone. Her life was gone. She scowled and scrubbed at her eyes. So, what did she know? Cuelebre knew her name. Got that problem covered. He knew what she looked like. He might even know what she smelled like, so she could change her appearance, maybe dye her hair and cut it short, but she would have to be extra smart to obscure her scent trail. I can't stay here, and I need to ditch the Honda. I need to get new wheels and make it an arbitrary switch, difficult to trace, maybe change rides a couple of times fast. It might slow him down. I need to move in a random way and disconnect completely from Quentin and my past. And I need to find a way to block that bastard from my dreams. To do that, She would need more magical expertise than she could muster. Her mother could have kept herself obscured, in both a psychic and physical sense, but her blood didn't run as strong in Pia. While she had a highly educated sense for magic, she couldn't do half the things her mother could have done. The last gift Quentin had given her the night before had been an 800 number that he had made her memorize. "I know people in Charleston," he'd said. "If you need help, call them." Did she dare? Who were these people? She turned north and started walking back to the beach house. And did she dare stay here another night? She glanced at the sky and paused. In the distance over the water, a patch of the sky rippled. It looked like the watery shimmer of heat waves off an asphalt highway on a hot summer day. But the May evening was cooling down, the sky just starting to darken in the east, and there was no asphalt anywhere near that ripple. She shaded her eyes. What was it? It was big and seemed to be getting bigger fast. She watched the patch grow, her stomach clenching. She'd never seen anything like it before, but she knew it was wrong. Wait a minute. That shimmering patch of air wasn't growing bigger. It was getting closer. Oh, shit. Pia's thinking splintered into raw instinct. She whirled and sprinted. She may not have inherited many of her mother's abilities, but if there was one thing she could do with an extravagance of talent, it was run. Her bare toes dug into the sand, and she nearly flew down the beach. But nearly flying isn't the same as really flying. Even as she pushed with all the speed she had in her, she knew she wasn't going to be able to outrun what hurtled toward her. A shadow engulfed her from behind. She caught just a glimpse on the sand in front of her of an enormous winged shape with a serpentine neck and a long, wicked head. Then the shadow collapsed in on itself, and a split second later, a mountain slammed into her back. She crashed into the sand so hard it knocked the breath out of her. The mountain resolved itself into the hard, heavy body of a male. Muscle-corded arms came down on either side of her. Huge hands latched onto her slim wrists, while a long thigh crossed over the backs of her legs. She wheezed, struggling to get her bruised ribcage to expand so her lungs could function, her palms and knees abraded from the impact. She stared at those imprisoning hands. Like the arms, they were powerful, colored a dark bronze that looked very dramatic against her pale skin. Her mind wailed. She was so dead. The male put his nose in her hair and took a deep breath. A convulsive shiver racked her body in response. He was sniffing her. She felt his nose at the back of her neck. He rubbed his face in her hair. A whimper was born and died at the back of her throat. "Good chase," he growled, his voice a dark rumble at her back. She coughed, and sand puffed up in front of her. "Not long enough." The weight lifted from her back, and he flipped her with mind-numbing swiftness. She slammed back into the sand, arms spread-eagled as he held her by the wrists again. He bared his teeth at her in a machete smile. "We could always do it again." She thought of him letting her go and pouncing again, playing with her like a great cat, and shuddered. "You're not supposed to be here," she whispered. Her eyes had gone watery from the force of the impact that knocked her down. She tried to focus on the dark, fierce face bent over her. Then her vision came clear. Cuelebre was breathtaking. Energy and power boiled from him. He radiated it like a dark sun. He had a handsome brutality, facial features cut into bold lines and angles as if a sculptor had hewn him from granite. His skin was a dark brown with a bronze hue, and those brilliant dragon's eyes were hot gold. In his human form, he was almost 7 feet tall. 300 pounds of dominant weir male sprawled like an avalanche across her body. In comparison, she felt delicate, very breakable. His hair was inky black, just like in the dream. It had slipped through her fingers like silk. The shock of his assault had not begun to pass, but through it she noticed one astonishing thing. He had thrown his thigh over hers again. He stared at her neck. Realization pulsed. He was looking at the bite he had given her. A hard length was growing against her hip. "So, is that your long, scaly, reptilian tail, or are you just happy to see me?" No, she did not just say that. Did she? She cringed in mortification, screwed her eyes shut, and waited to be splattered all over the beach. Nothing happened, good or bad. Yet. Maybe if she kept her eyes closed it wouldn't. She whispered through shaking lips, "I didn't mean to say that. Pay no attention to the lunatic inhabiting this body." As silence continued, she opened one cautious eye. He studied her, lava gaze alert with interest. "Are you possessed?" he asked. She had to clear her throat twice before she could answer. "You would think so, wouldn't you, with all the dumbass moves I've made over the last couple of months? I've been acting out a lot with all the stress. This stranger seems to have taken over my mouth. She doesn't seem to come installed with a break. No offense." The corners of her lips lifted in a tremulous smile. "I bet you want your penny back, huh?" He shifted with sinuous grace, letting go of her hands to kneel over her. His predator's stare narrowed further. "What do you think?" Her hands fluttered up and, unable to help herself, she straightened his shirt collar with shaky fingers. Her fingers looked like delicate white twigs against the thick column of his neck. Dragos stared down at her hands. She let them fall to her chest and clasped her hands together. "I think," she said in a low voice, "that you would do anything to get your property back. No matter what was taken, no matter what it took, no matter where you would have to go to find it." "No one takes what is mine." His growl reverberated through the ground. He bared his teeth and bent down until he was nose to nose with her. "No one." Holy mother, he was terrifying and magnificent. He disappeared in a blur as her eyes watered again. She nodded and whispered, "I know. I don't suppose this matters much to you, and I don't expect it to change anything, but I am sorry." Dragos cocked his head, his attention sharpening. "So your note said." Voices grew closer. She craned her neck and saw a couple walking hand in hand toward them. Dragos put a hand over her mouth to keep her silent. As they both watched the oblivious couple pass not 5 feet away from them, she realized he had to be shielding them from curious eyes. Only thing to do. Otherwise, someone might call the cops if they saw a man assaulting a woman on the beach. Then there might be a wholly avoidable massacre. After the couple walked away, Dragos shifted his weight onto one hand and traced a finger down her cheek, followed her jaw down the side of her neck. He watched the path his finger took as it traced the delicate curve of her collarbone down to the edge of her shirt. His finger felt hot and abrasive against the softness of her skin. She shivered harder and bit back a moan. Wow, she'd had no idea her sexuality was so messed up. Here was this predator of all predators exuding menace as he crouched over her. He was the only known real dragon in existence. It was like he was a natural monument or something. Oh my God, not only is he older than the Grand Canyon, but he's like the Pope and the Fae King and the President of the United States all rolled up into one. To some ancient cultures, he had been a god. He was going to hurt her so bad before he killed her so dead, and all she could think of was how hot his kiss had been in the dream, and how delicate the touch of his finger was as it traced down her body. Her mind stuttered. She looked down at his hand, her breathing roughened as her heart raced. Dragos picked up a lock of her hair and fingered it. Then he held it up to the evening sunlight. He turned it this way and that, staring at the strands. He did nothing at all to keep her pinned in place. The possibility of her escaping from him was that inconceivable. The force of his regard was such that her whole body trembled. A flush of sensual heat torched any coherent thought she might have had left. Her sex moistened in a liquid rush. She couldn't have been more humbled, more mortified, or felt more naked. With a Weir's ultra-sensitive nose, of course he could smell every minuscule body change. He had to be aware of her growing arousal. He could no doubt read every passing emotion in the pheromones she exuded, whereas she couldn't tell anything about him. His gaze was so shuttered, his expression so severe. She knew nothing at all about what he was thinking. Except... Pia looked down the length of that tremendous male body as he held himself poised over her, down the long torso that tapered from those wide shoulders to the hips that looked so lean and tight. He was dressed for function, not fashion, in jeans and a plain white Armani button-down silk shirt, rolled at the arms and tucked at the waist. She sucked at her bottom lip, staring at the indisputable evidence bulging underneath the zipper of his jeans. The bulge, like the rest of his human form, made her eyes widen. All righty. As far as size went, the details in the dream hadn't been wish fulfillment in the slightest. She wondered if he could still be aroused while he ripped her head from her shoulders. He was a dragon, a weir-kind beast, by general knowledge one of the most ancient of the elder races, and by reputation wicked and cunning and ruthless. Normal human-like thought patterns just didn't apply. "Well, this is socially inexplicable," she muttered. "Hush," Dragos said. She hushed, blanked her mind, and waited, while she watched him study strands of her hair. Her hair had always seemed somewhat coarse to her, so thick and such a pale blonde it was almost white. The ends sparked with gold highlights in the sun. When she wore it loose instead of in the usual ponytail, it hung halfway between her shoulders and waist. Dragos fisted his hand in the long, bright strands and held it to his nose, inhaling. There it was. There was the mystery he didn't know how to solve. He'd thought of it as wild sunshine, but that was when he'd had the merest scrap of scent on a piece of paper. The actual reality floored him. Somehow her delicate feminine fragrance did more than capture the essence of the sunlit air. Somehow it took him back almost further than he could go, back to the morning of everything, when he basked in transcendent light and magic, that ancient time, so piercing, young, and pure. He found his unhurried way back to the present and studied her hair again as he fingered it. It felt like Chinese silk, and the highlights were the same color of some alluvial gold deposits he had known. He had a 13th-century Peruvian statuette that was the same color. He dropped the handful of hair and proceeded to study everything else about this mysterious, unpredictable female. "I didn't think you would be so young," he said. He felt the same wild surge of excitement he had in that other long-ago time, when he had lost control and crashed through the undergrowth in chase of something. He looked at her supine body lying so still and submissive underneath him, and exercised a ruthless clampdown on his self-control. "There's Weir blood in you. Also human." He watched her long, graceful neck muscles as she swallowed. "I'm 25, she said, her voice turning husky. The predator in him noted she made no mention of the Weir blood, but she gleamed with subdued power, and he remembered in the dream she had been as luminescent as the moon. Had that luminescence been symbolic or literal? What weirkind or fae would gleam like that? The elves carried a light within them, but not like what he had seen in the dream.
"Look at you," he murmured, almost to himself. "You're a baby. Nothing but a moment, a heartbeat."
She took a quivering breath. "I'm more than that." He quirked an eyebrow, but otherwise ignored the faint protest. For all her paleness, she was rather jewel-toned. There were the gold highlights in her hair, the cream in her light skin was like pearls. Those large eyes that watched him with such frightened, perplexed arousal were a violet blue as deep as the midnight sky. Like sapphires. He could almost fancy he saw distant stars in those eyes. He sat back on his heels and stood while he yanked her to her feet.
"We'll go now to wherever you are staying."
She staggered a bit as she regained her footing, watching him with the wariness of a wild creature ready to bolt again. "Why?" she asked, dark blue eyes flashing. "You're just going to kill me. Why don't we get this over with already?"
"You have no idea what I am going to do," he told her.
That had to be true because he didn't know himself. He was awash in strange emotions and impulses. His lids dropped as he watched her face. He said,
"I have a lot of questions. Just tell me what I want to know, and I'll let you go."
"You mean that?" She searched his face. He laughed, a husky, wicked chuckle.
"No."
Fury flashed across her face and was dampened. "Fair enough," she said, voice flat. She turned and strode toward the beach house. Dragos followed, frowning. Just like he didn't like the photo of her walking away from the camera, he didn't like her voice dull and flat, or her expression shuddered. It muted those jeweled tones. The fear and stress in her scent jangled, depressing the intoxication of her arousal, the addicting young wildness of her normal fragrance. That flash of fury had been much more interesting. Fury also had a scent, like the crackle of a bonfire. She scooped up a pair of sandals. He watched her trim ass and long, slender legs as she climbed wooden stairs to a balcony and entered a beach house by sliding doors. She dropped the sandals again just inside. As he entered, he closed and locked the door behind him. She went to the kitchen sink and focused on scrubbing the sand from the abrasions on her palms. The house was growing chilled, the kitchen floor tiles cold under her sandy feet. Her ponytail felt like a rat's nest attached to the back of her head. Still, in that flat, dull voice, she asked, "Are you hungry?" He paused, surprised again by her. He leaned against a wall. There was no telling what the lunatic in her body would say next.
"What if I am?"
he said. She glanced at him, face tight. "If you are, I'll need to order delivery. I'm a vegetarian, and you're rather famously not. Assuming I'm not on the menu for your dinner, I don't have anything to feed you that you'll like." She meant to feed him supper? He had serious questions for this female, his property to locate, and in outrage and fury he had set aside, not banished. He had justice to mete out and vengeance to claim, but first he had to map out this unfamiliar territory he traveled in. He realized something. For the first time in a long time, perhaps even centuries, he wasn't bored. From the moment he picked up that scrap of paper in his lair, his little thief had continued to surprise him. Dragos rubbed his jaw and prepared to be entertained.
"Get something,"
he said. She began thumbing through a telephone directory on the kitchen counter. She flipped past the yellow pages and the red pages for business to the green pages for elder businesses. Her head was ducked as she muttered under her breath. Dragos leaned forward, barely catching what she said.
"What?"
She paused and looked at him, eyes wide. What? She asked.
You whispered, "Get something, please," he told her. "What is it you want me to get?"
Despite the grimness of her situation, she was surprised to find amusement bubbling up. She kept a stern grip on it. "It's normal," she told the dragon, "for people to say please when they make a request. You said, 'Get something.' Most people would say, 'Get something, please.'"
"Ah."
Dragos folded his arms.
"But I did not ask for anything. I ordered it."
She pinched the bridge of her nose. "That you did." Her finger traveled down the green page and stopped at the number for an elder restaurant. Hands shaking, she punched in a number. A youthful, musical voice answered the phone. Elvin. All too aware of the keen gold gaze focused with relentless patience on her, Pia said, "I'm calling from a beach house on Folly Beach." She rattled off the address. "Will you service this area?"
"Of course we will," said the voice. "We know the address well."
"We would like a dozen porterhouse steaks," she said. She looked at her captor. "Dragos, do you want them raw or cooked?"
"Just seared," he said.
The person on the other end of the connection drew in a swift breath.
"We will be with you as soon as we can," he said. "It may take a little while. Delivery in about an hour."
"Soon as you can will be fine," she said. She deleted the number from the cell phone's memory, clicked the off button, and placed it on the counter. She didn't think Dragos had looked away once since they had entered the beach house. It was just one more thing to add to a growing list of things that felt unreal. Then she stood, staring at her hands. An hour, she thought. God, it felt like forever. Her shoulders sagged. She didn't think she had any more adrenaline left to pump into her system. "They'll be here soon. Now what?" He pushed himself away from the wall.
"Now," Dragos said, "you tell me why you stole from me, and how. Most especially, we will discuss how."
5. Pia kept her gaze down. She touched one abraded palm with a finger. "My ex-boyfriend blackmailed me into doing it."
"Keith Hollins," he said.
Startled, her head jerked up. "You know who he is?" His black eyebrows rose.
"I know a lot of things."
His sentinels had worked fast that morning before he left New York. While the witch had cast the tracking spell for him, Ariel and several others had run a background check on Pia Giovanni. They winnowed through other possibilities until they found the right one. A team had been dispatched to search her apartment and follow any leads they found. Soon after the spell was in place and he had collected preliminary information, Dragos had taken flight, arrowing south for his prey.
"Your boyfriend is dead," he told her.
Just like that, she had had too much. Her vision grayed, and the world tilted. Dragos leaped forward, hard arms snaking around her before she could collapse. He eased her onto a bar stool and pushed her head down. Her ponytail was a mess, he noted with disapproval as it spilled toward the floor. He kept one hand at the back of her neck. With the other, he worked the puffy elastic thing out of her hair until it fell free, if still somewhat tangled. He slipped the puffy thing into his pocket. She asked, muffled, "Did you kill him?"
"No, nor did my people."
The skin at the back of her neck was chilled. He felt the shiver ripple through her.
"They found him earlier today. Bad death."
Damn that poor idiot. I tried to warn him. She covered her face with her hands. Jealousy spiked. His lip lifted in a silent snarl. She was his thief, nobody else's.
"You loved him."
"No," she said, wretchedness in her voice. "Yes. I don't know. I thought I did once, but he wasn't who I thought he was. After I broke things off with him, the bastard blackmailed me. I knew he was going to get himself killed. I even tried to warn him, but he wouldn't listen to me. He got what he deserved, but it's still hard to hear about someone I used to care about." She clenched her fists. "Let me up, I'm not going to faint." He released the pressure he had been putting on her neck. She sat upright in the bar stool. She looked composed, but her skin was ashen. There were goosebumps along her bare arms and shoulders.
"You are too cold," he said. "That means shock, I think. We will change that."
He noted the bottle of scotch on the counter by the sink. He retrieved the bottle along with a coffee mug from the cupboard. He poured a drink and shoved it into her hands.
"Drink that while I find a blanket."
She looked at him askance as her fingers curled around the mug.
"Yes, I know," he said, impatient. "I'm going to rend you limb from limb someday, when I feel like it. In the meantime, you will not faint, you will get warm, and you will stop being distressed." His nostrils pinched. "I don't like how it smells."
Her pretty mouth fell open. "You don't like—" A hysterical giggle bubbled out and turned to outright laughter. She listed on the bar stool, the coffee mug tilting. He covered her hands with one of his own, steadying the mug, and pressed a finger against her lips.
"Stop that."
"Sure," she hooted. "Whatever you say." He wasn't by any stretch of imagination an expert on emotions, let alone female emotions. Scowling, he tapped her lips. "I'll just, I don't know, be happy until you decide to start rending," she hiccuped. "How will that do, Your Majesty?"
"I was being sarcastic," he said.
"Which is very reassuring, coming from a pissed-off dragon," she told him. "Kinda like the whole, tell me what I want to know and I'll let you go joke. Definitely has its own charm. I bet all your other prisoners love it." Her slender body continued to shake. She was out of control. He would get no sense out of her as long as she was this overwrought. Dragos cupped her chin. He stared into her eyes, intending to beguile her into a sense of calm. Instead, he came up against a mental barrier. Intrigued, he inspected it, feeling along the borders. The barrier seemed to be both natural and intentional. There was the echo of another feminine power interwoven in it, a subtle presence very like her own and yet separate. It was an altogether beautiful construction, an elegant citadel that protected the female's core. This was why she was able to break the beguilement in the dream. He could batter that wall down if he wanted to, but that would be like taking a sledgehammer to an opal. There would be nothing coherent left to salvage of her afterward. "Stop it," she whispered. Her body had stiffened, straining away from his touch. "Get out of my head." He held fast and used his voice instead of his mind.
"Quiet, female," he murmured. "Be quiet now."
His deep voice murmured. Tendrils of the sound curled into the air and wrapped around her. It soothed and reassured. Her breath shuddered, and she grew still. She stared in Dragos's gold eyes. Impossible depths existed in those brilliant pools. She could fall into his gaze and never come out. "Valium's got nothing on you," she murmured. "Bottle that and you could make another fortune."
"You are calmer now," he said.
His severe, dark face was inscrutable. "Yes." She wrenched her gaze away and stared into her coffee mug. She forced herself to say, "Thank you." He let go of her chin and hands and stepped back.
"Drink."
She looked up as he disappeared into the hall. Then she raised the mug to her lips and drank it all down. Scotch napalmed her veins, hitting her all the harder since she hadn't eaten well the last week. She put the mug on the counter and inspected her hands, felt along her jaw. She had taken a battering when he slammed her into the ground, but his handling of her since then had been quite careful. How remarkable! What did it mean? He strode back into the kitchen, the light blue hoodie she had bought earlier bunched in one hand. He nodded at the empty mug and dropped the hoodie in her lap. She shrugged it on as he crossed his arms. Perched on the bar stool as she was, he towered over her even more than he would if she were standing upright. She had thought the house was quite spacious until he had walked into it. "We will begin again," he said. She kept her gaze focused on his crossed forearms that looked very dark against the white silk shirt. The distance across his pectorals was extraordinary. On another man it would be too much. On him, those heavy muscles armored a body long enough to carry them with power and grace. "Keith blackmailed me into stealing something from you," she said. "It didn't matter what it was. He owed some people a lot of money." "Gambling debts," he said. She lifted her head. Had he settled into a hunter's patience? "You got that far already?" "We found his bookie. Also dead." Icy fingers slid down her spine. She pulled the hoodie closer around her torso. "I dated Keith for a few months. For a little while, I thought... It doesn't matter what I thought." He tilted his head. "You thought what?" "You're not interested in all that." Color tinged her cheeks. "Don't make assumptions about what I am interested in, or what I will think, or what I will do. You have no idea what interests me," he told her. He settled back against the edge of the dining room table and crossed one ankle over the other. "We clear?" She nodded, her color deepening. She went on, "We've already established I was an idiot. Keith came along when I was feeling low, and I fell for his charm. I was indiscreet. I should have known better, and I screwed up." Her throat closed. "You said you had broken things off," he prompted when she fell silent. She nodded. "I had, a while ago. Then, last week, he showed up. He was full of the scheme that was going to pay off all his debts and make him rich. Of course, by then, my rose-colored glasses were gone. I didn't want to have anything to do with it, or him. Then he made me." "Blackmail, you said, over your indiscretions." He spoke in a neutral tone. He had throttled the aggression down. She was very aware that he was managing her, but he still sounded pitiless. She covered her throat with one hand as he dissected her expression. "Can we please not talk about that?" She tried to steady her voice. "Please?" His lids dropped down, hooding his gaze. "Go on with your story." "There's what I know," she stressed the last word. "There's what I think, and then there's what I've guessed. Keith was all about his associates, people he met through his bookie that he was going to do business with. He was somehow a bigger man in all his stories than he was in real life. Know what I mean?" He nodded, keeping silent. "Well, I think he was half desperate, half boasting, and all the way manipulated. He started promising those contacts of his anything he could. His loans had come due. He said he told them he could get them anything they wanted." She swallowed hard. "And they said, 'How about something from Cuelebre, then?' They gave him a charm that would locate your lair, and Keith came to me." "Did they now?" He hadn't moved, but he had tensed all over. What radiated off him had her heart pounding. She licked lips that had gone dry and whispered, "I think Keith told them something about me, but not much. He would have wanted to keep me a secret because he wanted to be the big player, and he thought he could control me. He was hoping to set up a repeat business. But I think someone very nasty and powerful was manipulating him. And now, thanks to me, they've got something of yours." "They do indeed." He bared his teeth in that machete smile.
I'll have to thank you later for that one.
She whispered. That charm scared the shit out of me. If I didn't do what he wanted, I knew Keith would sing like a canary. Would he give me up? In a heartbeat, if it would save his own ass. Then they would come after me. So I was in that damned if you do, damned if you don't place.
Where's the charm now?
His eyes had gone pure gold, all dragon. It disintegrated when I used it. His eyes narrowed.
I would have felt my spells fail if it had nullified them, but they were all still in place when I went to investigate.
She cupped her ear with one hand and rubbed her neck, a stressed, defensive gesture as she remembered the pain from using the charm. He moved closer as that pitiless dragon gaze dissected her face. She whispered, The charm didn't nullify anything. Between it and your spells, I felt like I was being ripped apart.
Yet you still got through them.
She didn't bother to reply. Instead, she searched his face. His expression was savage, catapulting her thoughts forward to consequences that were more far-reaching than just her own future. Her lips felt numb. A charm that powerful could find anything hidden, couldn't it?
Depending on the strength of the user, yes.
Anything hidden. There were things in the world that should never be found, dangerous things, or fragile and precious creatures whose lives depended on secrecy. A finding charm as strong as the one Pia had used could slice like a knife through someone's every defense. She shivered and huddled into herself. Despite her fears and preoccupation for her own safety, this had never been about her. Dragos frowned as he considered the minefield she had maneuvered in order to get to his hoard, the unknown charm acting in opposition to his spells. The conflict of opposing magics might have killed another person. That elegant citadel inside her mind was probably what had saved her life. Despite her obvious upset, he didn't think she realized how much danger she had been in. He wondered if it was her conscience that made her so upset. He was fascinated by the concept of a conscience. He dropped a heavy hand onto her shoulder, gripping the slender bone and sinew. Her body shifted in subtle ways as she leaned into his bracing hold. He shifted the conversation back to an earlier point.
Hollins might have given you up anyway, before they killed him.
No, she sighed. He didn't, which may actually be why they killed him.
How can you be so sure?
After he blackmailed me, I blackmailed him, she told him. She squinted at him with one eye. Was that approval gleaming in his gaze? I wouldn't give him what I stole unless he read the binding spell I bought yesterday. He would have lost the ability to speak if he tried to talk about me. Her stomach twisted as she imagined what must have been done to Keith. It had been a bad death, Dragos said, and Dragos wasn't exactly known for being squeamish. Was Keith's death on her conscience if he had been the one to start the whole damn thing? Or did she start the whole damn thing by opening up her big mouth? The morality of it all was getting too convoluted for her to figure out.
How did you get past my locks and the wards?
She closed her eyes and put her hands over her face. What did it matter anymore? I'm a half-breed. I don't have much weir blood or many abilities. I can't change into a weir form, and I don't have a lot of power. I don't have anything interesting about me. She pulled her hands away and looked at him. He was staring at her. What? Have I grown 2 heads?
You believe you don't have anything interesting about you? He said. Or that you don't have much power?
She gave him a blank look and a shrug. Except, I guess, for one stupid parlor trick I was too fucking stupid to keep to myself, she said. I showed Keith when we were both drunk and goofing around.
What was it?
It's easier to show than tell. She walked over to the sliding glass door, unlocked it, stepped onto the deck, and shut the door again. Outside, the evening had darkened to dusk. Still staring at her, he stalked over and put a fist against the glass as if to break through it. She told him, "Go ahead and lock it again." His dark brows lowered in a scowl. She just looked at him. "Oh, go on. You know you could catch me again if I tried to run." His gold dragon's gaze holding hers, he did as she told him. She opened up the door and stepped back inside. "See?" He looked at the door and back at her again. "Do it again." She stepped outside. She walked back in after he locked the door. He said, "I didn't feel you cast a spell." "That's because I didn't. It's just a part of me." Locks, wards, you name it, and she could walk through it. Nothing could cage her. Nothing, that is, unless it plummeted out of a clear blue sky and sat on her. She dug the heel of her hand into one temple where a headache was starting to throb and sighed, "That's all I know. That, and again, I'm sorry. I suppose you'll want to do the rending now." He hadn't moved back when she stepped inside. She was so close she could feel his body heat on her skin. He had a kind of strength and vitality that was a constant shock to the system. She felt small and cold and pale by comparison. Despite the colossal danger this creature represented, she had quite an irrational desire to curl up in his warmth. He cupped her head. The broad palms and long fingers cradled her skull. Oddly, she didn't feel afraid, and she didn't resist when he tilted her face up. The predator bent over her. "You committed a crime," he said, "and you owe me. Say it." What was this? She could gain no hint by searching his face. Her shoulders sagged and her mouth drooped. "What if I don't want to say it?" "You will make recompense," said the Lord of the Weir. "You will serve me until I deem the debt is paid. Is that clear?" "No rending?" she asked. Her gaze clung to his. Could she believe him this time, or was this another cruel joke? He shook his head and smoothed back her hair. "No rending. You told me the truth," he said. "I could sense it as you talked. You committed a crime, but you were also a victim. This is justice." He bent his head until his nose just touched the top of hers, inhaling. His voice was much softer as he continued, "But when I go after who orchestrated this, that will be vengeance." She shuddered, going limp with relief. Her hand smoothed over the heavy muscles in his chest. She felt encompassed by him, and against all good sense or sanity, she felt safe. Her spine lost its starch. She leaned against him, just a little. She did it sneakily so he wouldn't notice. "I don't like that word, serve. What would you want me to do?" "I'll make use of you somehow," he said. "What if I don't want to do it?" Her head started to lower, a drooping flower on a stalk. His hands guided her to rest on his chest. "I'm not stealing again," she warned, "so if that's what you want, we might as well get back to the rending right now." Listen to her, big tough girl.
"There is nothing you could steal that I couldn't get in any number of other ways. I will not put you in harm's way."
He kept her head cradled in one hand and put an arm around her. He murmured,
"I do not endanger my treasures."
What did he mean by that? She was mesmerized by his hold in a way that had nothing to do with beguilement. She tried to focus. "I'm not agreeing, mind you," she grumbled. "I'll have to think about it." But it didn't sound so bad. It was much better than rending. And she did steal from him, along with telling him too much about herself. She bit her lip. What if he decided to blackmail her too? "I wasn't aware that I gave you a choice," he said. Was that amusement in his voice? Crime and judgment, remember, not negotiation. You lived in my domain, you lived by my law. But you go ahead and think about it all the way back to New York." A car horn sounded from the street side of the house. She jumped and yanked herself away. He looked at her with his eyebrows raised. "Oh, God," she said. That's the delivery. I'll go get it. Be right back." She charged for the door to be brought up short by his hand circling her wrist. "I'll get it," he said. "Don't be silly," she told him. A wild horse galloped in her chest. "I said I would buy you supper, and I will. It's the least I can do." "No." He brushed past her, long legs eating up the distance to the front door. "Oh, damn." She caught him by the arm just before he opened it and tried one last time. "Please, Dragos, let me do it." He put his hands to her shoulders and nudged her back into the living room. "Something is not right. I can feel it. You are not going out there," he said. He had turned into a stone-cold killer. His power revved like fighter plane powering up. "It's not safe." How did this get so messed up? She wrung her hands. He not so much walked outside as flowed, that great, magnificent body of his turning into a weapon. A sound sliced the air. Dragos spun backward, his legs buckling. It all happened too fast. She caught up a heartbeat later. She stared at Dragos, who had collapsed on the walk. A dozen tall elves stepped out of various hiding places, from behind her Honda, the nondescript Ford idling at the curb, and nearby shrubbery. They held weapons trained on the sprawled figure. 6-foot longbows. She launched toward Dragos, who was lying on his back. Darkness appeared on one white-clad shoulder. It began to spread. She fell to her knees beside him. "You shot him!" she shouted. She stared at the stern-eyed elves encircling them. "Do you know who he is?" One of them stepped forward. He was a silver-haired male, beautiful in the way that all elves are, with a gracious light that somehow made all other creatures leaden by comparison. Despite his slender build, he not only looked powerful, he carried more power than anybody else in the clearing, except for Dragos. "We know who he is," said the elf. He stared down at Dragos, his beautiful face cold. "Wyrm." She turned back to Dragos. Even though he lay wounded, he looked utterly without fear, his raptor's stare turning from the elves to focus on her. She tore open his shirt to stare at the bleeding hole over his left breast. Her uneven breathing sounded loud in her ears. "I don't get it. None of you are carrying guns. Where's the arrow?" she asked. She tore off her hoodie and pressed it to the wound. "Elven magic," Dragos responded through gritted teeth. "No simple arrow could mark him," said the elf, "but this one has already melted into his body. It will continue to release poison into his bloodstream for a number of days." "What did you do?" she shouted. Her face contorted. She clenched her fists and started to her feet. Dragos grabbed her wrist. "Pia," he said when she fought against his hold, "it would take a lot more than this to kill me." "We have disabled him," the elf told her. "You don't understand," she told Dragos. "I called them. It's my fault." She tried to pry his fingers open. It was like trying to pry open a steel shackle. She looked up at the elf. He had shifted his attention to Dragos. "You entered our lands without permission. Treaties have been broken. There will be consequences. For now, the poison will keep you from changing into the great beast. Since we have clipped your wings, we will give you 12 hours to get beyond our borders. If you are not gone by then, there will be more than 12 of us who will come for you." "I broke his law," Pia said. "He was just coming after me." "His law is not our law," said the elf, "and he broke ours. Wyrm, release your hold on the female." "She is mine." Dragos bared his teeth, gold eyes flaring to lava. His growls shivered through the ground at her knees, and long fingers clenched on her wrist. He tensed and began to rise. The other elves sighted down their longbows at him. "You will release her now or forfeit the 12 hours' grace," their leader said.
Pia flung her free hand out at the elves, fingers spread and palm out. "Stop!" She leaned over Dragos. Bending close to that feral face was one of the braver things she had done in her life. Some instinct she could not have verbalized had her gentling her voice. "Dragos," she murmured, calm and quiet, like she would speak to a wounded animal. "Can you look at me, please? You know how normal people say please. Pay attention to me, not them."
That lava gaze turned to her, burning and alien. He may not be able to change, but he was immersed in the dragon. "Thank you," she breathed. She dropped her free arm and stroked at his black hair. Dragos tracked the movement and then looked at her face. "I know you're very angry, but I promise you, this is not worth fighting over," she whispered. She tugged just a little at the inky ends. Inspiration struck. "And you promised me you wouldn't put me in harm's way, just a few minutes ago, remember?" His dangerous face clenched. "You're mine," he told her. For a blistering instant, she had no idea what to say to that. Then, hey, another light bulb moment came along and she was on a roll. "Letting go of my wrist doesn't change a thing," she murmured. She mimicked what he had done to her earlier and stroked a finger down the side of his face, then laid her hand against his cheek. "Please." His fingers loosened, and he let her pull away. She got to her unsteady feet, somehow managed to stay upright, and turned to face the elven leader, who gave her a slight bow. He stared at her. "Do I know you from somewhere?" Interior alarm bells started to ring, but all the light bulbs had left her high and dry. She shook her head and said, "We've never met." "I'm sure I've seen you before. You look—" The elf's sea-colored gaze widened. "You look exactly like—" Dragos curled a hand around her ankle. "Yeah, I look like Greta Garbo," she interrupted in a loud voice. A pulse of dread dampened her skin. "Shut up, elf." "I get that a lot." "My lady, I am so honored to meet you," the elven leader breathed. He bowed low to her. His previous generic respect turned to reverence. When he straightened, his face was alight with joy. "You have no idea how we hoped and prayed that something of your mother still remained in this world." All the other elves stared at them, their faces alight with curiosity. She scowled at the elven leader. "I have no idea what you're talking about," she told him. He seemed to start and come to himself. His joy became muted, but she could still feel it beating in him. He smiled at her and said, "Of course. Forgive me. I am mistaken." Then his telepathic voice sounded in her head like deep bell chimes in the wind. "My name is Farian. I knew a woman once who looked much like you. Meeting her was one of the greatest gifts of my life." "I am honored that you would share that with me," she said, "but it is dangerous for me that we talk of this, and I am not that woman. In fact, I am very much less than that woman." "Not to my eyes," he said. "Please allow us to offer you sanctuary. I know our Lord and Lady would greet you with joy every bit as deep as my own. We would treasure your presence among us." She hesitated, and for a moment, oh, she was tempted. The thought of such a welcome wrung at her lonely heart. But Farian's reverence brought her up short. She didn't think she could bear to live with such regard. Not when she was so much less than what he thought she was, nothing very special at all. Just a glow-in-the-dark nightlight and a stupid parlor trick and a big mouth that got her into too much trouble. Living with the elves, where she would feel like a fraud while she aged and died and they remained forever the same, would just be a different kind of loneliness. The jealous hand on her ankle tightened. She looked down at Dragos, who was watching her with a narrowed gaze. "I thank you for the offer of sanctuary. Perhaps one day I may take you up on it," she said to Farion. While she couldn't accept, she couldn't bear to say no either, to what might be the only home ever offered to her. "In the meantime, I have a debt to pay." Farion said aloud, "Lady, I beg of you, come away with us. Do not stay with the beast." She squatted by Dragos and dared to peek under the hoodie covering his wound. It had stopped bleeding. She mopped the blood streaks from his shoulder as gently as she could, wiped her hands on the material, and folded the bloodied part into the rest of the hoodie. "This train wreck is all my fault," she said. "I have to do what I can to make it right." Dragos's grip on her leg eased. His fingers slid along her calf in a subtle movement. It annoyed her so much she snapped at him. "But no matter what ridiculous thing you say, I am not yours. You wouldn't be here except for me, so I will see you to the elven border. I know you lost your head, and you got all scary and obsessive and territorial, and you want to get back your property and all that, but come on. All I took was a fricking penny. Besides, I already gave you another one." One corner of his long, sexy, cruel mouth lifted in a smile. The elves refused to touch Dragos, so she had to help him as much as she could. By the time he had pushed himself off the ground and she had gotten herself insinuated under his good arm, the elves had disappeared. She knew better than to believe they were gone. "You took a 1962 penny," Dragos said. His teeth were gritted. "You left a 1975 penny. It's no replacement." She stared at him. "Oh my God, it's scary you noticed that." "I know everything in my hoard and exactly where it is," he told her, "down to the smallest piece." "You could go to a doctor, get checked out for OCD," she panted. "There might be medication for that." His chest moved in a silent laugh. She focused on putting one foot in front of the other. He leaned on her as little as possible, otherwise they both would have crashed to the ground again. He still felt like a Volkswagen had been hung around her neck. They got inside. He collapsed on the couch. He draped an arm over his eyes and stretched out one leg until his boot hung over the end. He left the other foot planted on the floor. Between the blood and the buttons she'd popped when she ripped it open, his Armani shirt was ruined. She eyed his chest, that went both wide and far, narrowing to an 8-pack that rippled into his jeans. For God's sake, the male was injured, and here she was ogling him like a pervert in a porn store. "I'm just not right in the head," she muttered. He said from under his arm, "I'll pursue that comment later." She turned to the kitchen. "I'll get you some water." "Scotch." "Okay, and water." She brought the bottle of scotch along with a jug of water and a cloth. He swiped the scotch bottle from her, uncapped it, and drank half without pausing. She waited until he came up for air. Then she sat on the wood-framed coffee table and used the washcloth to wipe the blood off his chest. The entry wound was already nothing more than a white scar. "Does it still hurt?" she asked, anxiety gnawing at her. "Yes." "I'm sorry." "Your voice is too loud. Shut up," he told her. She bit both her lips as she finished washing him. He sighed and shifted. While he had lost none of that lethal animal grace, it was obvious he was in pain. "Keep doing that with the cloth. It feels good." He paused. "Please." After freezing for a moment, she said, "I'll get a clean one." She dropped the bloodied cloth in the sink, grabbed another, and hurried back. He hadn't moved. She began to smooth the dampened cloth over his chest and shoulders. If he had felt hot before, now he was an inferno. She took the arm draped across his washboard stomach, pushed up the sleeve, and bathed it. Then she put it down and reached for the arm he had covering his eyes. He let her, eyes glittering under half-closed lids. "It was the phone call," she said. "For the stakes. I didn't call a number from the phone book. I had memorized a helpline number somebody gave me."
"I got that."
His reply was very dry. She nodded, dipped the warm washcloth in the water from the jug to cool it down, and started over again. The words kept pouring out of her. She said, "I was scared when I called them. I thought you were going to kill me."
"Got that too."
"I'm sorry," she burst out. She grabbed the scotch bottle from him and took a deep swig. As she lowered the bottle, she caught him smiling.
"Good," he said. "You should be very sorry. In the last 2 days, you have cost me an untold amount of manpower, tens of millions of dollars in property damage."
"Hey, let's keep the record straight. I wasn't the one who threw a hissy and hollered fit to wake the dead." Her spine straightened and she glared at him. His smile broadened, a slash of white in the room's gathering darkness.
"You've caused me all kinds of broken treaties with the elven community, and now I'm sick as a dog."
She pointed at him. "You broke those treaties. You weren't supposed to come here. How crazy is that?" A pause. She looked at him with sad eyes. "Are you really sick as a dog?"
"Pretty much."
He gestured for the bottle and she handed it over.
"My body's fighting off the poison. It's better than it was. In a little bit, I'll be able to move around on my own."
She turned and sat with a small grunt on the floor. She leaned back against the couch, facing away from him. She drew up her legs, put her elbows on her knees, and pushed the heels of her hands against her eyes. Her headache had grown. "I'm not sure where the elven domain ends, but it won't take long to drive it. Couple hours. We've got some time." He dug his fingers into her hair and lifted up the strands.
"I want some of your hair."
She lifted her head. "What?"
"I said I want some of your hair. Give me a lock and I'll forgive you for breaking and entering."
"Okay, sure." She squinted at him. "So I give you a lock of my hair, take you to the elven border, and drop you off?"
He laughed. "I never said I was letting you go. I just said I'll forgive you."
"I knew that had to be too easy," she muttered. "You're just not a straight road, are you? Okay, so why will you forgive me but not let me go?" Her shoulders sagged. "Never mind, I'm too tired for this conversation." He kept running his fingers through her hair.
"Did you ever give your boyfriend any?"
Her eyes tried to close. The gentle tugging on her scalp was making it all but impossible to keep her head upright. "Ex," she mumbled.
"Ex," he amended.
"No." She fought against the drugging pleasure to wake up. She gave his hand a half-hearted push. "Stop it. I can't keep my eyes open when you do that."
"So don't."
He smoothed his palm over her head. He liked how her voice got soft with drowsiness. He liked that she didn't smell of fear any longer, that her scent was tinged with a lingering faint arousal.
"Go to sleep," he murmured.
"Gotta meet that deadline. Set an alarm." She tried to struggle to her feet. As she was rising off her knees, he hooked an arm around her waist and pulled her down on top of him. It wasn't hard. She was off balance to begin with and wobbly with fatigue. She oofed and tried to push off him, but he wrapped his arms around her and trapped her in place.
"Lie down," he ordered. "I'll make sure we leave on time. Go to sleep."
She collapsed on him like a house of cards. He pulled her head into a comfortable spot on his uninjured shoulder. "Quit giving me orders," she yawned. Under the guise of shifting to get comfortable, she rubbed her cheek against his chest, wallowing in the sensation of warm, powerful male. It seeped into the cold cracks that ran deep inside her. "You're not the boss of me."
"Sleep," he told her.
Just like that, from one moment to the next, she was asleep. No one was around to witness when he experimented with pressing his lips against her forehead. He decided he liked that too. 6. The bed shifted underneath her. Pia yawned and rubbed her nose. Why was the mattress so uneven and warm? Her eyes popped open. The room was full dark. All she could see were shadows. She was sprawled on Dragos, their legs entangled. She stiffened and tried to push herself upright, but the heavy arms encircling her refused to let her go. And her head was pinned. She gave a tug. He had wrapped her hair around one thick wrist. Gravel seemed to be lodged in her throat. She croaked, "You think I would try to run away again while you slept? I wouldn't leave you when you were hurt." He unwound her hair and let go of the ends, smoothing it back.
"I didn't sleep."
This time, when she pushed onto her elbows, he let her, allowing one arm to loop across her waist. Not going to think about that nap, not going to think about sleeping in his arms or how shocking it was that it felt so good. Whoops, she just thought about it. "How could you not sleep?" she asked. "Did you feel too sick?"
"It's not my usual habit, but I can go days at a time without eating or sleeping if I need to."
He kept his voice at a sedate pitch. The sound rumbled through her.
"I have no intention of sleeping in the elven domain. Besides, all I needed to do was rest."
"How do you feel now?" Too groggy to keep her head up, she sank down again and rested her cheek on his pectoral. Satin skin over iron.
"Better. My shoulder feels like ice, but the pain has eased. I'll be able to get up and move around, but I don't think I'll be able to shift until well after their deadline expires. The magic of their poison was well constructed."
She ran light fingers over his injured shoulder. The area felt feverishly hot, much warmer than the rest of his body, not icy. "That doesn't hurt?"
"No."
He captured her hand and brought it up to his mouth. She stiffened as he slipped her forefinger into his mouth and sucked. Just like that, the intense lust from the dream came roaring back. His hold on her waist shifted her until he brought them into better alignment, pelvis to pelvis. The evidence of his arousal jutted long and thick under his jeans. She groaned and tried to wriggle away. All she managed to do was rub their bodies together. She choked, "Stop it." He took his time, sucking his way to the tip of her finger. His dark voice brushed her like a lazy tiger rubbing against her skin.
"Why? You wanted me in the dream. I wanted you. I have smelled your arousal since. Only a few hours have passed. We have time before we need to leave."
He licked her palm, a sensation that shot all the way down her body to throb between her legs. She gasped. What happened was in a dream.
"So, we both still want it."
His lips moved to the delicate skin of her wrist. The pulse at her wrist beat a frantic tattoo against his mouth. His tongue traced the vein. She was not just shocked, but bewildered. He was such a sledgehammer kind of male, but this sensuality had a knowledgeable gentleness she didn't know how to handle. She had to work to find her outrage again. When she did, it was whimpering in delight. The dream was a spell. It wasn't real.
"It was the truth," he said.
Long fingers began to tease their way under the hem of her shirt to trace along the skin at her lower back.
"The beguilement brought you what you wanted most."
Her skin prickled and she felt suffocated. She struggled hard to get free and meant it this time. For a moment, his arms tightened on her as if he would refuse to let her go. Then his hold loosened. She scrambled to her feet, collided with the coffee table, and knocked something over. Wetness soaked the carpeting at her bare foot. She had kicked over the jug of water she'd used to sponge him clean. She held out her arms as she went forward until she came to the wall. Her fingers slid along the smooth plaster until she found a switch. She flipped the switch and then stood with both hands braced on the wall, eyes squeezed shut against the sudden light. Her face felt like it was on fire. Keith and the horrible mistakes she made, ignoring her mother's advice, opening up and sharing, all because she wanted to be in love and to be loved. She wanted to be trusted and to trust. All because she wanted a lover and a mate, a real home, a safe house, a place she didn't have to run from, and, dare she think it, maybe someday even children. The muscles in her arms were too tight. She rubbed her damp cheek on her shoulder. The couch springs protested. She felt rather than heard him come up behind her. An inferno of energy boiled along her hypersensitive nerves. Dragos pressed his body to her back. He pressed his hands over hers, so much bigger and darker than the slender feminine ones that trembled underneath. Her distress bruised the air. He lowered his cheek to the top of her head. His court was at times a tumultuous place. Some were mated, many were single. All the weir kind lived with a frank sensuality, and all too easily hot emotions ran to violence. He took a female on occasion, but his couplings were always simple. It was straightforward sex with no complications. But he had been a witness to many other couplings that were much more complex. Hurt feelings, misunderstandings, jealousies, broken hearts, infidelities, passions. It all played out in a backdrop to court life. This was a complex female, no simple sex for hire. He considered what to do, examples of things he had seen, discarding one thing after another. Then he said in a quiet voice, "I don't understand. Will you please explain to me?" Damn him. Now he knew that saying please got to her. He was starting to say it. She shook her head. He sighed. "I am old, and I am often cruel and calculating, and it is not safe to be around me when I am in a rage. I do not apologize for what I am. I am a predator, and I rule other strong-minded predators. But I did not mean to distress you." She calmed as she listened to him. The horrible sense of exposure faded. He surrounded her with his body, and his energy engulfed her. He didn't understand. He thought the dream was just about sex, if it were only that simple. She leaned her head back, and he moved so that she rested in the hollow where his neck met his shoulder. She said, "The dream was manipulative. It was outside of reality. You might choose to do things in a dream that you might not choose to do when you're awake." "But it was true?" His breath puffed the delicate hairs at her temple. How strange that he was uncertain. He wore arrogance with much more ease. That shouldn't be as charming as she thought it was. She really wasn't right in the head. "There was a truth in the dream," she admitted. "It is not as obvious as just sex." "There's more to it than I thought." She could hear the smile in his voice. He sounded pleased. "You're glad about that?" she asked, unable to keep from smiling too. "You're complicated. I am not bored." She pulled one hand out from under his and covered her mouth. "I'm so happy I could entertain you, Your Majesty." He wrapped his arms around her. "So, what is this reality that is not as obvious as the sex in the dream? How does it connect to the arousal I have sensed from you?" She reveled in the strength of those arms and decided to let herself enjoy being held. No analysis, second-guessing motives, no looking forward, no expectations. Is that how I really feel? How much might be left over from the dream spell? You're complicated too, and I've been pretty damn scared of you off and on today. And for me, attraction is one thing, but making She drew in a sharp breath. But sex, she amended, is quite another. I have to have a certain level of trust in someone before I can choose to be that vulnerable.
You trusted Keith, he said.
She couldn't keep from flinching. Yes, I did, and he betrayed me, and that still hurts.
The beguilement from the dream has worn off, he told her. Whatever you feel is real, and what you choose to do about it is all your own.
He pulled her hair to one side and put his lips to the bite mark at her neck. Her pulse fluttered like a butterfly, and her breathing hitched. His arms tightened, and then he let her go and stepped back. She turned around, disheveled and bewildered. Graceful bare feet gleamed pale against the neutral beige of the carpet, her toes painted a glossy red. She looked delicate and delicious, and his groin tightened. He ignored it.
We should go.
She nodded, trying to tuck flyaway strands of her hair behind her ears. Yes, of course we should. How long did we rest?
Couple hours.
He turned away, fighting to control his reaction to her. There's time to clean up then. If you don't mind, I'm going to take a shower and change. I won't be long. She hurried down the hall. Dragos angled his head and watched her leave. He still didn't like that image of her walking away.
Someday you will trust me. Then you will tell me what more there was to the dream and why you were so shaken. You will not be afraid of me, and you will tell me all your secrets. And then you will be mine.
He smiled. She didn't realize he was still on the hunt. Good. It was better that way. In the bedroom, Pia grabbed the second new outfit she had bought along with underwear, a pair of blue jean capris, and a lemon-yellow stretch t-shirt with capped short sleeves and a scalloped neck. Only one more new outfit to go. At the rate she was dirtying things, she was going to have to do laundry or buy more clothes. She closed the bathroom door, feeling silly as she locked it. Like that and the U.S. Army would keep him out if he chose to get in. She shook her head, started the shower, stripped, and stepped in. The warm water gushed over her head and body, soothing achy, tired places. She hissed when it hit her abraded knees. Working fast, she washed her hair with the proper shampoo, sighing with relief as she worked conditioner through it and the ropey length became softer and more manageable. Then she soaped the rest of her body, rinsed, dried, and dressed. She brushed her hair and pulled it back with a yellow scrunchie, threw the toiletries back into the shopping bag, and stepped out of the bathroom. Dragos had stretched out on the rumpled covers. He made the queen-sized bed look small and cramped. She ran into an invisible wall when she saw him. He lay on his back, eyes closed, one hand behind his head, the other resting on that long washboard stomach. He had removed the blood-stained shirt and wore only his jeans and boots. The shoulder wound still shone white against the bronze skin. His ribs rippled under heavy pectorals and dark nipples puckered against the cool air. He had washed too, the inky sprinkle of hair still damp on that truly inhuman chest. His head was damp too. She caught the scent of clean mail. As with every room he entered, he owned the bedroom just by being there. She shivered and rummaged for her last clean shirt, a long-sleeved button-down. After she tore off the tags, she put it on and wore it like a jacket, since the hoodie had had such a short lifespan. His presence was too overwhelming. She could not bring herself to sit near him on the edge of the bed. Instead, she crouched to slip on anklet socks and her tennis shoes. Her gaze darted from Dragos to her various belongings scattered around the room. She looked at her backpack with the documentation for 3 new identities, and almost $100,000. Then she looked back at the supine male. "Are you ready?" she asked. She sounded as winded as if she had run a marathon. She went around the room and collected her belongings, stuffing them into another shopping bag.
"Yes,"
he said. He took a deep breath and sighed. It was an awe-inspiring sight. She licked her lips and tried to think of other things.
"You don't need those other identities," he told her. "I like the name Pia Giovanni. It suits you."
Shit. 3 very expensive, well-constructed identities down the toilet, and the others were back in New York. "I can't believe you," she exploded. "That was my stuff. You had no right to look at it."
"Of course I did," he said.
How did he manage to come up with that? She threw one of the shopping bags at him. He must have been watching her with his eyelids slit. In a movement that looked lazy yet was very fast, he caught the bag with one hand. "I bet you counted the money, too," she snapped.
"Of course I did," he said again.
He grinned, a white slash of a smile.
"Women really do take a lot longer in the bathroom. I also looked in the refrigerator, used your cell phone to call New York, and pocketed your car keys. There can't be a scrap of predator wear in you because you aren't just a vegetarian. You're a vegan. No wonder you're so scrawny."
Scrawny? Only he could think of calling a 5'10", 140-pound woman scrawny. She threw the other shopping bag at him. He caught that too, but couldn't stop the bottles of shampoo, conditioner, and lotion spilling over him. "I am not! And anyway, I'm not quite a vegan either. I'll eat honey if it's harvested in a responsible manner. But forget about all that. You give me back my car keys."
"Not happening," he told her.
She launched at him and smacked him in the chest. "You bastard! You did not have any right to go through my things or steal my car." He started laughing, a deep, full-out belly laugh. Then, in a move that mimicked the one in the dream, he grabbed her arms, rolled her over his body, and slammed her into the mattress. She squeaked. He rose over her, eclipsing the light. Those golden raptor's eyes were alight.
"There is not another entity in the world who would dare to act that way with me."
She froze, and the blood drained from her face. His expression changed. He held a stiffened finger under her nose and said,
"No, I did not mean that as a threat."
Her lips trembled. "What did you mean, then?" He laid a hand on her cheek. It was so long it almost covered the length of her head.
"You're mine," he said. "You can deny it, argue, throw fits, try to run away, but you're still mine."
"That's insane," she whispered. "I have no idea what that means. I don't belong to you or anyone else."
"Yes, you do," he told her.
His thumb stroked her lips.
"You are mine, and I will keep you. I will not hurt you, and I will protect you. And you're beginning to trust me. All of that is a good thing."
"I am not a piece of property, damn it!"
"But you are in my possession."
She enunciated, "I think you are a lunatic."
"Since you are too, that works well enough."
His mouth curled into a smile. He lowered his head slowly, watching her. When she tensed, he whispered,
"You're safe. I just want to taste you. No more."
He waited inches above her lips. This was so wrong on so many levels. She looked from his patient eyes to his mouth. The tension melted from her traitorous body. He felt her resistance go. His mouth covered hers. Her eyes fluttered closed. His lips, warm and firm, moved feather-light against hers, discovering their shape and texture. It was nothing like the dream when they were both hard and rough with each other. This kiss was slow, confident, unhurried, and sensuous. Pleasure spiraled down through her body and grew liquid. She murmured and touched his jaw. He licked and nibbled at her lips, his breathing deepening. As her fingers traveled up from his jaw and threaded through his hair, he opened his mouth and drove into her with his tongue. The pleasure spiked higher, sharper. He angled her head so he had better access and could dig deeper into her mouth, his body hardening. He drove his thigh between her legs and pushed up against the area that had grown wet in response to him. She made another muffled noise as she kissed him back with escalating excitement. He growled and pushed harder with his thigh, deeper with his tongue. He hit just the right spot. She gasped and arched her pelvis. Both her arms were now wound around his neck. He cupped her ass and pulled her up more tightly against him. He wound his other arm underneath her neck, holding her pressed along the length of his body. He found a wicked rhythm with mouth and thigh that stole all thought from her until she was so torched she was eating at him with the same lack of control as she had in the dream. He devoured her with starved greed. She ran her hands over his bare shoulders. His nude torso was all over her, his thick, hard erection pressing against her hip. She wanted his clothes off. She wanted him inside of her, holding her down as he pounded into her. Oh my God, she wanted to pull way the hell back now. She yanked her mouth away and said, gasping, "Stop! It's too much!" He reared back his head and hissed. He crushed her to him and didn't move, his body strung tight. His gaze had turned to lava again, golden eyes burning. She turned and buried her face against his hard, bunched biceps. She whispered, "I'm just not ready." "The boyfriend," he snarled. "Ex-boyfriend, and I'm so over him." She peeked at him. He was looking down at her, the planes and angles of his dark face cut sharp. "You said you were still hurt." She laid her fingers against that taut mouth and traced it, obsessed with the shape and texture of him. "I am hurt because I chose to trust someone and was betrayed. I am no longer hurt by him, nor would I want anything to do with him if he were still alive. The most I would be tempted to do is beat the crap out of him again." The tension in his body started to ease. She felt his mouth pull into a smile under her fingers. "You beat the crap out of him?" She smiled back, eyes crinkling at him. "Well, no," she admitted, "but I did get a lot of satisfaction out of pushing him until I smacked him into a wall." He studied her. The ivory of her skin was flushed a delicate pink, lips swollen and dusky red from being kissed. Those night-dark violet eyes sparkled at him. However she claimed she felt, her body was lax and trusting as it curved to fit his. The scent of her intense arousal was delectable. All her jeweled tones had been polished bright. "You are utterly gorgeous," he said. He pressed his lips against her forehead. Her eyes widened in shock. Then she looked away, her flush deepening. She couldn't think of anything to say. On impulse, she hugged him tight. It seemed to surprise him because he held still and then hugged her back, crushing her to him before letting go. He rolled away from her and onto his feet in one smooth, lithe motion. "Now we really must go." She wobbled to her feet, not as graceful as he had been. He helped her pick up the things that had spilled from the shopping bags and insisted on carrying them and her backpack. Feeling she had lost vital control of her life somehow, she trailed after him. Before they left, she went to the kitchen to collect her cell phone and to grab what she could eat on the run. She ignored the salad ingredients and dressing. She threw into another shopping bag a package of almonds, soy yogurt, and a spoon she swiped from the utensil drawer, along with the bottled water she had bought. The dryer was running in the small utility room off the kitchen. Dragos stopped it and pulled out his torn Armani shirt. He had rinsed out the blood as best he could, but the pristine white was gone. He shrugged it on, but didn't bother to fasten what few buttons were left. She found herself grateful for even that indifferent coverage. Although it didn't help much, he was still distracting and sexy, with glimpses of that long brown torso showing at the open shirt. The sight of his bare chest had stolen every digit of her IQ. They stepped outside. As Dragos closed the front door, she made a mental note to call Quentin to warn him they hadn't left the house in quite as good a shape as she would have liked. Dragos escorted her to the passenger's side of the car as he looked around. The stone-cold killer was back. He opened the door for her and closed it after she was seated, then put the packages in the back and climbed into the driver's seat. "Are you expecting trouble?" she asked, looking around at the tranquil night scene. Altogether, with her nap and everything else, they had used about 6 of Dragos's 12-hour time limit, and it was around 3 a.m. Someone several beach houses down was having a party, with all lights blazing, but they kept it quiet. "Not if the elves keep to their word," he said. He located the lever and pushed the seat back as far as it could go. "Why wouldn't they?" she asked, her eyes wide. "I've never heard anything bad about their integrity." "You're quite a bit younger than I am, too," he reminded her. "Every race has had its less-than-stellar moments now and then. Oh, for fuck's sake, this car is going to kill me." "What? Why?" "Still waiting for it to pick up speed," he told her. "Any day now. What is it, a POS?" "What's a POS?" "Piece of shit car." She started to laugh. "It's a Honda Civic, and it's a fine car, very fuel efficient." "Well, we know why, don't we?" Despite his words, he kept to a modest speed until they had left the beach area and came to a main highway. When he accelerated, he held the car's speed steady at the speed limit. "What kind of car do you have?" She opened her yogurt. She was starving. "My favorite is the Bugatti." She might have known he would have a car worth over $1 million. No doubt it did something extravagant like hit the sound barrier in 60 seconds. She started to eat. "How many other cars do you have?" "Maybe 30 in the whole fleet. I don't keep track of them all. The ones I drive are the Bugatti or the Hummer. Sometimes the Rolls. My people drive the others." "Of course they do," she said. His people. She shook her head. Such extravagant wealth was unimaginable. He glanced at her sideways. His lip curled. "What the hell are you eating?" She wiped the corner of her mouth with a thumb. "Soy yogurt." "Is that food? I tried what you bought the other day, the Twizzlers and the Cherry Coke Slurpee. I couldn't get either one out of my mouth fast enough." She burst out laughing. "Come on, it couldn't have been that bad." "It was," he told her in a serious voice. "It was very much that bad." "How did you know?" Realization dawned. "Oh, the note I left you. I wrote it on the back of a receipt." She smacked her forehead. "That's how you tracked me." "We got the security footage from the date of the receipt. Between that and your human name you told me in the dream, we had you." She sighed, finished her yogurt, and opened the package of almonds. "So much for my life of crime." She offered him the opened package, and he shook his head. Headlights came up behind them and stayed a steady distance away. She noticed him looking in the rearview mirror and twisted in her seat. "What is it?" "We have an escort to the elven border." His profile looked hard in the dim, reflected light. How polite of them. "What do you want to bet they would offer roadside assistance if we got a flat?" "Well, you can hardly blame them," she pointed out. "You did trespass." "Yes, and you stole from me," he said. "And look at how well we're getting along." She was taken aback. She thought back on the overloaded day. They were getting along extraordinarily well. She suspected she ought to be freaked out by it. Come to think of it, some part of her was. "Now that you mention it," she murmured, "you do seem to be running against type a bit, aren't you?" "Of course," he told her in a silken voice. "Do you think I go from possibly rending to kissing in a day with just anyone who's stolen from me?" I haven't had much time to think about it." She hadn't had time to think of much of anything. He held up a finger. "First, you're the only one who's ever successfully stolen from me." He held up another finger. "Second, I am not a forgiving creature. In fact, you're the only one I've ever forgiven before." He put up a third finger. "And third, I like vengeance. I'm looking forward to ripping apart the person who gave you that charm and who ended up with my penny." "Put like that, I should still be running away screaming," she said. She swallowed and looked out her window at the dark night scenes passing by. "Why is this so different?" "Remember when I said I wasn't bored?" She nodded as she folded the corner of her long-sleeved shirt between her fingers. "Looking back, I think I've been bored for centuries now. That's a pretty big rut. People rush to give me anything I could want, and if for some reason that doesn't happen, I can always buy what I want." "I can't imagine," she murmured. "Well, I live that way every day. But you're different. You have been a series of surprises from the first," said Dragos. "I have never been so angry. Then your note made me laugh out loud. The dream? Big surprise. The ridiculous things you say, the way you smell, the color of your hair in the sunlight, in the moonlight." He shot her a sidelong glance with that blade-sharp smile of his. "I am very much not bored. I find that's worth a lot to me, including figuring out how to do new things." She turned to look out her window again. Oh, great. So she could relax as long as he was entertained? What happened when he got bored with her? Would he forget how he forgave her? She bit her lip. Good thing there were still 3 cash in New York with 3 new identities and more money. Guess she was going back to the city with him after all. She would just have to play along until she found some way to get away. His hand landed on her knee. She jumped and turned her attention back to him. "Pia," he said. The smile was gone from his voice. "I want you to listen to me. I'm serious. Do not try to run away when we get back to the city." Her eyes went wide. "What are you talking about?" "Oh, come on, it's not a big leap," he retorted. His hand tightened, as hard on her as an iron manacle. "Remember I said I called New York? I talked to my first sentinel, a griffin named Rune. We think we know who might have been responsible for orchestrating what happened, manipulating and killing Keith and his bookie, making sure the charm got to you, and who ended up with the penny." "Oh," she said, her voice very small. "I have a feeling I don't want to hear this." The almond she had just swallowed seemed to stick in her throat. She folded the package, put the remaining nuts in the shopping bag at her feet, and drank part of a bottle of water before capping it and throwing it back in the bag. "I have a feeling you're right, but you have to hear it. If Keith said anything about you, anything at all, you're not safe. Can you guarantee he didn't before you made him take the binding oath?" She squirmed, leaden with the return of fear. "He said he had mentioned me, but hadn't said much. It makes sense if he hadn't. He would have wanted to try to control how things went down." "But try this thought out," said Dragos. "He also would have had to be pretty damn convincing to someone in order to get that charm. Do you know how many people could make something like that? Something with the strength to hold against my strongest spells?" "I'm guessing by how this conversation is going, not very many," she muttered. Again, you'd be right. Offhand, I can think of 3. The manacle on her leg loosened. He rubbed her thigh. See what I'm getting at? Following instinct, she grasped his hand between hers. He allowed her to hold it in her lap. Who are they? A very old witch in Russia. The vampire queen in San Francisco is a sorceress. And the dark fae king. Shit. Shit. I have people doing research right now to see if there might be someone else who could pull off a charm strong enough to find my horde. Right now, it looks like there isn't. The witch is pretty indifferent to things that happen outside of her neighborhood. I don't see her as likely. And the vampire queen is a friend of sorts, or at least an ally. But the dark fae king? Dragos shook his head with a grim smile. Urian hates me beyond anything else. It just so happens that for the last 200 years I've had something he desperately wants, and I'm not letting him get his hands on it. He wouldn't hesitate to level the continent if he thought it would take me down too. You'd be nothing but a small bump in his road. From what little she knew of the Fae, there were 2 courts, one dark and one light, and more often than not they were fighting each other over something. The light Fae were ruled by a queen. Urian ruled the dark Fae. He could be the nasty power that had manipulated Keith behind the scenes. She focused on the hand she held in her lap. It was such a big, strong hand. His arm was a tree trunk. She realized she was petting him, stroking his long fingers with her own. My people are very good. I don't think you would be able to get far anyway, but you've proved to be surprisingly resourceful, he said. He could be many things, seductive, coaxing, quiet, but this capacity for gentleness surprised her. And on the off chance you did manage to get away, I would find you again. But you would be in danger until I did. So how about that promise? Okay, she said. Good girl. His hand tightened on hers, and then he pulled away. They fell into silence. Some time later, when the sky had lightened to pre-dawn, the headlights behind them flashed, and the car that had been following pulled away. She supposed that meant they had crossed out of the elven domain. After a while, her eyelids drooped again. She didn't think she could fall asleep, but 2 two-hour stretches and an afternoon nap wasn't enough rest, since she hadn't slept a full night through for a while. She rubbed her temples and said, One of these days, I'm going to get a real meal and a real night's sleep. Dragos said, I told Rune to find someone who could cook the kind of food you eat. Despite herself, she had to smile. He made vegetarianism sound so foreign, like cooking dog food. That was very thoughtful of you. Thank you. She had a brief struggle between pride and desire won. She put her head against his arm. It was wrong. It was foolish. She shouldn't take such comfort from the hard, muscled warmth she leaned against. And the last thing she should do is start to rely on it. He cupped her head and then focused again on driving. She dozed. Some indefinable time later, she came alert to a vague sense of anxiety. It strengthened as she straightened and looked around. The morning light was stronger, although the sun had not yet appeared at the horizon. The passing scenery was whipping by. She glanced at the speedometer. They were traveling close to 110 miles an hour. She looked at Dragos. His body was relaxed, and he drove with complete competence, but his dark face was fierce. What's wrong? Something's found us. We're being tracked. I don't know if we can outrun it, but we're giving it a shot. Even knowing it was useless, she couldn't help but look around. She also opened her senses wide, straining to understand what she was picking up. Comprehension eluded her. She had never before experienced what she was sensing. What is it? He asked. I don't understand what I'm feeling, she said. His eyebrows rose. Try to describe it. That's just it. I don't know. She shrugged, feeling inadequate. It doesn't feel good. It's like a feeling of dread, knowing something bad is near. Don't you feel it?
No, he said. You're describing something different than the spell that has locked onto us. The feeling may be connected to your weir blood.
Where are we?
The next big city is Fayetteville. If we get there, we're going to change course.
If we get there? He sounded so calm. She gripped her seatbelt. What came next happened so fast. At a blind curve, a large vehicle roared down on them. Dragos swerved hard, holding the car in tight control. But just then, another vehicle came from ahead on the right. The passenger's side. Light blinded her. Dragos gave one last vicious yank at the wheel. The tires screamed as the car went into a spin. Everything whirled. Then the oncoming vehicle was about to impact the driver's side. He threw his torso over hers, jamming her head into the hollow of his neck. A horrendous noise as everything... 7. Pain woke her up. Her body was twisted at an uncomfortable angle. She was surrounded by jagged metal and trapped under a heavy weight. She groaned.
Shh, Dragos whispered. It's all right. You're going to be all right.
She tried to take a deep breath and couldn't. I can't breathe, she whimpered. I can't move my legs.
We've been in a wreck, Pia. You're pinned in, but I'm going to get you out. For now, you must listen to me. Don't move. Can you do that for me? Just for a little while?
His voice wove into her and brushed aside her panic. He was beguiling her into calming down. Someday she was going to have words with him about messing with her head. Right now didn't seem like the time. She tried shallow breaths and mouthed, "Okay."
There's a brave girl, he soothed.
The heavy weight on her chest lifted briefly. Metal groaned. It was a terrible sound. Pain seared her legs and back. She cried out, and the world grayed over. Dragos cursed a steady stream of vitriol as Pia lost consciousness again. The impact had been so violent the car was an unrecognizable heap of twisted metal. Most creatures could not have survived the crash. If he had been less than he was, if he hadn't recovered enough from the elven poison, if he had not thrown himself over Pia and pushed out with his power to cover them both, she would have been crushed in an instant. They were surrounded by shadows. He ripped the collapsed airbag to shreds and threw the pieces out the little twist of space that had been the front passenger's window. Then he snapped her seatbelt. He glared around as the shadows crept closer. He bared his teeth and growled a warning, and the shadows paused. Over the burnt rubber and gasoline smells, the stink of goblin made his nostrils flare. Soon the goblins began to creep closer again, their coarse features coming visible in the pre-dawn. They thought they had him pinned. They were right. His own body had taken damage, various contusions and cuts, but he ignored it. For him, the injuries were minor. If he had been alone, he would have ripped his way out of the wreck and done a WWF smackdown on their ugly asses. But if he did that, he could do incalculable damage to Pia, maybe kill her. He would have to be very careful in working to free her from the wreckage. That would take time. She was so much more fragile than he. The goblins grew bolder. They were misshapen creatures, gray-skinned and brutish with inhuman strength. They were one of the few elder races that could not maintain some kind of glamour to make them more palatable for coexisting with humans. For that reason, they spent most of their time in other lands, where magic was stronger, humankind was the rarity, and certain technologies, such as electrical appliances and modern weaponry, wouldn't work with any degree of safety or reliability. He expanded his senses and found a passageway nearby that led to a pocket of other land. Big surprise. He turned his attention back to Pia. The wreckage had wrapped them together like a ghoulish present. He was twisted at the waist, his torso covering hers. Her seat had broken. She was lying partially in what had been the back seat, while the front of the car had collapsed on her legs. He wiggled his left arm free and reached behind him to grasp the steering column, which was pressing against his left lower kidney. Bracing himself with his right arm, he pushed. Careful. Metal groaned, and the column eased away a few inches. He stopped before he wanted to, so he could check if shifting the column would make something else pinch down on Pia. He didn't sense any further collapse. Good enough. He tried the same with the roof crumpled over his back and gained a little more room for them. Goblins called to one another in their guttural language. One came too close. Grinning, it poked a serrated sword at him through the crunched window hole. Dragos grabbed the sword. He punched his other arm out the hole. He locked his hand around the goblin's throat and crushed it while the creature choked and kicked. He let go. The goblin crumpled to the ground, claws digging at its ruined neck as it died. The other goblins watched as their comrade kicked out his life, but made no move to try to help him. How fucking charming. Ignoring his bleeding fingers, he pulled the sword into the car. The other goblins snarled, but kept well out of his reach. He wedged the sword near his hand and turned his attention back to Pia, ignoring when the ruined car lurched. The goblins lifted the wreckage onto a flatbed, with them still inside. At least she was breathing easier. Contusions, cuts, and bruises mottled her face. The shirt she wore like a jacket was cut and damp with blood in places. Always pale, to his grim gaze she looked too white in the dirty morning light. A delicate tracery of blue veins was visible under the fine skin at her temple. The flatbed truck lurched into motion, turned off the highway road, and cut across country. Armed and armored goblins jogged alongside and behind, keeping them surrounded. They traveled toward the passageway that would lead them to the other land. Dragos scanned down her body with power, paying close attention to her spine and legs. He breathed a sigh of relief when he found them intact. He'd managed to throw enough cover over her to prevent major structural damage. Next, he checked for bleeding. He found jagged metal cutting into her right calf. No wonder she had passed out when he tried to shift things. He lowered his head and used his shoulders as he pushed up against the crumpled roof, gaining them several more needed inches. He studied how her legs were pinned until he was satisfied that he had found a way to widen the area without hurting her further. He gripped the two places he had chosen and pulled them apart. The metal protested, but gave way until her legs were free. Blood gushed as the jagged metal left her leg. He slapped his palm over it. Despite the urgent need to stop the bleeding, he paused and sucked in a breath as he felt her power welling underneath his hand. Liquid sunlight, magic eternal, young, wild, and free. He discarded each word as it came to him. They were all inadequate. What he now knew for sure was what he had suspected before. He was in the presence of something unique. In the series of surprises he had encountered since coming aware of her, he came to another first in his long, bad life, as he discovered reverence. He sent a very gentle pulse of power to seal the wound and stop the bleeding. He sent the pulse over her body, sealing other smaller cuts. She would hurt and be unhappy when she woke up, but she would live. That's all that mattered. That's everything that mattered. He straightened as much as he could and cupped her chin. "Pia," he said, reaching soft and calm into her unconscious mind. "Time to wake up. I want you to open your eyes now." She pushed at the fingers gripping her chin. She was tired, damn it. She muttered, "Would you stop talking so loud?" "Pia, look at me." "I want to sleep," she said, her tone petulant. Why did that voice have to be so damn beautiful? It crooned, "I know, but you can't. Suck it up, baby." God, you're so annoying. She sighed, but opened her eyes. She looked up at Dragos, who smiled at her, his dark expression lit with an unfamiliar expression. On someone else, she would call it relief. He propped his weight on one elbow by her head as he leaned over her. One side of his face was a dark purple bruise. Her gaze left that puzzle and went on to others, traveling over an unfamiliar, misshapen metal while they lurched in a constant, uneven motion. She lifted her head to peer out and wished she hadn't bothered. Monsters ran alongside them. The sense of dread from before hit her full force. The surrounding land shimmered with magic that was growing in strength. It was too much to take in all at once. "We're being kidnapped," he told her in a calm voice. "Car wreck, remember? I'm pretty sure they're hauling us into an other land." He stroked her hair. "You're all right. You were hurt, but it isn't bad." She looked down at her battered and blood-smeared body. A switch flipped in her head. "Oh, God, I'm bleeding," she stammered. She brushed at her arms, scrubbed at the wetness streaking her face. "Whoa," he said. He grabbed her hands. "Stop panicking. I said you're all right." "Make it stop. I can't bleed." She struggled and started to hyperventilate. "Keep your voice down. One of them might understand English." He put a hand over her mouth, holding her down. "Damn it, I just closed your wounds. You're going to cut yourself again if you're not careful." "Dragos, I can't bleed," she said, muffled against his palm. "Do you understand? I can't bleed." She looked at him with wild eyes. "Can you burn it?" He stared at her, his gold gaze arrested. "Pia," he said, "you were cut all over." "It doesn't matter," she panted. "We've got to get rid of the blood." After a quick, murderous glance at what was happening outside their private cage, he said from between gritted teeth, "Shit. All right, hold still." She froze, pushing out the panic. Moving fast, he tore her capris above the knees and stripped the bloody cloth off her. He used it to wipe her legs and the edge of metal that had cut her, and wadded it up. She fought to wriggle out of her overshirt, hampered by their close space. He helped her by shredding it, and then he used it to wipe the cuts on her arms and her face as best he could. He added it to the wad of material he clenched in one fist. Magic surged. The truck coughed and stalled. Goblins ran to unhitch the flatbed, calling to one another as they ran chains underneath. A dozen goblins grabbed the chains and began to haul them forward. "We've crossed over," he said. She had never been to an other land before. Her mother refused to take her, insisting their best chance at avoiding discovery was to hide among humankind. Despite everything else going on, the feeling of the land was intoxicating. She peered out the ruined window. Majestic old-growth trees draped with vines towered around them. There was a symmetry to the land that fed her tired spirit. Her gaze followed the thick twist of a tree trunk up until the branches spread out high overhead with the graciousness of a vaulted cathedral ceiling. Steeped with age, drenched with magic, everything looked richer, greener, and the early morning sunlight shone more golden and bright. Pain forced her to lie back. She whispered, "It's beautiful." "I'm pretty sure it won't be where they're taking us," he said. They both looked down at the short-sleeved lemon-yellow t-shirt she had worn underneath. The right shoulder was soaked red, along with an area at her waist where she had bled through the overshirt. "Tear it off," she said. She pushed away a panicked sense of exposure. She hoped her bra was clean. His eyes went lava-hot as he glared at the goblins surrounding them. "Fuck if I will," he snapped. He shoved the wad of material into her lap and then ripped the shirt at the shoulder and waist until he got all the bloodied cloth. What was left of the t-shirt was a ragged mess that left her stomach and shoulder bare, but the collar was intact. She peered underneath it and sighed in relief. Her bra was unbloodied. Last of all, he tore off his own shirt, which was dotted with red spots. He tied the bundle up in the pieces of his shirt. Then he held it up in one hand close to the crumpled window opening. His eyes narrowed. The lava in them flared just as his power did. The bundle burst into flame. "Thank you," she breathed. He said, "We are so going to talk about this when we get home." She shrank against his chest, away from the flare of fire, staring as he held the ball in his fist. It burned with too much intensity, fueled by his magic. She felt the heat lick along her skin, but he was unburned. He sent a sideways glance outside, a quick, evil look, then flung the flaming cloth with enough force that it slapped a nearby goblin in the face. "Two birds, one stone," he shrugged when Pia stared at him. He watched with interest as the screaming started. The goblin ran in erratic circles, slapping at his flaming face and howling. The fire refused to die. Instead, fueled by his power, the magic of the land and whatever was in her blood, it spread to the leather armor. Pia turned away from the gruesome sight. She covered her ears and buried her face in his chest. He cupped the back of her head and watched as the goblin fell down and died. Payback was a beautiful bitch. She was also a good friend of his, and they were just getting started. There were 20 goblins left after the 2 Dragos had killed. Before long, they were joined by another dozen. The newcomers switched places with the ones that had been hauling the flatbed. The pace picked up. After Dragos pushed the distorted car out in a few more carefully chosen places, they could move around a little more inside and make themselves more or less comfortable. Then he focused his attention on what was going on outside. She had watched with wide eyes as he had bent the jagged ends of metal around her legs so she didn't cut herself again when she moved. That was some kind of scary strength he had. She fished around in the cramped alien area at her feet and managed to find a battered bottle of water that hadn't been punctured. They shared half of it in sips. Then she capped the rest for later. She had no doubt that Dragos had saved her life in more ways than one. She was grateful he had been able to stop her bleeding by sealing her cuts. He told her it was a form of cauterization, except he was able to keep her from feeling the pain. It was too bad that was the extent of his healing skills, because her body ached all over. She peeked out now and then, staring around in awe at the landscape that was so like and yet unlike the part of Earth she knew. The fluid roll of hills, burgeoning blue-green foliage, shards of sunlight sparking off crystal veins in granite boulders. The scenes they passed veiled some invisible truth that was so essential, so palpable. She could swear she could almost scoop it out of the air with both hands. Some long-denied, starved part of her soul unfurled and wailed with the need to drink from it. Was it the magic of the other land that called to her? Was it the ancient, canny wildness of forest that had seen no woodsman's axe, no farmer's plow, that reminded her of her deepest self, the wild creature that lived trapped within the inadequate cage of her weak, half-breed flesh? She wanted to cut at herself to let the poor creature out. The upsurge of desperate emotion was so violent, so uncontained. The part of her that was civilized with language and culture shrank away from it. An impulse ghosted through her to try to tell Dragos about the frenzy teeming inside, but civilization and language failed her in the end. She did not understand what she felt, and so she remained silent. As powerfully as the land called to her, the goblins freaked her out, so she didn't look outside too often. She chose instead to lie back in her broken seat and stare in thought at the mangled roof as she tried to explore the mysterious landscape she found inside herself. She became convinced the goblins were the source of the dread that clung to her. The feeling crawled along her skin like baby spiders. There were other layers to the melange of contradicting, complicated emotions. Shock from the crash lingered. Fear clung, along with anxiety about what would happen next. Excitement welled that she was actually in an other place. Dragos existed at the center of all of it. He was her one point of stable reference, her compass point, true north. His dark bronze skin seemed more intense, his inky hair more glossy, the gold of his eyes more burnished than it had been before. She wondered if it was an effect of the magic-saturated land, or if it was a side effect of the elven poison working its way out of his system. Perhaps both. She studied his dangerous face as he reclined on one shoulder and watched what happened outside. His gold eyes were calculating, and he kept the goblin sword he had captured ready against his side. She weighed the odds. On one hand, 30 or 40 armed goblins, give or take. On the other hand, one seriously pissed-off dragon. She thought of the enormous strength in those hands as he reshaped the metal near her legs. Maybe she was biased, but those goblins were toast. The trick would be how and when he was going to toast them. "The problem is me," she said, pitching her voice low like he'd told her to. "What are you talking about?" he said in a soft voice, only half paying attention to her. "Just like it was when the elves had you surrounded. You wouldn't fight them because I was in the way." That got his full attention. She felt calm and clear. "I bet you could have gotten yourself out of the wreck probably well before we crossed over." "Speculation like that is useless," he told her, frowning. "Maybe you could have gotten free of the wreck before the goblins even got the car onto the flatbed, right?" she persisted. "You didn't, though, because of me. I'm holding you back." "Let's be clear on something," he said. "I don't know what the hell you are. We're adding that to a growing list of things for that conversation we're going to have when we get out of here. But one thing you're not is a problem. Let's say you're a tactical consideration." "Tactical consideration?" she huffed. "What does that mean?" "It means you factor into the decisions I make. Stop fretting." He flicked her nose with a forefinger. "Looks like we're coming to our destination." She propped herself up on her elbows and looked out. They had been traveling for a long time. She wasn't sure how long because she had heard time moved at a different pace in other lands. The sun had lowered until it looked like late afternoon or early evening, but if she went with what her body clock was telling her, it felt like they had been trapped into that awful wreck for an entire day. The land had gotten rockier and wilder since she'd last peered out. Ahead, against the bottom of a bluff, was a grim-looking stone fortress. Wow, she'd never seen a fortress before. A couple goblins broke off and jogged ahead of the main group. Anxiety got the upper hand of all the other emotions in her melange. Her stomach clenched. Dragos's hand settled on her shoulder in a firm, steady grip. "You listen to me," he whispered. "You are going to do as I say. Do you understand? Now is not the time to argue or disobey me. I am the expert here. Got it?" She nodded. She focused on regulating her breathing as her gaze clung to his. "Here's what you're not going to do," he whispered, looking deep into her eyes. "Do not draw any attention to yourself whatsoever. Do not give them a reason to believe you're anything but incidental. Do not look them in the eyes. To a goblin, that's a sign of aggression. Do not speak to them. Do not struggle. Do you understand?" "I think so," she whispered back. That galloping horse was back in her chest. The way things had gone this last week, she'd lost 10 years off her life from stress. "Here's what I think is going to happen. They're going to separate us. They might hurt you." His grip tightened to the point of pain. "They won't kill you. They'll have seen I was tending to you in some way, so they'll want to use you as leverage to control me. Goblins have no interest in human women. They won't rape you." A spasm of trembling hit her, and then it was gone again, and she was calm. "It's all right," she told him. "I'm all right. I'm glad you're telling me this."
"That's my good, brave girl."
He let go of her shoulder and brushed his knuckles against her cheek. "That's pretty patronizing," she said, refusing to acknowledge how her idiotic heart had swelled at his words. It seemed pretty clear by now she had no sense or good taste. He gave her an impatient shrug.
"So?"
Just like that, she cracked up. His raptor's gaze narrowed. She clapped both hands over her mouth to muffle the noise, and sobered fast. "This is still about that penny, isn't it?" she said into her palms.
"This is about the fucking penny," he agreed. "I think it was used to put a tracking spell on me, much like the one we used on you. I don't sense any real power here yet, but I bet our orchestrator of events is on his way. It's all the more reason you must not draw attention to yourself."
"I won't." He looked out.
"Almost there now. If they're thinking what I hope they are, they don't know I could have gotten out. From their point of view, it must have looked like I've been trying to get free. I'm hoping they have underestimated me."
Another wave of adrenaline hit. Her system was so overloaded it was starting to make her feel high. She thought back over what had happened and nodded.
"That's it. You keep your head down, keep quiet, and survive."
His gaze was fierce.
"I will come after you."
They started to slow. She couldn't bring herself to look out. "How close do you think you are to throwing off the last of the poison?" She forced the question out of throat muscles that had locked up.
"It might take a day, maybe 2. It helps we crossed over and the land magic is so abundant here."
A day or 2. In some ways, not long at all. In other ways, a lifetime. All of this was about her. She stole the penny, she was the one he came after, and she was the one who got him shot by the elves. He held himself back from escaping from the wreckage to help her. He still wasn't going to fight when they stopped because she was around. "He has to wait until I'm out of the way. It's so I don't get killed. Maybe now we've come so far he's got to wait until he's healed. It's going to be a race between how fast he can get free and how fast the power that arranged his capture can get here." The emotion that welled at that was indescribable. "I think you're my hero," she said, only half kidding. He stared at her, the picture of incredulity.
"Most people," he said, "think I am a very bad man."
She studied his eyes to try to find out if that bothered him. He didn't seem bothered by it. He seemed discomfited by her. "Well," she said at last, "maybe you're a very good dragon." The flatbed stopped. Showtime. She kept crouched down as she peered out the wreckage. A goblin had stepped out of a black metal gate. She had seen pictures of goblins before, but the drawings and sketches hadn't managed to capture their robust vigor. The real ones were not only hideous, but powerfully built. The language they spoke to one another was choppy, guttural, and harsh. As a few came closer, she realized how bad they stank. Still, there was something different about this goblin, an air of authority. He held ropes of black chains with manacles. He strode closer to them, but stopped a prudent distance away. He stank too. They were altogether repulsive, and somehow she was supposed to let them put their hands on her. Another convulsive shiver hit. In a move unseen by the goblins, below their line of sight, Dragos put a hand on her knee. She covered it with hers. "Buck up," she whispered to him. "Don't be such a wuss." His hand clenched and his shoulders shuddered. She hoped she made him laugh again. The goblin that had approached said something to them. Chop, chop, chop. Dragos answered in the same awful language. Chop, chop. They went back and forth a few more times. Then the goblin stepped closer and threw the shackles. Dragos reached outside and caught them. He pulled them into the wreck. They made a lot more sense to him than they did to her because he sorted them deftly. The dread had become so strong it was nauseating. Some of it was coming from the chains. They reeked of some kind of horrible magic. Dragos bent and locked a manacle to one of his ankles. She hissed, "Stop! What are you doing? Don't put those on!" "Shut up!" he snapped. He locked a second manacle to his other ankle. She grabbed his arm. "Dragos, there's some kind of bad magic in those." He whipped around and snarled at her, eyes blazing. She flinched and cowered from him. Her thoughts flatlined. He finished putting the other two manacles on his thick wrists and held them up so that the goblin could see. The goblin nodded and shouted to the others who swarmed forward. When they started prying the ruined doors off the car, she curled into a fetal position and closed her eyes. 8. What followed next was ugly. She couldn't say she hadn't been warned. They dragged her out of the wreckage first. She kept her gaze trained on the ground as one punched her in the stomach. When she lay curled on the ground trying to breathe, they kicked her. Over and over again, hard-toed boots slammed into her, interspersed with harsh goblin laughter as they taunted Dragos, until she no longer kept silent because it was the smart thing to do. She was silent because she couldn't get in a deep enough breath to scream. She caught one blurred glimpse of Dragos standing in the grip of two goblins, every bit as huge as he was. His aggressive, dangerous face was blank, gold eyes as reflective and emotionless as two Greek coins. A lifetime later, several goblins with drawn swords walked Dragos through the squat stone fortress. One goblin grabbed her by the hair and followed behind them. Another brought up the rear, still kicking at her now and then, although without much interest. The group of goblins guarding Dragos marched him into a cell. Her goblins passed it by, down to an intersection in the corridor and to the right. Once they were out of Dragos's line of sight, their manner became businesslike and uninterested. They took her by the arms and dragged her into another cell. They threw her onto a pile of rancid straw. One goblin said something. Chop, chop. The other laughed. They left, and the grate of a key sounded in the cell door lock. Sounds faded from the corridor. She lay on the horrid straw for a while. Then she crawled a few feet, then collapsed and lay on chill, dirty flagstones. She may have blacked out. She wasn't sure. The next thing she became aware of was a blue-black beetle walking across the floor. She tracked its progress. It fell headlong into a crack and got stuck. She dragged herself over and watched it some more. It managed to get turned around so its little head poked out of the crack. Feelers waved and its front legs worked, but it couldn't get enough purchase to crawl out. Her fingers crept across the floor until they found some straw. She took a shallow handful. She wiggled the ends deep into the crack and lifted up. The beetle popped out and waddled on its way. When it disappeared, she sighed, rolled over onto her back, and levered herself into a sitting position. Her thinking came back online. Do one thing at a time. Take one step. She crawled to the wall. Step. She got first one foot underneath her, then the other. Step. She straightened her shoulders. When she was pretty sure she had her balance back, she opened the locked cell door and walked out. The dragon lay spread-eagled where they had bound him. He was chained twice, first with the magical black shackles. The second set was attached in 4 points to the floor. He stared at the ceiling, thoughts weaving in a serpentine path. Every few minutes he would pull at the floor chains. He ignored his bleeding ankles and wrists. He could feel a weakness growing in the chain on his left arm and concentrated on that. His cell door opened. He turned his head, the serpentine path turning lethal. A battered, filthy Pia backed into the room, and Dragos became sane. He began to shake. He watched her listening at the cracked door for a few moments before she pulled the door shut. She turned around. When she caught sight of him, her shoulders sagged. "Oh, for crying out loud!" She rolled her eyes. "2 sets of manacles? Now I suppose we need 2 sets of keys. This day keeps getting better and better." "Come here," he said. He gave the chain anchoring his left arm an enormous wrench. The chain groaned but didn't break. "Come here. Come here." She cocked her head, her weary gaze becoming very sober. She limped across the cell and collapsed to her knees beside him. "They beat you too," she said. She touched his ribs with a light, gentle hand. His shaking increased. Talking to her before the goblins took her had been easy. He had explained to her with his usual calm ruthlessness how he thought things might go. Overall, she had seemed to take it well. He approached the confrontation as he always did, ready and focused to meet any upcoming challenge. Then that first goblin had driven his fist into her stomach, and he had gone batshit crazy. Every kick, every blow she suffered was like corrosive acid in his veins. He wanted to howl and rage. The dragons strained to rip their hearts from their chests while they watched. He had clung to his self-control by the merest thread, by the realization of how much worse it could get for her if they got the reaction out of him they were searching for. They hurt her. They hurt her, and that hurt him inside somewhere, in a place he had never been hurt before. He had sustained physical injury and pain many times before. It meant little to him. But this new hurt, he was in shock. He had never realized just how invincible he had been until it was ripped away from him. He studied her with a hungry gaze as she knelt beside him. The brightness of her hair was dulled with dirt. Her tattered t-shirt was now gray, and the shortened capri jeans were no longer blue. Her pallid skin was mottled all over with swollen bruises so deep they were a purple black. And underneath everything, all of it, was remembering how just before it happened, he had made her cower from him. He had never before hated himself, but he thought he did at that moment. "Come here, come here," he whispered. Her beautiful eyes went from sobered to worried. She leaned over and put her cheek against his. He turned his face into her, and her hair fell over him in a light canopy. She was murmuring in his ear as her hand stroked his cheek. He focused on it. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I can't tell you how sorry I am." "What?" he said. "What are you saying? Stop talking that way. Shut up." He brushed his lips along her skin, breathed in her presence. Underneath the dungeon filth and the stink of goblin, he found her delicate, indomitable fragrance. Something cramped and injured in his soul expanded again. "I snarled at you. I didn't mean it." "Don't be ridiculous. Of course you did." She stroked his hair and pressed a kiss to his cheek. "You cringed from me. Don't ever cringe from me again." "Dragos," she said in a sensible voice, "if you turn on me and snarl like a wild animal when I'm not expecting it, I think I might cringe again. Call me a girly girl if you want, but that's just how it is." "I won't do it again," he whispered. He was so quiet she almost didn't hear him. He concentrated all his attention on the feather-light trip her fingers made across his face until she touched his lips. She sighed and let more of her weight rest on him. "Locked things can't hold me caged, but that doesn't mean I can pull these blasted manacles open. How the hell am I going to get 2 sets of keys with goblins running all over the place?" The frayed self-control in her voice sent him a little bit back into crazy. "You're not," he said. She lifted her head and scowled at him. He was relieved to see she hadn't broken down. "What else are we going to do?" she asked. We can't just wait around until the Dark Fae King or the Joker or Riddler or whoever the hell it is shows up. His mind clicked into gear again and became crystal clear.
This is what's happening, he told her. I have very good hearing. Most of the goblins have gone to have their evening meal. There are a few guards left in strategic places. I can hear where they are.
That's handy to know, she said with relief.
And this is what we're going to do, he told her. You know how the corridor tees and they took you to the right? She nodded. If you go straight instead of right, there's some kind of room they use down that way. I think it's a guard room. I could hear them in there talking about going to supper. There was the sound of metal clanking, which I hope was weapons, and the scrape of chairs, so it's a place where they gather. There's no one there now. I want you to go look for keys that might fit these floor chains or something straight and thin to use as a lockpick. Failing those two, try to grab an axe. Be quick.
Dragos, she said, eyeing him in doubt. I don't know how to pick a lock. I've never had to learn, duh.
You won't have to. I know how to pick a lock, he said.
He had learned to pick locks as soon as locks were invented. People liked to lock up all kinds of pretty things that he wanted. He rattled the manacle on his left wrist.
There's a weakness in one of these links. I'm going to break it.
She looked at his arm, and her forehead wrinkled. She said with concern, Your wrist is a mess.
Don't be such a girly girl, he told her.
Her gaze met his and lit with reluctant laughter.
It's nothing. You'd better hurry. We don't know how much time we've got while they eat supper.
Right, she said. An echo of the pain and rage came back as he watched her struggle to her feet without any of her usual grace, and he could do nothing to help her. He had paid special attention to the ones who had beaten her. There were going to be a lot of dead goblins before he was through with this place. But for now, he turned all his considerable attention on to the weakened chain and yanked. Pia crept down the corridor again, this time comforted by Dragos's reassurance that she wasn't in imminent danger of running into a goblin. She found the guard room he was talking about since the door was open. She looked inside and recoiled. Ugh, she muttered. Filthy creatures. She jumped, then put a hand to her sore ribs when Dragos whispered in her ear,
Are you all right?
Oh, of course you can hear me, she said. Yes, I'm fine. It's just there's moldy food scraps on the table and it stinks in here. They're disgusting.
They taste bad, too, he said.
You've eaten goblin? She exclaimed.
No, he said. I've bitten goblin.
He sounded a little strained. She bit her lip. She hoped he wasn't damaging his arm too much. Relevance, Pia. She shook herself and hurried through the room as fast as she could. The place was positively medieval, and not in a sanitized Hollywood movie kind of way. Was that urine in the corner? Ugh! She tried as much as possible to avoid touching things. She was disappointed she found no keys, but she did find a switchblade that fit into her pocket and a stiletto knife. The manacles weren't precision-made. The stiletto looked like it might be thin enough to fit into the locks if he could bend the tip a little. She grabbed the end of a battle axe from the rack of weaponry. It was too heavy for her to lift, so she had to drag it back to the cell. The sound of the axe scraping along the corridor floor made her uneasy, so she hurried rather faster than her abused body wanted. She was sweating and in pain by the time she propped open the cell door with one hip. She bit back a groan as she heaved the axe inside. Dragos looked from the axe to her as she leaned back against the doorpost, panting. He held up his left arm where part of the broken floor chain dangled. She held up the stiletto. He smiled. Game on. After she gave him the thin blade, she leaned against the wall nearby and slid down until she was sitting. It was comforting to watch him work and let her mind drift, to know there was nothing at that point in time that she could or should be doing. He did bend the tip of the knife by sliding it between two flagstones and pulling on the handle. He had to twist at the waist, strain to reach the floor chain manacle on his right wrist, and hold steady as he worked at the lock. She admired the strength and grace of his long body as he worked. To hold his twisted position, he had to tighten those striking abdominal muscles. They rippled and flexed as he took in controlled, steady breaths. The line from his broad shoulders slid around into that clenched waist. His jeans were as filthy as hers, but the buttock and long masculine leg they sheathed were mouth-watering. Come to think of it, he looked pretty damn sexy chained to that floor, especially if this were her castle. She would send her servants in to wash him, all male heterosexual servants, and they would of course clean up this disgusting cell, scatter candles around it, put a mattress under him with silk sheets, oh, and maybe leave a bottle of wine and a couple of glasses. And afterward, she would come down and tease him to madness by mounting him and rubbing her scantily clad body all over that sizzling, hot torso. Except there was no castle. She had no servants. His wrists were bleeding, which looked painful and was no fun at all, and everywhere she went it stank like goblin. Oh, yeah, and their lives were in danger. Still not right in the head, she muttered. He sent her a gleam of that machete smile over his shoulder. You are going to explain what you mean by that very soon now. She felt a blush warm her cheeks. Not likely. He removed the manacle, sat up and stretched, then slid forward and started working on his ankles. He was matter-of-fact about it, but she had to cover her mouth to muffle her squeal. She sat up straight and clapped excitedly. His smile deepened. Soon he had his ankles freed, and he took a moment to pick the lock on the manacle on his left wrist and fling it into a corner. Then they both looked at the other black metal manacles and chains with the repulsive magic. They were two simple shackles, one hobbling his arms together, the other at his ankles, which kept him from being able to walk in his normal long stride. Somehow, I don't think this is going to be as easy, he said. He was right. No matter how he worked, he wasn't able to pick any of the 4 locks. I think these won't come off without the matching key. I bet that's part of their magic. Her excitement plummeted. What do you think they do besides feel slimy? Well, the goblins didn't know I got shot by the elves, did they? He said. Or, if they did know, they wouldn't have wanted to trust it since it is going to wear off at some point. These feel like they do the same thing the elven poison does, limit my strength and prevent me from changing. Otherwise, there would have been no hope of those... He jerked his chin at the other set of chains, keeping me prisoner. So now what do we do? She threw up her hands. She could feel somewhere inside there was a crack that was getting wider. It was just a matter of time before she fell into it, like the beetle, only she wasn't so sure she would be able to crawl her way back out again. You're going back into your cell. He crouched over her and put a hand over her mouth when she started to protest. He snapped, Did you or did you not promise no arguing? Fuck you, you're not the boss of me, she mumbled against his palm. She wrapped both hands around his wrist, careful of the bruised, torn skin. You keep forgetting that. Let me see if I've got this straight, he said, gold eyes glinting. You promised not to argue when you don't want to argue. Is that it? Was he amused? Mad? She couldn't tell. She said, Of course. He barked out a laugh, put his hands under her arms and lifted her to her feet. He held on to her until she steadied. Okay, girly girl, you're going in the cell. I'm locking the door behind you, and all the fuck yous in the world aren't going to change that. It's the safest place for you. If for some reason they get back before I do, they'll never think you got out. They'll think that I did all this. He gestured around the cell. I don't want to separate. Tough, he said. I'm going hunting and you don't want to be there. He hefted the battle axe in one hand like it was made of styrofoam and placed the other at her back. Despite his callous tone, he was careful as he led her down the corridor. Between her injuries and his shackles, they went at a slow pace. She stepped inside and turned back. She couldn't look up at him. She focused instead on the floor as her lips trembled. But what if they come back? A heavy silence lay between them. Long fingers slid under her chin and coaxed her face up. She bit her lips as she looked up at his sober expression.
I won't leave you alone for long. I'll be as quick as I can.
A fat tear splashed onto his hand, and he looked as if it had seared him. He swore under his breath. Then he bent his head and brushed her mouth with his.
I swear to you, Pia, they will not hurt you again. You have to trust me.
She nodded and jerked her head away, swiping at her face with the back of her hand. Go. He stood there looking at her. For a moment he seemed like he was about to speak, but she turned her back on him. She thought she felt his fingers brush the back of her neck, and then he was gone. All the vitality that had been surrounding and sustaining her drained away in his absence. She looked around the dingy, horrible cell and felt so lonesome she could have lain down and died. She sat in the middle of the floor and made herself into a small package, with upraised knees and forehead resting on her forearms. How did she do that trick before, when she went blank as soon as the goblins took her? She hadn't meant to. It had to have been some kind of defense response to too much horror when those monstrous hands had touched her. Now the minutes trickled by with agonizing slowness, and she had no insulation from it. She wanted to check out, to disassociate and go somewhere else in her head, but she couldn't figure out how to do it again. It took everything she had not to give in to panic and walk out that cell door. She remembered every turn they took. She knew she could get to that outside door again, which was no doubt guarded by a couple of those skanky, bat-faced freaks. She muffled a groan and squeezed herself into a tighter package. How did I get here again? It's like I had a grocery list of all the things I shouldn't do, and I went right on down it, checking off things as I got to them. I've been very thorough about it. Live very quietly, her mom had said. Leave everything behind on a moment's notice. Don't get too attached to people, and don't tell anyone anything about your real self. Simple, simple stuff. I've got to give myself one thing. Mom never did tell me not to steal from a dragon. No doubt she thought it was too flaming obvious to mention. It should have been added to that Jim Croce song. You don't spit into the wind, you don't pull the mask off the old Lone Ranger, and you don't steal from Cuelebre. Think I might have destroyed any hope of living anonymously? Numbskull. A small sound sent her into a panic. A key scraped in the lock. Her body shrieked in protest as she pushed to her feet and backed against a wall. She pulled the switchblade out of her pocket and pressed the spring. The blade snicked open. She hid it along the length of her thigh, staring with a dry mouth as the door opened. Dragos slipped in, his massive fighter's body moving with liquid grace on quiet cat's feet. He carried a leather pack on one shoulder. The black metal shackles were gone. Leather harness straps crossed his chest. The hilt of the battle axe and what looked like a sword were strapped to his back. Knives in sheaths were laced on his forearms, and the sheath of another short sword was buckled at his waist and tied at his thigh. His chiseled features were calm. Holy cow! He made Conan the Barbarian look like a wimp. Relief almost brought her to her knees. Black stars danced in front of her. In an instant he was in front of her, hands on her shoulders, bracing her back against the wall. "Damn it, you look like you're going to pass out," he said. "Well, I didn't know it was going to be you, did I?" She showed him the switchblade she was holding against her thigh. His severe face lit with a smile. "Surprise number 134 and counting." "You made that number up," she accused. She pushed the blade against her leg. It closed with a snick, and she slid it back into her jeans.
"Are you sure?"
he said, sounding amused.
"You know how to use that thing?"
"Well enough. I'm not really a fighter, though." It was sad, but true.
"No, your nature's too gentle for that, isn't it?"
He stroked her hair and pulled her with care into his arms. She leaned against him, her world settling back into place. On a deep level she didn't have time to examine. It was a very disturbing experience. His body warmth drove the chill away. She put her arms around his waist and hugged him tight. "I've had a lifetime of classes, but I haven't had to use any of it in real life. Yet." She forced herself to breathe deep until the lingering dizziness passed. "Just give me a chance to stick one of those two-legged cockroaches through, and I'm there."
"They'll have to get through me first."
He gave her a gentle squeeze and stepped back. "You were faster than I was afraid you might be." She looked at his new acquisitions. "It looks like you found a lot."
"I located the key to the shackles, but I didn't find the goblin captain. I found his rooms instead. He's a greedy son of a bitch. He had all kinds of loot. Half of it looked untouched."
He moved back to the door, listened for a moment, and opened it.
"We need to hurry now. There are more goblins moving about. It sounds like their evening meal is finished."
He led the way, and this time he moved much faster. She struggled to keep up, but fell several paces behind. He slowed as he reached the final turn that led to the outside door. He stalked to the corner, completely silent as he reached for the battle-axe, and unsheathed the short sword in a simultaneous motion. She caught her breath at the sight. He was an uber warrior, magnificent and terrifying. Hey, when he could shift into a dragon, he was his own tank and aerial force all at the same time. Add to that his magical capability, and he was virtually a one-creature army. She had known he was one of the premier powers in the world, but as she saw him in motion, she began to get a glimmer of real understanding what that meant. She eased closer, but was careful to leave plenty of space between them. He glanced at her, leaning back against the wall. He nodded to her in approval. He pointed the sword at her and mouthed, "Stay put." She nodded back. She wanted to obey that one. He stepped into the corridor and twisted on one foot, bringing his big body around as he flung the battle-axe like a frisbee. Continuing in the same smooth turn, he hurled the short sword in an overhand throw with as much ease as tossing a dagger. Without pausing, he drew the long sword and one of the knives and lunged forward out of sight. She crossed her arms and gripped her elbows, tapping her toes and flinching at the sounds of battle. Not that it was much of a battle. It was over in seconds. A moment later, Dragos stepped around the corner and beckoned her forward.
"None of these grunts have keys. Now it's your turn to do your stuff. It's ugly," he warned her.
"I expect so," she said, looking at him round-eyed. She rounded the corner. At first, she couldn't make sense of what she saw. When she did, she wished she hadn't. There were 4 dead goblins strewn about the end of the corridor. Or at least, she counted 4 heads, not all of which were still attached to their bodies. And not all the bodies had all their limbs. Black blood had sprayed the stone walls, and great pools of it dotted the floor. She gagged, her empty stomach twisting. Dragos strode forward.
"If you're going to vomit, make it quick,"
he told her in a matter-of-fact voice. He yanked the battle-axe out of the goblin it had almost split in two, and wiped the blade on the goblin's leggings. Moving fast, he collected the rest of his weapons, cleaning the blades on the corpses and sheathing them again when he was done. She focused on the great metal door, not the carnage, and gained control of her gag reflex. She stepped around the pools of blood. She paused at one spot and tried to figure out how to get across a large patch of goblin blood. It looked like a greasy oil spill had spread between 2 sprawled bodies. If she weren't injured, she would have leaped over it without a second thought. Her dilemma was solved as Dragos grabbed her by the elbows and gently swung her over to the other side. The door had been barred, but he had already moved the thick wood plank. She grasped a thick lever with both hands and pulled down. The heavy door was hung well. It swung open on silent hinges. They stepped outside into deepening dusk. The air seemed incredibly sweet outside the goblin stronghold. The flatbed with the Honda was still where the goblins had stopped. She shook her head when she saw the mangled wreck. It was a wonder she had survived.
"Now we have to haul ass," said Dragos.
She looked around at the alien wild landscape, and just like that, she fell into the crack. "That's it," she croaked. "I'm done." His head whipped around, eyes narrowing. He said, "What?" "I said I'm done." Lead filled her hollow limbs. She swayed and blinked, but he kept blurring out of focus. I haven't eaten well or slept well in over a week. Then there was the wreck, and then the goblins. I'm spent. I don't have anything else. You'll have to go without me."
"You are a stupid woman,"
he said. He sounded furious. Why was he so mad at her? The world tilted as he swept her into his arms.
"I'm not done."
Holding her tight, he started to run. She tucked her head under his chin and fell into a half-waking state. Afterward, she never did remember much of that run. She remembered it went on for hours. Dragos never faltered, never slowed. He broke into a light sweat, but his breathing remained deep and even. His steady grip cushioned her from any shocks. She did note one thing, and murmured a question when she realized he was not taking them back the way they had been brought.
"Hush," he told her. "I'll explain later. You just have to keep trusting me."
That seemed to matter a lot to him. He kept bringing it up. She turned her face into his neck. "Okay." It wasn't like she had any choice at the moment.
"Good,"
he said gruffly. His arms tightened. That was the last they spoke for a long time. At last he began to slow. She roused from her doze and struggled to lift her head and look around. They had left the barren, rocky landscape and goblin fortress far behind and stood in a small clearing. He had run the rest of the day away. The moon shone brighter than she had ever seen before. It hung huge and low and witchy over murmuring trees. The silver-limbed and intensely shadowed edges of the clearing shifted with a fitful breeze. The rippling contours so lifelike, hidden faces seemed to peer out at them, whispering news of their arrival. Running water trickled nearby. Dragos knelt and placed her on the ground near the water. It was a small brook. He put a hand at her shoulder blades and supported her as she struggled to sit up.
"The water's safe," he told her. "Drink as much as you think you can. You've got to be seriously dehydrated."
He moved to the water's edge a few feet downstream from her, laid on his stomach, and ducked his head all the way in. Pia fell forward, desperate to provide relief for her parched mouth and throat. She scooped up cold handfuls and sucked them down. When the need to drink eased, she splashed water over her face and arms, desperate to get the stink of the goblin dungeon off of her. She scooped up more to drink and sighed. Dragos came up for air at last, flinging back his head in a wet spray that sparkled in the moonlight. "That's gotta be one of the best things I've ever tasted," she said. It wasn't just thirst talking. The water was crisp and alive somehow, more nourishing and satisfying than anything else she could remember drinking. She could feel her wilted resources soaking it up greedily. It soothed the cramped, starved part of her soul into something resembling peace. Already she felt steadier than she had in a while, the sick sense of crisis brought on by exhaustion, injury, and stress easing. He grinned. "It's being here, in the other land,
The heightened land magic makes everything more intense. If you like that, just wait until you see what else I have for you."
She pushed back on her knees and sat up. "What is it?"
"I found some food you can eat. I got you other things too, but nourishment comes first."
He opened the leather pack and pulled out a flat, leaf-wrapped package and handed it to her. She took it with obvious reluctance. "Dragos, I don't think I could stomach anything you found in that hellhole."
"Don't jump so fast to conclusions." He nodded. "Go ahead, open it."
She pulled the leaves apart, and the most mouth-watering aroma escaped. He broke off an end of the wafer she held and coaxed it between her lips. When the piece hit her tongue, it began to melt. She chewed and swallowed with a moan. It was indescribably delicious. "Elfin wayfarer bread," she breathed. Vegetarian, nourishing in a way that fed the soul as well as the body, and imbued with healing properties. "I've heard about it, of course. Who hasn't? It's legendary. But I've never had the chance to taste any before." He broke off another piece and fed it to her, watching as she closed her eyes and moaned again with delight.
"Eat every bite of that. It'll do you good," he told her. "I found a dozen wafers. We have plenty."
She stared at him. A dozen wafers would fetch a fortune on the black market. Most people couldn't beg, borrow, or steal the wayfarer bread. Oh. She looked down at what she held, and her enjoyment dimmed. "You found it in the goblin captain's rooms?"
"Among other things. Remember I said half the loot was untouched?"
He frowned.
"Why aren't you eating?"
"Oh, I will," she assured him. She broke off another piece. "It's too precious to waste, and I need it. It's just hard to enjoy someone else's misfortune." He smiled a little and touched the corner of her mouth.
"For all you know, some elf suffered a minor annoyance when his or her pack got stolen, and they've forgotten all about it by now. You go ahead and relish every bite."
"That's true." The unknown elf hadn't necessarily been hurt or killed. She took a deep breath. "Aren't you going to eat any?"
"Not my kind of food," he told her. "I'll go hunting if I feel the need."
Right. Carnivore. She went back to her meal. He reclined on his side, propped his head in his hand, and watched her enjoy the wayfarer bread. He waited until she had put the last piece in her mouth. Then he started to pull other things out of the pack and lay them in her lap. A light woolen elven blanket, a tunic and leggings, a packet of soap, and a hairbrush. She stared at the treasures.
"I know how much you hated it in there," he said.
"Oh my God." She looked at him, teary. "I think this is one of the nicest things anyone's ever done for me. Aside from the fact you saved my life, I don't know how many times."
"You saved me too, you know,"
he said. He sounded thoughtful. The need to wash became a crisis. "I've got to get clean."
"Pia, you're weaving where you sit. Why don't you wait until you've slept a little? We're going to rest here while I keep watch."
Her hands started to shake. "You don't get it. I can't stand another minute stinking like them. It makes my skin crawl."
"Okay," he said, frowning. "If you need to get clean, you need to get clean. It's going to be cold. I'll gather some wood while you wash, and we'll have a fire."
She paused. "We're not going to worry about the firelight being visible?" He shook his head and uncoiled from the ground.
"I'll hear anyone long before they get near enough to be a problem."
She turned her back to him and knelt at the stream, already consumed with the thought of scouring the goblin stink off her body. Self-consciousness tried to take over as she stripped off her ruined t-shirt and filthy bra, but she squashed it. At least it wasn't broad daylight. He had no doubt seen thousands of naked women before. Thousands? No, definitely not the time to go there. Nothing mattered more than getting that stink off of her. The soap was elven-made, too, and heaven-sent. It softened fast, lathered well in the cold stream, was gentle on her healing cuts, and had a delicate fragrance that had her sighing with pleasure. She washed and rinsed her torso and pulled on the clean tunic. She stripped out of her capris, anklet socks, and sneakers. The anklet socks were especially awful. She had bled into one of her shoes, and one anklet was crusted with dried blood. They joined the pile of clothing that was going into the fire as soon as Dragos lit it. She pulled the blanket over her shoulders and let it drape behind her in an attempt to preserve a little privacy, and finished washing the rest of her body. Her body was racked with violent shivering by the time she yanked the leggings on, but nothing was going to stop her from dunking her head in the water and lathering and rinsing her grimy hair at least once. She dunked her head under water, gasping at the sharp chill. She was bent over the stream, struggling with shaking hands to work the soap through her wet hair, when Dragos's hands came over hers. "Let me," he said. She leaned on her hands and gave herself over to his ministrations. His long, hard fingers massaged her scalp and worked the soap with patience through the long, wet rope of hair that trailed in the stream. Her teeth were chattering by the time he finished scooping enough water to rinse through the length. He wrung out her hair and slipped an arm underneath her waist to lift her to her feet. She scooped up the dirty clothes. "Over here," he said. He had laid campfire kindling, which was waiting to be lit. As soon as she threw the clothes on top of the woodpile, he flicked a few fingers at the woodpile and it blazed alight. "Cool trick." Her teeth clicked together. "Comes in handy." He wrapped the blanket around her. He had her sit with her back to him. Then he brushed out her hair. With the fire in front, wrapped by the blanket and Dragos's heat enveloping her from behind, she was toasty warm in no time. "I'm crashing and burning fast," she told him. "I'm surprised you held up as long as you did," he replied, setting the brush aside. He pulled her onto his lap, wrapped his arms around her, and coaxed her head onto his shoulder. Her eyelids felt cased in cement. She couldn't hold them open. A great big pile of questions, doubts, thoughts, and issues had piled up, but they were being held at bay by the oncoming coma that came toward her like a black train. She made a huge effort and opened her eyes one last time to stare up at Dragos. His dark face was always going to be hard, always have an edge of the blade to it, but as he watched the fire, he looked as peaceful as she had ever seen him. He was wicked bad, by far the scariest creature she had ever met. Yet, as she rested in the circle of his arms, she felt safer than she ever had in her life. His body was as strong and stable as the earth. Her eyelids drifted closed. "You're right. I am a stupid woman," she mumbled. "I don't understand you." "Maybe you will, someday," he said, even though he could sense she had already plunged into sleep. He traced the elegant curve of her brow with a finger, followed the delicate arch of her ear. Her still damp hair fell over his arm, an extravagant waterfall of moonlit gold. "Maybe you will someday, just as soon as I understand myself." The dragon held her sleeping figure closer. He lowered his cheek to her head and looked around the clearing in bafflement, as if the quiet, peaceful scene could tell him who he was. 9. Pia was running for the sheer joy of it. The wind played in her hair, the moon looked down from its throne in the royal purple sky and smiled at her. The night was brighter than she'd ever seen before, a velvet carpet strewn with stars that winked diamond bright and sang faint, ice-cold snatches of song, of distant journeys and enchantments in other realms. The magic in the land nourished parts of her that had been crippled and half dead. She felt stronger, freer and wilder than she ever had before. She leaped high and reached up to tickle the edge of the moon, who laughed in delight. She was in a field miles wide, with all the room in the world to stretch her legs. Distant trees shadowed the edges. A tall, dark man with raven hair and gold raptor's eyes stood in the trees and watched her. She didn't care. He couldn't catch her. Nothing could, not even the wind, unless she let it. Pia. She knew that voice. She loved that voice. She turned and saw her mother running toward her. In her true shape, her mother had an incomparable loveliness and shone brighter than the moon who bowed down before her. "Mom?" She slowed and turned. She felt like a little girl again. "Mommy?" They came together. She threw eager arms around her mother, who nuzzled her. "My sweet baby girl." "I miss you so much," Pia told her. "Please come home." Her mother drew back and looked at her with great liquid eyes. "I cannot. I have faded from your world. I no longer belong there." "Then let me come with you," she pleaded. "Take me to wherever you are." A roar of denial shook the trees. It ran through the earth, which trembled at their feet. Pia looked back at the male, although her mother remained untouched by the disturbance and seemed unaware of the figure in the trees. "You cannot join me, darling. Your place is among the living." Exquisite eyes smiled at Pia. "Giving birth to you was the single most selfish thing I have ever done. Forgive me for leaving. I did not mean to abandon you." Tears clogged her throat. "I know you couldn't help it." "I have come to warn you," said her mother. "Pia, you must not be in this place. There is too much magic here. It is why I never dared to take you to an other land." She looked around. "But I like it here. It feels so good." "You will be exposed here and hunted. Go back." Starlight began to shine through her mother's figure. "Go back. Blend in with humankind." "No, don't go yet." Pia tried to reach for her. But her mother had already faded, leaving a final message on the wind. "Be safe. Know that you are loved." She reached after her mother, almost grasping an answer to something important. She could almost make out where her mother had gone, could almost follow her, except the whispering wind curled around her and held her to the earth. The whispering circled around her, stroked along delicate nerve endings, coaxing her. "Pia, stay." That was not her true name, but the power behind the whispering was enough to make her hesitate. The wind became a dragon twining around her, brushing against her skin like a cat. "Stay. Live." She brushed her fingers along the hot skin of the beautiful feral creature. It turned its head. Great, molten, hypnotic eyes stared into hers, and she was caught. She woke up. She was lying on the ground, wrapped in the elven blanket, beside the glowing red coals of the dying campfire. Dragos crouched over her, hands cupping her head. He was whispering in a language she didn't recognize, but it tugged at her bones. "What is it?" she asked in a sleepy voice. She glanced down at herself. She was gleaming with a faint, pearl-like luminescence. She jolted full awake. "God damn it! I lost hold of the dampening spell in that dream we had too. I've never lost control like that before. I can't keep doing this." He took a deep breath. His body was clenched. A fine tremor ran through his heavy muscles. He was paler than she had ever seen him, eyes dilated and stark. "What's the matter?" she asked again. She laid a bright ivory hand against his cheek. "What happened?" "I put you down," he said. His blade-honed face was drawn. "I went to go wash at the stream.
I wasn't gone long. I was just 20 feet away.
It's okay, she said. Whatever happened, it's okay now. He was so upset, unlike anything she had seen from him. To date, he had been calm, arrogant, infuriating, amused, angry, cautious, downright imperious. But this was like how he had been when she found him chained in the cell, only worse. It was hard to see such an indomitable male so shaken. She stroked his face. He sank his fists into her hair as if to trap her more completely.
I turned around, he gritted, and I could see the fire through your body. You were transparent, Pia, and you were fading.
That's impossible, she said. Or was it? Her mind raced back to her dream. If she had started to fade, could her mother have visited her in truth? Her lips pulled into a bitter-sweet smile.
No smiling. This isn't something to fucking smile about, he snarled at her, his fists tightening. You were almost gone. My hands passed right through you. If I hadn't started calling you back, you would have disappeared for good.
Maybe, I guess. But I don't think so, she said in an absent tone, letting her fingers slide through his hair. She loved the inky black strands of silk. There wasn't a kink or hint of curl in it. I don't think I could have gone where I tried to go. She said it wasn't my place.
What are you talking about?
His eyes narrowed, but the tension in his body dialed down a notch. I dreamed about my mother. Her gaze went unfocused, and she said, and I think it actually was her. When she left, I tried to follow her.
You are never to do that again, he said between his teeth. Do you understand?
Dragos, she said, speaking with care because he was still so upset. You've got to stop giving me orders. No matter how gently she said it, it was still like a spark to dry tinder.
Fuck you,
he snapped. He thrust his face down to hers, eyes flaring to lava and features hardening.
You're mine, and you can't leave.
Whoa there. I don't know what to say to you. You're like some stalker guy on steroids. She threw back her hands and rolled her eyes. You are aware, aren't you, that you can't have slaves any longer? You know, abolition, big war, happened 145 years ago.
Human history, human terms, he snarled. They mean nothing to me.
She had already known she couldn't attribute human motives or emotions to him. Here was the reminder. The dragon was very close to the surface. The big body crouching over her was taut with menace. Every legend she had ever heard of a dragon's possessive, territorial nature came to mind. Damn, it was enough to make her swallow hard, but not, she realized, in fear. Muscle by muscle, she relaxed. Okay then, big guy, she said, soft and easy. You tell me what you mean.
I don't know.
That fierce, proud face was puzzled.
All I know is you're mine to keep and protect. You can't fade away, and you can't die. I won't let you.
She thought it was not the time to point out that she was going to die at some point. She had too much human in her. So, I'm yours for how long? She asked, curious now that she decided to explore this path. Until you get tired of me? Or you get bored again?
I don't know, he said again. I haven't figured this out yet.
A sudden rush of affection surprised her. He wasn't faking his perplexity. He wasn't putting on an act. That makes two of us, she said. She thought of the elven wayfarer bread, the hairbrush and the soap, and his thoughtfulness surprised her all over again. She reached up to run a finger down his throat. So, for the sake of argument, if I'm yours as you said, to keep and protect, that seems to me like you would want me to be all right, to thrive.
Of course,
he said. He looked down at her hand as she drew circles on his chest, and the menace he exuded turned darker, smokier. Dragos, she murmured. I don't thrive when someone barks orders at me all the time. She peeked at him to see how he reacted to her logic. He was frowning.
It's how I talk to people,
he said. It's how you talk to your employees and servants, you mean? She replied. His frown deepened. She bit her lips to keep back a smile. How could she be so damn charmed by such a primitive thug? She had to establish a different footing with him or be mowed under by the sheer force of his personality. See, here's the thing. She kept her voice gentle while she started to rub his chest in soothing circles. Someone barking orders at me makes me feel trapped and stifled. I understand you've gotten into a habit, but maybe, she suggested, you could try not ordering me around sometimes. You know, just until you get bored and let me go. He had grown heavy-lidded as she stroked him, but at that, his narrowed gaze snapped up to her face. She smiled at him, non-threatening and relaxed. What if I don't get bored? He said. What if I don't let you go? She was jolted by a sense of longing that swept over her. She lost her smile and looked away. We don't even know what we're talking about anyway, she said. He loosened his grip on her hair, shifted his weight onto one elbow, and took her luminescent hand. He tilted her arm and looked at it. You're remarkable. No, don't, he said, as she remembered and began to dampen the glow. Let me see you as you really are, for a while at least. Look at how fast you're healing. She looked. The ugly black bruises that had mottled her skin had almost faded. I feel good, she confessed. Different, somehow. Better, more. Hey, am I the bionic woman? He smiled. It sometimes happens with halflings when they come to an other land, he told her. The heightened magic can help them access abilities and traits that might otherwise have remained latent. She tried to keep a tight grip on the hope that surged at his words, but questions still leaked into her thoughts. Was this the explanation for everything she felt since they had crossed over? If what he said was true about her, might she be able to shift? What if she could end this sense of living a half-life, the feeling of being caught between two incomplete identities, human and weir? I had no idea, she said. My mother always refused to bring me over to an other place. I've never had enough power to cross over by myself. I barely have enough for telepathy. In the dream, her mother had said it was dangerous for her to be here. She glanced around the dim, coal-lit clearing. That meant they should leave soon. The thought lacked urgency. Ah, yes, your mother, he replied, sounding distracted as he inspected her slender fingers, the graceful tilt of her wrist. Very soon we're going to have a talk about your mother, who she was, and why that dumbass elf loved her so much. We're also going to talk about why you're not right in the head, and if you have any more IDs or stashes of cash hidden anywhere. She snatched her hand back and smacked him on the arm. None of that is any of your business. And just because he liked me but he didn't like you doesn't mean he's a dumbass elf. He gave her a lazy, predatory smile as he moved his torso over hers. You're not afraid of me at all anymore, are you? She sobered. Call her crazy, but she thought he would rather cut off his hands than hurt her. So what if I'm not? She muttered. His beautiful, cruel mouth pulled into a smile. I think if you're not, it's a very good thing, he said. He moved, and before she realized what he intended, he had her hands pinned over her head. It gives me all kinds of license to do bad things to you,
With you. On you. In you.
She jumped and her heart hammered. He looked at her splayed and helpless underneath him and insinuated one heavy thigh between hers. He pushed up with his leg as he bit her neck in the exact same place where he had in their dream. He drank in her gasp and held her with ease as she tried to tug her hands free. Not that she tried all that hard. Excitement took the express shuttle through her body. She stretched for the sheer enjoyment of feeling herself slide against his naked torso, and his brilliant gaze tracked every movement she made. She was feeling less human by the minute. She licked her lips. Dragos, I don't think...
You don't think what?
His burning gaze swallowed her up. I don't think I'm as good as I thought I was, she whispered. Her eyelids dropped down, and she smiled.
That's my girl,
he whispered. He pushed her legs wider apart, settled between them, and began a sensual assault on her, nibbling and licking. He pulled her lower lip between his teeth and suckled at the plump flesh, then thrust his tongue deep into her mouth. They both groaned. He dug deeper into her, thrusting harder and harder. She tilted her head to open more to him. He shifted her wrists to one hand so that he could push the other under her tunic, running calloused fingers up to the soft swell of her breast. He grasped the plush mound with greedy care, found her nipple and began rolling it between his thumb and forefinger. He tugged at the sensitive flesh and gave it a light pinch. Pleasure jolted through her as he played with her breast. Her breathing became choppy. She tugged harder, but he refused to let go of her wrists, his body hardening. She raised her legs to cradle his long body, shifting underneath him until his heavy, long erection lay nestled against her pelvis. He hissed, face darkened with lust, and he reared up to grab hold of her tunic. "No!" she cried, stiffening. He froze. God love him, that dragon didn't even breathe. "I don't have anything else to wear," she explained. She gave him a shaky smile when his eyes flashed to hers. The stricken look left his face. He let go of her wrists and sat back on his heels as she sat and yanked the tunic over her head. She tossed it to the ground. He put his hands to her rib cage and ran them up to cup her breasts.
God damn,
he said. His normal, deep voice had gone hoarse.
Will you look at that?
She looked down at them. The lines and curvature of her torso and breasts looked ultra-feminine against the brawn of his big hands and muscular arms. Her radiance and the dusky hue of his skin seemed to feed on each other. The paleness of her skin was creamier, the blush of her nipples pinker. The sinews of his hands and wrists shifted under skin that was a richer, deeper bronze. She put her hands on his torso and watched as she ran them up his chest. Muscles rippled underneath her palms as he took in a shaking breath. She raked at his nipples with gentle fingernails. Part of her was ecstatic with shock. I am touching him. He is touching me. He hissed and grabbed her fingers, coming over her as he bore her back down. He put his hands at her waist and, understanding what he wanted, she lifted her hips for him to pull the leggings off. He shifted to tear off his jeans and fling them aside. Then he slid back over her, heavy and hard and naked, and they were lying skin to skin. If he had seemed hot before, he had since turned volcanic. She could feel his heart hammering against her breast. She lost herself in the enjoyment of rubbing herself against him, running her hands up the considerable musculature of his powerful back. He slid down her body, running his open, shaking mouth along the length of her neck, down her collarbone, until he could feast on her breasts. He sucked and bit at the succulent flesh, gripping her nipples between his teeth and flicking at them with his tongue, one after the other until she arched and cried out, incoherent with sharp delight. Then he slid down farther, licking and biting his way along the curve of her waist. He gripped the inside of her slender knees and held her splayed as he sucked the tender flesh of her inner thighs. She writhed in his hold, crying out again as she lifted her hips up to him. He paused to look his fill of her. Elegant bone structure, radiant cream and dusky pink, she lay on an extravagant pillow of tangled, pale gold hair. He could track his journey across her body in the luscious suck bruises that were blooming at the undersides of her breasts, the insides of her thighs. Her violet dark eyes were huge and shimmering with desire, just like they had in the dream, just as he had craved ever since. Desire for him, the monster, the great beast. But this was no dream, and he was so hard and full from wanting her he was in superb pain. He looked at the plump, fluted pink of her labia topped with a tangle of white gold curls. She was slick with moisture, drenched with it, and his heavy cock leaped at the generous evidence of her arousal. He whispered, "I'm going to eat you until you scream." Her slender feet curled, and a deep groan burst out of her. He lowered his head and continued his assault, licking and biting and sucking with shaking greed. He drew her stiff little bud into his mouth and suckled as she bucked and shook with the force of the pleasure spiraling through her. She lifted up on her elbows, panting, and stared at what he was doing to her. That dark head and those broad shoulders between her shivering thighs, his blade-cut face drenched with arousal as he worked her, was a sight so erotic it hurtled her into a climax. She hung her head back and squealed as she came with an intensity she had never known before. He never stopped. He kept licking and suckling, his mouth absorbing the ripples that cascaded through her. He put a flattened hand on her lower abdomen as she clenched, feeling the rhythm of her climax. He wrung her out, and still he continued to suck. The sensitivity became too much. She sank trembling fingers into his hair, tried to pull his head back. "Stop! I can't! He made a throaty sound, his hot gold gaze flashing as he focused on her sweaty, dazed face and suckled harder. He plunged 2 fingers deep inside her, and just like that he pushed her into another climax, this one longer and more intense than the first. He gobbled that climax down, and without stopping, shoved her into a third. Her torso arched off the ground, and the tendons in her neck distended as a thin, breathless scream broke out of her. She was completely taken over by what he was doing to her. The brilliant, star-studded night sky disappeared as her eyes filled and spilled over. At last he pulled away and crawled up her, breathing harsh, intent carving every flex and shift of his body. She had no words as she stared up at him. He was such a splendid, aggressive male, the broad muscles in his chest and upper arms quivering, his large, erect penis hanging long and heavy between rock-hard thighs. She looked into his eyes as she curved a hand around the broad, mushroom head and stroked. With that, he went batshit crazy for the 3rd time in 3 days. He lunged down at her, his lungs working to take in great gulps of air. He scooped an arm under her hips to yank her up for his entry. She guided him, and he slammed all the way inside. She shrieked at the invasion and dug her nails into his back. He was no delicate, diffident lover. He was like nothing she had ever experienced, a tsunami crashing over her head and destroying her old identity, reshaping her life. He wrapped his other arm around her, clutching her by neck and hips as he began to plunge into her in heavy, powerful strokes. He was groaning in her ear with every thrust as they mated like the animals they were. The increasing pressure, the sound of their flesh coming together, her total lack of control, had her digging her nails into his back. She stretched and whimpered, lost in the inexorable rhythm of her body, and came again. He threw back his head, face contorted in savagery, astonishment. With a last convulsive thrust, he made a muffled sound and joined her in climax. She felt him pulse deep inside, and she clenched everything she had around the delicious length of him, holding on to the sensation, onto him. He rocked into her, panting, eyes closed as he gushed into her. She put a hand at the back of his head, an arm around his waist, holding him as he held her, murmuring in his ear, "Yes, there you are, yes." He turned his face, found her mouth, and kissed her as he held them so tight together at pelvis and hip. For a while it felt as if they had fused together and become one creature, light and dark, yin and yang. It was then her shattered consciousness caught up with what he had growled in her ear as he fucked her. "Mine," he had said. "You're mine, you're mine." She drifted, looking at the silhouette of the back of his head against the sky as she rubbed her cheek against his, as his weight bore her down. Something in her was sputtering and trying to shift into overdrive in reaction to what just happened. It was too much. She couldn't think. He started to move his hips again, pulling out, pushing in, his breathing deepening. Oh, God, he was still huge and hard, not human. She made an amazed noise at the back of her throat, clutching at him as he worked inside her. It was too gorgeous. She thrust up with her hips, matching his pace. This time, a moan tore through his chest, and he shook all over as he started to pulse. She worked inner muscles and rocked him through the climax, murmuring in his ear. He turned his face into her neck. He pulled out, face drawn. She woofed in surprise as he flipped her onto her stomach and yanked her hips up so that she was on her knees. Her tangled hair settled in a cloud over her face. "Not deep enough," he groaned. "Got to get deeper." More than willing, she spread her knees and arched her pelvis back. She reached between her legs to help guide him as he pushed into her from behind. The slick, hot velvet length of his cock felt even bigger this way. She murmured a throaty encouragement as he buried himself to the hilt. She was taken over not just by his overwhelming sexuality, but by this strange creature who lived inside her body, and who felt more sensuous, more female, and more desired than she ever had before. He covered her, one arm low around her waist to hold her for his frenzied thrusts, the other hand planted on the ground beside hers so that he bore most of his weight. This time the pistoning of his hips was relentless. He drove hard and steady as he buried his face in the back of her neck, his breath shuddering against her skin. The pressure built again, but this time she wasn't sure she could take it. She sobbed and clutched at the ground for purchase. Grass tore under her fingernails. He sank his teeth into the back of her neck as his power curled around her. "Come with me." He shifted to put his hand between her legs, to rub long fingers along the place where he entered her, and to pinch her clitoris. He shoved in hard one last time and held taut. His power rippled over her, through her, with his climax. Her mind went incandescent. She flew apart. Dragos poured everything he had into her. It came roaring up from the base of his spine as he locked himself in the tight glove of her sheath. This wasn't sex. He'd had sex countless times. Sex was a simple coupling and release. More often than not, half an hour later he would have already forgotten the female's name. This was something he'd never done before. This was something far more elemental and necessary than sex. Feasting on her didn't ease his hunger but fed his need. Working inside her wasn't enough. Climaxing didn't assuage the lust, it built the frenzy. She absorbed everything he did to her and amplified it back, and bloomed even more lustrous and intoxicating. He had to drive into her so deep he never came back out. He came back to awareness. He still covered her from behind, was still inside her, his hand spanning the graceful arc of her pelvis. Tremors quaked through her body. The slender muscles in her thighs quivered against his. She gasped for breath in quiet sobs. What had he done? He pressed his lips to her neck and drew them along the sleek angle of her shoulder. He withdrew his hand from her pelvis to brush the tangled cloud of her hair out of the way as he tried to see her face. "Shh," he murmured. "Easy." She was too weak to stay on her hands and knees without his hold supporting her. His softening penis slipped out of her as she sank to the ground. She rested her head on her arms. He shifted to lie on his side, one thigh draped over the back of hers. He smoothed her hair, rubbed her shivering back. Her face seemed wet. Was she crying? Had he hurt her? The questions knifed him. He could have sworn she was with him the entire way. He stopped breathing. He eased fingers under her chin to coax her head up and turn her toward him. Her face and those brilliant eyes were devastated and wide open. She looked as beautiful and fragile as cut crystal. His gut clenched. "I lost control," he whispered. That, along with the worry darkening his eyes, anchored her back in her body. Was he trying to apologize? "So did I," she whispered back. "I've never done that before." He touched the delicate skin at the corner of her eye, rubbed the ball of his thumb along her lower lip. "Neither have I," she confessed. A smile broke over her face. His fingers dropped to trace the curve of her lips. "Are you all right?" She was a mess. She was euphoric, an emotional train wreck. She needed to go into a quiet, dark room somewhere and try to make sense of everything that had happened, and that he had done, to her. But first, she had to wipe that uncertainty off his face. Her smile widened and she told him the truth. "No," she said. She leaned over and pressed a kiss to those incredible, seductive lips. "You demolished me. I had no idea anybody could do the things you did. And I want to know how soon we can do it again." The worry vanished and an answering smile lit his eyes. He looked at her mouth. "I want a lot of things." "What you do with your tongue is a sin," she teased. That vulnerability he saw in her still lurked around the edges, but he chose to go with her attempt to lighten things up. He told her, "There are many advantages to being a bad man." "Such as?" He sat up and pulled her onto his lap, turning her so that she faced him, torso to torso, groin to groin, her slender legs stretched out on either side of him. It was an intimate position, made even more so by their nudity, a position perfect for making love. He wrapped his arms around her and she curled hers around his neck. Even sitting on his lap as she was, his body was so much bigger and longer than hers, he had to tilt his head down to go nose to nose with her. "A comfortable lack of conscience," he said. "The enjoyment of unbroken sleep, an uncomplicated desire to discover every possible carnal pleasure with the beautiful woman in his arms." Her eyes brightened at the compliment and crinkled at him. He smiled back and kissed her, a long, leisurely exploration that curled her toes. "Well, I think you keep a very well-hidden secret," she told him when she could breathe again. He cocked an eyebrow. She tapped a finger against his chest. "There is a pretty charming creature buried deep inside there. You should let him out more often." He laughed out loud, but then the look on his face turned calculating. She laughed too, as she realized she found even that charming. God, she was a goner. She warned, "Don't make me regret telling you that." "I'll try not to take too much advantage," he said. "Oh, thank you very much." She rolled her eyes. That probably meant he was going to wring everything he could out of it. Her stomach rumbled. "I'm starving again." They sat in reach of the pack. He gave her a leaf-wrapped wafer, which she unwrapped. She ate while he tried to run his fingers through her tangles.
"We did a number on your hair," he said.
He sent a gentle pulse of power through his hands, and her hair smoothed out. She swallowed a bite of the delicious Wayfarer bread. "You ever get tired of being a multi-billionaire businessman, you could make another fortune as a hairdresser."
"I'll be sure to keep it in mind,"
he said. He didn't tell her he had no interest in anyone else's hair but hers. He looked around the clearing.
"We've lingered too long here. We should leave as soon as you finish."
"Right," she said, looking around also. "And why did we come this way, instead of going back the way they brought us?"
"You've never been to an other land before, right?"
She nodded, and he continued,
"This isn't the best analogy, but it will work for now. Time and space buckled when the Earth was formed, and the buckling created dimensional pockets where magic pooled. Picture them like lakes or large bodies of water. There are lakes of varying sizes. Some are quite small, more like ponds, and some stand by themselves. Others are almost as big as oceans and are linked together with streams or rivers. I can sense that this," he gestured around them, "is a very large area connected to other large land areas."
"How do you do that?" she asked. He frowned, not, she could see, from irritation at her question, but more in an effort to figure out how to explain what he experienced. It must be something he had known how to do for so long it came automatically to him, like breathing.
"I put my hand down on the land and send out my awareness. It doesn't take a heavy pulse of power. It's more like a knowing that comes to me."
She tried to imagine what that must feel like. Maybe it was the same kind of knowing she got when she sensed magic was around, or a spell had been cast, just more focused on the land. She wanted to try it out for herself sometime. "So there are different ways in and out of this place?"
"Correct. We had a better chance of getting away by taking off in an unpredictable direction than going back the way they had crossed over. We may even be able to go so far north that we can connect to New York, or get at least close to it."
"Since we're talking, why doesn't technology work in other lands?"
"That's a bit of a misnomer. Some technologies work if they're of a passive design, if they utilize natural forces that are already present, like water flow, and if they don't involve combustion more complicated than a wood-burning stove or a boiler. Modern crossbow designs aren't exactly passive, but they're fine to use because they don't ignite. You can also bring over things like factory-made glass windows, artwork, various convenience appliances like Melita or French press coffee makers, and even composting toilets, as long as what you bring over is not dependent upon electricity and you can transport it safely through a dimensional passage."
She chuckled. "You sound so domestic."
He smiled. "I have quite a comfortable house in an other land connected to upstate New York, where we've done a lot of experimenting to see what works and what doesn't. It is designed to take maximum advantage of the sun, which heats water for an underfloor hypocaust system that keeps the house warm. Very Roman. As far as why certain technologies don't work,"
he shrugged as he ran his fingers through her hair,
"there are a couple of theories bandied about, but the short answer is, nobody knows for sure."
She tilted her head back, reveling in the petting.
"A single-action revolver isn't a very complicated device, nor is a flintlock rifle, but I've heard that even simple guns are too dangerous to use."
"You're right. Simple guns are just the application of gunpowder, fire, and lead with a barrel. Interestingly, the more primitive the gun is, the longer you could use it in an other land. Automatic weapons seize or misfire as soon as they're brought over. You might get a few more shots fired out of a simpler, more historic model. You might possibly get as many as a half-dozen rounds fired off. But the amount is never predictable, and in the end, the gun will always misfire."
She frowned. "Good way to lose your eyesight,
or your hand, or your life, he said. One possible explanation is the living Earth theory. What if the world was a gigantic entity? When you use a living creature as a conceptual model, then the Earth would have discrete parts, organs, limbs, veins, muscles, a skeletal structure, and arteries, and so on. What if the other lands are more essential to this organism's overall system than other places are, more like the artery than the outlying vein, or a vital organ as opposed to one you can survive without? What if the magic that is so strong over here, and that dampens, even sabotages certain technologies, is Earth's defense mechanism?
Kind of like white blood cells, she said. If you use that analogy, maybe you could shoot simpler guns a few more times because it would take the immune system longer to recognize them.
Exactly. The theory is more poetry than science, but I like it. There's also a modified living Earth theory that knocks out the concept of a world entity. It focuses instead on individual pockets of other land as collective minds that are created from the magic-drenched land and regional wildlife, although these minds aren't necessarily conscious as we currently understand consciousness. In this theory, the concept of magic acting as a defense mechanism and hampering technology is still the same.
She smiled, intrigued and delighted by this new glimpse into him and his active, curious mind. "You're quite the scientific thinker, aren't you?" she said. His eyebrows rose, and he nodded.
I like to look for underlying patterns and meaning to the world. I do a lot of reading in scientific journals.
She finished her meal and licked her fingers for any lingering sweetness. His gaze dropped to her mouth, and she felt him harden against her inner thigh. Her breathing hitched. But he moved her from him, rose to his feet, and offered her a hand to pull her upright. She was too sore to be disappointed. She told herself that a couple of different times as she scooped up the crumpled tunic and leggings and the blanket. She went to the stream to rinse away the evidence of their whatever. What was the word for what they had done? Love-making was too pretty. Sex seemed too simple and basic. Mating sounded like it could be too permanent. She bit her lip as anxiety threatened to knock her sideways. It's too much to think about. It's too big. He really did demolish me. I don't know who that hellcat slut was that tore up grass and screwed her brains out. I don't know who I am anymore. She shut down those thoughts before she careened too far out of control. She reasserted the dampening spell. She sighed with resignation as she turned her hands over and looked at them. Pre-dawn was lightening the clearing to gray, and they were just normal, dim, human-looking hands. A real hot meal, a bed, a stable schedule, going to bed in the evening, getting up in the morning, the things you take for granted until you don't have them anymore. She dragged the tunic and leggings on and sat on the ground to pull on her tennis shoes. She bit back a grimace at their dingy state and added it to her list of grievances. $100,000 down the toilet, 3 IDs gone, no car, no socks, no underwear. And what did she do? She went and had sex with the cause of all her problems. Sure, it wasn't the yawn and make up a grocery list until he's finished kind of sex. It was a kind she had never even imagined was possible, a what the hell is my name again kind of sex. But sex was all they'd had. She was worse than a fool if she tried to make it into anything else. She was a weird dingbat, and wasn't that a god-awful sorry concept for a creature? She yanked her shoelaces tied as she bitched to herself. Then she glared at the object of her obsession. He had rinsed at the stream, too, and pulled on his jeans and boots. He was on one knee by the dying fire. He laid his hand on the red coals, and with one last pulse, they went black. She sucked in a breath. So, okay, maybe he was a what-the-hell-is-my-name-again kind of guy. His head came up, and his body stiffened. He twisted to stare in the direction of a light breeze that blew through the nearby trees. What is it? She drew in a deep breath, scenting the breeze. She caught a hint of stench. He leaped upright. Run. 10. She jumped to her feet and grabbed the blanket and hairbrush with shaking hands. She started to stuff them into the bag. No more goblins. Please, God. I'll be good and eat all my peas.
Forget all that. Drop it. He lunged for his weapons. Go!
If there was one thing she could do well, she dropped everything, whirled, and ran. Everything inside went on red alert, all systems flashing. Adrenaline kicked her ass. Her vision sharpened, her sense of smell heightened, and her hearing became more acute. She plotted out the best path ahead of her at the same time as she strained to hear any hint of pursuit. There was nothing, no sound. There was just the wind waltzing through the trees, the sound of her own breathing gone ragged from fright, and Dragos racing behind her. But she caught another whiff of goblin stink. Her heart lurched. Dragos said in a calm voice behind her,
Fast as you can, Pia.
Right. She tucked her chin in, sought and found her stride, then kicked it out. Dragos raced after her as the sky became brilliant with sunrise. Pia seemed to have gone weightless. Damn, she ran like a cheetah, maybe faster. Hell of a thing to watch. She sailed over obstacles like fallen tree trunks and rocks, making the leaps look effortless, as if she simply chose to pick up her feet and fly. He found room in himself for one more surprise as he discovered he was falling behind. Good girl. If she had endurance as well as speed, they might be okay. Pia let her mind go blank and lived in the moment. Nothing existed beyond the deep rhythm of her breathing, the athletic flex of muscle and bone, the sound of Dragos running behind her. They had plunged deep into the forest so that the infinite bowl of the sky became obscured with heavy boughs of green. But the morning light brightened and the day grew warmer until her skin was coated in sweat. The forest was silent around them, ancient tree trunks twisted with secrets and imprisoned by creeping vines. She realized that since the goblins had brought them over the day before, she hadn't heard another single creature nearby, not a rustle, peep, or tweet. Maybe it was because she was in the presence of the most apex predator of them all. Or maybe it was because goblins swarmed through the forest like a terminal disease. Or both. I don't blame any of you, she thought. I wouldn't rustle, peep, or tweet either if I were you. Then, like a chill mist rising from the ground, a sense of cold power crept over her. It licked along her overheated skin and tightened over her body, squeezing like a boa constrictor wrapping around its prey. Panicked revulsion closed her throat muscles, or perhaps the constriction of power did. She stumbled to a halt, instinct driving her to claw at her neck. Dragos whirled to face back the way they had come. As Pia looked over her shoulder, he roared. Tendons stood out in his neck, and the massive muscles of his chest and arms clenched with the force of his fury. The memory of what had happened in New York faded to triviality next to this apocalyptic noise. Standing as she was so close to him, even in his human form, the power in his roar ripped through the fabric of the world. The hair at the back of her neck rose. Terror bolted through her from an atavistic place deeper than conscious choice. The sound shredded the constriction around her throat. The chill constriction of power receded. Suddenly, she could breathe again. She gulped air. Dragos turned, the savage bones of his dark face transformed with rage and hate. The hot gold of his eyes were twin suns, and his pupils had changed to slits.
Now we know for sure, he growled. Urian is here and trying to slow us down. Run!
She fell back a few steps, still staring at him. He narrowed that lambent alien gaze on her and tilted his head, the very picture of male exasperation. All righty. She threw up her hands in an "I'm going already" gesture, spun on one heel, and ran for her life. Not long afterward, she broke out of the edge of the forest and faltered as she looked ahead at a wide, flat plain. There was no cover for creatures of their size. She glanced back, uneasy, as he caught up with her. He had the battle-axe and sword strapped to his back again. The rage in his hawkish face had eased, but his eyes were still lava-hot. "Can you change?" she asked him.
"Not quite. I tried back in the forest."
He nodded at the plain.
"It's not like they don't know we're here."
She bounded forward, and he got the chance to admire just how fast she could run, unfettered by trees and underbrush. To avoid wasting breath, she asked him telepathically, "I still can't hear them. Can you?"
"No, I think Urian has been cloaking them," he told her. "Otherwise I would have heard them a lot sooner. They would never have gotten so close."
That, and he'd allowed himself to be distracted by her sensuality. Damn it, he had known they had lingered too long, but he had done it anyway. This was all his fault. She was in danger again because of him. She messed with his head, and his old, well-honed instincts short-circuited. He was never going to get so impatient with his men again when they fell for a beautiful face. "They're chasing us while believing you can shift into a dragon?" Even telepathically, her mental tone indicated how suicidal she thought that was.
"Unless they know otherwise," he said. "Could be why they're so aggressive. Maybe they do know about the elven poison and that it should be wearing off soon."
She tripped and almost went down. He leaped forward to grab her arm. She turned a horror-filled gaze toward him. "But that would mean the elves, Farian, knew we would be attacked."
"Or it means at the very least that one of the elves passed some helpful information on to an interested party," he agreed. He urged her back into a run. "And to be fair, for all Farian knew, you did what you said you would and drove me over the elven border and left me."
"Screw fair," she snapped. "I see that elf again, I'm gonna rip him a new one." He couldn't help but grin.
"I want to be there when you do."
She dropped back to keep pace at his side. When he frowned a question at her, she said, "Don't worry about me, big guy. I can beat any pace you set." He laughed out loud.
"I just bet you can, lover."
She tossed her head. "I'm just bored with rubbing your nose in it." Despite their banter, they both knew their situation was growing more desperate. He kept watch behind them, and soon he saw a horde of goblins running out of the forest. Along with them appeared a score of armed riders on horseback. Pia glanced behind as well. "Goblins don't ride," she said. "Even I've heard that. Horses won't tolerate them."
"That'll be their allies, the Dark Fae," he told her.
He realized his raptor's eyesight was much better than hers. He could see the Fae riders perfectly. For the first time during their flight, her face showed strain. "They have crossbows."
"Buck up, girly girl."
He gave her his machete smile.
"Things are just getting interesting."
He picked up speed, and true to her boast, she kept pace, her mane of blonde hair flying behind and long gazelle legs flashing. Damn, he was proud of her. The land broke up ahead of them, a rocky bluff rising along the horizon. They had run perhaps a half-mile more when a dozen dark Fae riders appeared along the top of the bluff. The riders on the bluff weren't riding horses. They were astride Fae creatures that looked like giant dragonflies. Huge, black-veined, transparent wings glimmered with rainbow hues. Pia slowed and came to a stop when she saw them. Beside her, Dragos did the same. She pressed a hand to her side and turned in a circle. They were trapped. She sat down on the ground and put her head in her hands. He knelt beside her and put an arm around her shoulders. He didn't say anything, and neither did she. There wasn't anything to say. Once they had stopped running, their pursuers slowed and approached with more caution. The goblins spread out in a half-circle formation, the dark fae riders interspersed among them. The dark fae atop the bluff remained where they were, sitting astride the giant dragonfly creatures while they watched the scene unfold below. Pia shaded her eyes as she stared at them. The third one from the left radiated a chill power unlike any of the others. She swallowed, trying to relieve her dry throat. "Over there," she said. "The Fae King is on the bluff, isn't he?" Dragos sat behind her and pulled her against his chest.
"Yes. He's waiting to see if he's needed."
"Still no shift," she said. It wasn't a question. He shook his head.
"I need a little more time."
He needed time they didn't have. She turned her face into his sun-warmed skin. His breathing was slow and easy. She marveled at his calm. She wasn't calm. She was running around inside her head like a crazy person, her heart still doing the jackrabbit dance. She thought of the beating the goblins had given her. She thought of Keith and his bookie, both dead. She thought of the switchblade in the pocket of her leggings. Dragos released her, rose up on his knees, and removed the weapons harness. He laid the battle axe and sword aside. Then he removed the short sword he had buckled at his waist and put it on the ground with the other weapons. He stared at the approaching host, eyes narrowed, as he told her,
"Maybe if I don't fight, I can negotiate with them to let you go."
"You can't just surrender," she said. "They're going to kill you."
"Probably not right away."
His expression was all brutality and harsh angles.
"If I surrender, it may buy some time. If I can get you away, you could try to get back to my people in New York and tell them what happened. They would keep you safe."
He meant they might not kill him right away because they would torture him. She felt her bile rise. She studied the dark Fae King on the bluff. She had never hated anyone so much, especially someone she hadn't met before. He was another of the world's premier powers, one of the oldest of the elder races. His knowledge and memory of Earth's lore and history would be extensive. As Dragos had pointed out, there was no telling what Keith might have blabbed before she stopped him up with the binding spell. And Urian had elven connections. If not Farian, then perhaps one of the other elves who had witnessed her discussion with Farian and had heard enough to speculate. "It won't work anyway," she said in a flat voice. "They're not going to let me go." He glanced down at her, not bothering to argue.
"Then we fight."
"I won't be captured," she told him. She dug into her pocket and withdrew the switchblade. She pressed the lever, and the blade snicked open. Quicker than sight, he grabbed her wrist. His eyes blazed.
"The fuck are you doing?" he snapped. "You won't be captured? Then we fight. We don't give up."
She glanced at goblins and dark fae. There were so many of them. They were a small army. They were almost in bow-shot range. She put a hand over his. "Dragos, this time will you trust me? Will you let me try one more thing and not ask me any questions about it?" His hand and face were like stone, his body clenched. She fought a sense of rising panic and kept her voice soft. "Please," she said. "There isn't much time." His fingers loosened. He let her go. She rose to her knees and faced him. He held still and watched her face as she put the tip of the blade against the white scar at his shoulder. She concentrated on the dark bronze of his bare skin. She bit her lip and tried to make her hand move, but all she did was start to shake. Her grip on the switchblade turned white-knuckled. "Damn it," she gritted. "I can't cut you." His hand came over hers again. This time he gave a quick jerk and the blade bit into his skin, right over the scar. Hot, brilliant blood began to flow from the cut. She took a choppy breath and nodded to him. He let go of her again. The second bit was a lot easier. She drew the blade across her palm. It was a good, deep cut. Pain blossomed and her own blood began to drip down her wrist. The advancing army had crossed into bowshot range, close enough that she could hear the goblins laugh and call to one another. Talk about a last-ditch effort. Wish I knew if this would work. Guess we'll find out soon enough. Here goes nothing, big guy, she muttered. She met his falcon-sharp eyes and slapped her open cut against his. For a few seconds it seemed nothing happened. Then something flared and flowed out of her, passed through her palm and entered him. His head fell back. He gasped as he swayed on his knees. His power roared in response. She swayed, dizzy from the transference. Then Dragos shimmered and expanded so fast she fell on her back. She struggled to prop herself up on her elbows, staring up open-mouthed at the appearance of the enormous dragon who stood over her. Oh my God. She had imagined what he must look like. She had caught that one glimpse of his shadow flowing over the beach. Nothing could have prepared her for the impact of the real thing. He had to be the size of a private jet. He was varying shades of bronze that had an iridescent glint in the sunshine. His wide, heavy-muscled chest was right overhead. Her head bobbled back and forth as she took in the long legs planted on either side of her. The bronze color darkened to black at the ends of his legs. His feet had curved talons that had to be the length of her forearm. His body narrowed to powerful haunches and long tail.